Stadium Authority concurrent meeting. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Roll call, City Clerk.
So before I do the roll, can you hear me? The mics aren't hot.
Draw here.
Mics aren't hot. Thanks. Thank you. In accordance with the Brown Act, Government Code Section 54953B, Councilmember Shahal is attending tonight's meeting via audio-only teleconference. The location from where Councilmember Shahal is attending was included on the agenda for this meeting. Councilmember Shahal, at this time, I'd like to confirm that the agenda for this meeting has been posted at your teleconference location
That is correct.
and that this location is accessible to the public.
That is correct.
Please also state whether any members of the public are in attendance at your teleconference location.
None. None is present.
Thank you. All votes taken during this teleconference meeting shall be roll call vote only. Now roll call. Councilmember, Board Member Watanabe.
Here.
Councilmember, Board Member Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember, Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Park.
Here.
Councilmember, Board Member Jane.
Here.
Councilmember, Board Member Becker.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have 3 items for closed session. City Attorney, would you want to read them?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank
Okay,
you.
thank
We're going
you.
to go in on all 3 items tonight. Item 1A is conference with real property negotiators involving property at 800 Matthew Street. The city negotiator is City Manager, Executive Director, negotiating parties Jitendra and Sashi Patel. Under negotiation, accord and satisfaction, price and terms of payment. A related case, existing litigation, City of Santa Clara versus the Patels, the Superior Court case number identified there. And then finally, another item of existing litigation, the County Sanitation District 2 to 3 and others versus the City of Santa Clara and others, the court case identified on the agenda. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment on closed session? I don't see any. Any online? No? All right, we will be adjourning to closed session. We will be back at 6 p.m. for a study session. Thank you. the City Council meeting back again and call the meeting to order. We are now going to start our study session on the cleanup campaign alternatives and community survey results. So, Director Mobeck, nice to see you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Craig Mobeck, Director of Public Works. And yeah, tonight I'm here to give a presentation on the cleanup campaign. It's the study session on some of the review that we did at the direction of Council and looked at some additional options. I'm joined here with Dave Staub, Deputy Director of Public Works, and Garth Schultz with R3. Both of them and their teams were instrumental in putting all this information together, doing all the community outreach and the surveys, so wanted to thank them for their efforts. So with that, if I could have the presentation, please. Here we go.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor. May I do the script for the teleconference for...
Oh, I'm so sorry. If you just hold on one moment, Director Mobeck.
So in accordance with the Brown Act, Government Code Section 54953B, Councilmember Shahal is attending tonight's meeting via audio-only teleconference. The location from where Councilmember Shahal is attending was included on the agenda for this meeting. Councilmember Shahal, at this time, I'm asking to confirm that the agenda for this meeting has been posted at your teleconference location
That is correct.
and that this location is accessible to the public.
That is correct too.
Please also state whether any members of the public are in attendance at your teleconference location.
None at this time.
Thank you. All votes taken during this teleconference meeting shall be roll call vote only. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much. Go ahead. Thank you, Director Mobeck.
Thank you very much. So in terms of agenda, we'll go through a little bit of the background of the study, the current cleanup campaign and how it operates, bulky waste collection programs that are offered in other cities, as well as ones that are offered here in Santa Clara. We'll talk about the community engagement that took place, as well as the survey, and then we'll wrap it up with some conclusions, and of course, we'll have time for questions and answers. So in terms of the background, the solid waste program is delivered to 47,000 households, and that's comprised of over 23,000 accounts. And the cleanup campaign, which was first started in 1961 as part of the solid waste program. And through that, we collect about 5,000 to 6,000 tons of waste annually. And so of the households, 33,000 of them are part of the cleanup campaign, and 14,000 of them do not participate. And the reasons why they do not participate, there's a couple different reasons. One, that either there's no space to put out material to be collected, or there's not adequate room to get large trucks and equipment in to service the pickup. So the ones that aren't part of the cleanup campaign, they don't pay the $6.28 per month rate. In May of 2021, Council asked staff to take a look at the current cleanup campaign, hire a consultant, go through alternatives that might be available, do customer surveys and outreach, and come back to Council and report the findings. We went through a competitive process, hired R3 staff along with city staff, went through a process to analyze programs used by other cities, estimate what those costs for other programs could be, look at advantages and disadvantages, and then to do the outreach and the survey. So let's just take a quick look at the current cleanup campaign. It's a one-month program, I think, as all of us know very well, and it starts up in a couple weeks in May. The city's divided up into 4 different areas, so each week of May we take on a different area where we pick up debris. And debris is placed on the street in an unlimited amount. Construction and demolition debris is required to be put into bags. And one bag, a cubic yard, is collected through the program base costs, and then anything more than that is charged $25 per cubic yard. The collections performed by Public Works staff from the Streets Division. We also go through a process to hire as needed to staff up for that month. We work with trucking companies that provide services to help collect the debris. The county is part of it. They provide household hazardous waste services if we find those in any of the piles. And then Mission Trail Waste Systems is a part of it, picking up appliance, tires, yard waste, recyclables, things like that. The overall cost of the program, about $2.5 million, and of course that's paid for through the rates at the $6.28 per month charge. There are some other communities that do a cleanup campaign type of service, so we've listed those there. The ones that we were aware of: Campbell, Citrus Heights, Inglewood, and Central Contra Costa County Solid Waste Management Authority. Some of the advantages of a program like the cleanup campaign: residents don't need access to transportation. It's very easy, just take stuff out and put it out on the curb. We've been doing it for, close to or over 60 years now, so everyone's well aware of it, so outreach is pretty minimal. It has a very high program satisfaction rate. We get a lot of positive feedback, and I think as you see the survey results will echo that as well. Because there is an opportunity to dispose of things, we know that there's less illegal dumping within the city because of that, and it is a low-cost alternative. Very robust program and offers obviously a lot of advantages. There are some disadvantages. As we all know too well, people come from outside of the city to take advantage and illegally dump material into the piles. Materials is placed on the street, so in some of those areas, piles can grow quite large. We do reprioritize public works street staff for that month of May, and for the most part put them on the cleanup campaign. We do service other areas, but that is the focus for May. And the staff is funded through the solid waste rates for that effort. And there is only one event per year, so like you'll see in some of the other options where you could have multiple events throughout the year. So let's take a look at bulky waste collection programs that are offered in other cities, as well as some other ones besides Cleanup Campaign that are offered in the city of Santa Clara. The first one we'll talk about is on-call collection. So through that type of service, a resident's able to make a phone call, get on a list, set up a schedule, probably 2 to 3 weeks, and someone comes out and picks up that debris. It's convenient for customers to utilize. It is flexible. You can go and have bulky items picked up. You can do construction and demolition debris as well, or a mix of those types of materials. It could be a program that's limited to only 1 or 2 pickups a year, or it could be unlimited. And currently in Santa Clara, Mission Trail Waste System does offer this type of program. It is a cost that the residents have to pay on their own outside of the solid waste bills. And right now that cost is about $148 per pickup. And over the past 2 years, since we had the program, about 145 residents have taken advantage of that. HOAs are ones that we were hoping would take more advantage of that, just because of the complications of providing cleanup campaign to them. And right now, based on our data, only about 5 of them are taking advantage of that. So numbers that we hope to increase. In terms of what other communities provide on-call service, there are quite a few. You can see the list there in the top bullet. San Jose, Mountain View, Palo Alto, Milpitas are just a few of the cities that offer it. So what we did is take a look at what would be the cost of this type of service for one collection per year. And so that would be, setting aside what the current program is that Mission Trail Waste Systems operates, what if we did a citywide program? And so we really had to look at the costs and estimate them based on what the level of use might be. So that first bullet there under the cost estimate, if we anticipated a participation rate at 80 to 90%, similar to what we get in the cleanup campaign, would use a program like this. But we anticipate that costs could be $10 to $11 per month for a program like that. So that would be, everybody would be paying into that, whether they use it or not, like the cleanup campaign, right? Those that are eligible for it, you pay for it whether you use it or not. Then we took a look at, okay, what if that percentage rate dropped and it was a lot smaller, say less than 50%? What would that cost be? And that cost, again, if everybody's paying for it, only equates to about $5 to $5.60 per per month. So those would be the cost for that, and that's only one collection per year. Obviously, if you roll out a program that allows multiple collections per year, then those numbers grow. But we did want to compare it with the cleanup campaign. Some of the advantages of a program like this, access to transportation, not necessary, so that's a good thing. It could be available all year. Less dumping from non-residents, so that's obviously a good thing, and a lower impact to DPW staffing. But the one thing I will note about DPW staffing, as I noted on the previous slide, that the solid waste program does fund staff for that event, and if we reduced that level of funding, then obviously we'd have to look at our staffing levels and other funding sources for the staff if they're not tied up with the cleanup campaign. So something that we would need to consider. Disadvantages, HOA permission is needed, as we've seen from the Mission Trail Waste Program. That has been an issue. Not all of them have been rolling it out in their HOAs. And there is a potential for higher costs if we start offering more than one pickup per year. The next bulky item collection program we'll talk about, that's the drop-off. So that's a program where you load up your truck, your car with debris that you want to dispose of, and you drive to a disposal facility and dispose of it. Typically, the amount of material is limited in those drop-offs, and residency is verified at the drop-off location. Now, we do offer 2 drop-off events per year, and those are at the Mission Trail Transfer Station, and those are already paid for through the rate, so there's no additional charges for them. Residents that take advantage of that are limited to 7 cubic yards per disposal. And what we found is over the 2 events, we get just over 200 residents take advantage of it per event. And so if we looked at increasing that, and let's say we wanted to go and start a bigger drop-off event or offer more drop-off times, then we would look at needing to talk to Mission Trail Waste Systems to see what those additional costs may be for those, and then we would have to roll that out into a rate. But right now, 2 are covered. If we start looking at more, that's when we'd need to look at that and talk with them about amending the agreement or coming up with a new agreement. Other communities do provide drop-off services. So the city of Sunnyvale is one, Oakland, Fairfield, and Vallejo. And again, we took a look at, okay, let's estimate what those would be on top of the 2 free ones if we had an additional event. And if we had a 40 to 45% participation rate, we estimate that $1.50 to $2.45 per month would be needed to fund something like that. And if that rate was 80 to 90%, then we're in roughly the $3 to $5 per month rate. Advantage of this program, accessible to all residents, including the high density and multifamily. It's available throughout the year. Less illegal dumping because you're providing an option for people to dispose of things. It's a lower impact to DPW staffing, and as you've seen, just by only adding 1 event, it is a low-cost alternative. Disadvantages are residents have to acquire their own transportation or truck and load up and bring it over to the facility, and additional effort would be needed to advertise those types of programs and make sure that everybody's aware of them. The next type of option that we looked at is a debris box event. These types of events are rather labor intensive, both from a planning effort as well as managing the day of event. In those types of events, debris boxes are typically placed in certain neighborhoods. Those neighborhoods are noticed that there's an event taking place, and then they can load up and drive over to the debris box and have things unloaded. So they do have to transport their own material. You need to set up a program. Other cities that have done this, some of them are going away from it because it does take so much effort and time to put on, to manage. The number of events a year can vary, but what we've seen is typically there's, neighborhoods would have one every, several years, sometimes up to 5 years, So that's quite a bit different than the cleanup campaign. You could have them more frequent, but then they cost more, and then it takes more staff time to put on. We looked at this, and it's something that, with the current levels, we definitely think we'd probably going to need more resources to help develop that type of program, as well as help put it on. And as I mentioned, cities are typically moving away from this. The city of San Jose used to offer more programs like that. They're going to more of the on-call. Milpitas, San Francisco, San Rafael, and Berkeley, have held debris box events. So the cost estimate on this, you could see from the slide, it does vary quite a bit. If you look at providing an event once in every 5 years, you're looking at a charge of $3.50 to $3.90 per month. If you looked at even, putting together an annual event, which I don't think that's something we could do here with staffing, and you're basically having events many weekends of the year, you're up to $17 to almost $20 per month to put that on. So very expensive to do. The advantages are it's accessible to all residents, including the high-density multifamily. Again, it provides an opportunity for less illegal dumping. The disadvantages, residents still need the transportation to get the materials to the bins. It is limited availability. A lot of times, once those bins fill up with that certain neighborhood, then the event is over. There's no more space to dispose of items. And then lastly, as I mentioned, it's the highest staffing level requirements. It's a high impact to our own staff, and the costs are quite significant. So on this chart, we put together a comparison. So you'll see in the columns at the top, there's the characteristics of the event. You've got on-call collection. The one in parentheses mean once a year. Same thing for the drop-off, if we did one per year. We put annual debris box program just because we wanted to compare it up against our current cleanup campaign. That is an annual event. And then we do have the current cleanup campaign there. So as you go down the list of characteristics, we went through, and like for the top one, is that event have transportation limitations? And so we went in and looked at no, yes, some of them do, because you have to transport your own material, some of them don't. So we did the same thing of, is it available to high-density dwelling? Does it discourage dumping from non-residents? Is it available year-round? And is it commonly used in other jurisdictions? And so you can see through there the yes, no's. The third row from the bottom, that's where we talked about costs. What would that cost be on a monthly basis? And you'll see those are the numbers that we talked about previously. At an 80 to 90% participation rate, because that is what we've seen on the cleanup campaign. So you see the on-call collection at $10 to $11. Drop off at $3 to $5 roughly, annual debris box $17 to $20, and then the current cleanup campaign at $6.28. And then the last couple rows there, the outreach needed, as well as the impacts on the DPW staffing. So that really gives kind of the information on the type of event and what it really means for a number of different characteristics. So the next part of the effort was to do the community engagement, put together a survey and send that out to everybody. And so we held 3 community meetings in April of 2022. About 65 residents attended those meetings. Through those meetings, there was a strong support for the cleanup campaign. There was a lot of people concerned that we were trying to get rid of the cleanup campaign, and we assured them that we're just looking at options and wanted to gauge the community's interest in different events, as well as see statistically how the cleanup campaign is being utilized. What we found was interesting is we got a very positive feedback on salvaging material or scavenging it out of other people's piles. We didn't expect to get the response we did on that. Sometimes during cleanup campaign, we'll get some negative feedback of people not liking that, of course. So what that led to is we took a lot of the feedback we heard at the meetings and we used that to help guide our survey and develop our survey. And so we're able to add some questions in there about salvaging material or scavenging from different piles. And you'll see as I go through the results here, the information that was obtained from those questions. Overall, the topics in the customer survey covered items like being familiar with the cleanup campaign, the program usage and satisfaction, the preference for some of the different alternatives that we discuss here tonight, and then the participation in other events like citywide garage sales, environmental days, and the county household hazardous waste program. So the surveys were developed. We mailed them out to all of the residential account holders. We were really hoping for a 10% response rate, and in talking with R3, they said, you know, that's pretty much what your goal should be, and that what you'd expect, and that you really want to get. We got over 20%, so that was good news for us. We think we got a lot of good information, and much more of it than we originally anticipated. What were some of those findings? So I'll go through some of the specific questions in the upcoming slides, but in summary, what we found, people used the cleanup campaign to dispose of a variety of items, about 90% disposing of small items, 78% use it for bulky items, 60% for yard trimmings, and 34% for construction and demolition waste. In terms of participation rates for other city-sponsored events, about 12% take advantage of the twice-a-year citywide garage sale, almost 20% the Recology Environmental Days, and there's 2 of those per year, and about 60% for the Santa Clara County Household Hazardous Waste Program, which, you know, that's really good. We want people to use those programs, specifically the household hazardous waste. In terms of overall preferences, so looking at all the data and kind of listing them out in order of what we heard from the responses. And so the number one option, the preferred option that we heard from the community was a format similar to the current cleanup campaign. Number 2 was the on-call collection, where they can make a phone call, schedule somebody to come out and pick up at their residence. The number 3 was the drop-off event, where you would load up your own vehicle and drop it off at a facility. And the number 4 preference was the debris box program. Did want to point out, as you note there at the bottom, that for folks that are not part of the cleanup campaign, their preferred option was number 2, was the on-call collection. So now let's take a look at some of the survey results. The first question, pretty general, are you aware that the city has a cleanup campaign program? As we'd all expect, almost 95% was aware of the program. Less than 5% was not, and you know, just over 1% as the do not know. So everyone, for the most part, is aware of the program. How often does your household participate in the program? And we gave different time frames. So do you participate annually? Over 87% said, yep, we participate annually. Who participates every 2 to 3 years? Just over 5%. Less than every 3 years, about 3%. And about just over 4% said they had never participated. So big numbers, but you know, from running the event annually, we know that it is a very popular program that people like to utilize. So these next questions dealt with the salvaging material. And so we said, hey, do you salvage materials that have been set out by other residents to be reused in your home? And 30%, about 30% said yes, that they do. And about 70% said no, they don't. So certainly a number that was a little bit more than we thought, but quite a few people are taking advantage of that opportunity. And then the next question we had in relation to salvaging is, you know, do you mind if others salvage out of your pile? You know, close to 15% said yes, we do mind, but you know, pretty surprising, over 80% said we don't mind if people come and take things out of our pile to reuse them. And about 3%, you know, they don't receive the cleanup campaign service. So certainly those were higher numbers than were expected. But again, that came out of the community meetings and feedback that we're hearing from the residents. Next question was, are you satisfied with the current cleanup campaign program? Close to 87% responded yes, that they were satisfied with the current program. Just under 10% said that they were not. Some of the reasons for not being satisfied, the day of the pickups, large trucks, there's traffic detours blocking roadways. Some areas get a large amount of debris that has to be cleaned up. There's some areas that debris gets disposed of that aren't in front of residents, so those types of issues. But overall, close to 87%, which kind of echoes what we hear year after year, that people do like the cleanup campaign program. So based on all the data, based on the information from the meetings and the survey, we came up with some conclusions. And the first bullet there is what we heard was that the current hybrid approach seems to be optimal and what the residents desire. That includes the pickup, the cleanup campaign program, as well as the drop-off options, as well as Mission Trail waste on-call collection programs. One of the things we looked at is how could we bolster some of those other programs besides the cleanup campaign. And we talked about, we could do more outreach so people are aware of the on-call collection programs offered by Mission Trail Waste Systems, the disposal days at the Mission Trail Transfer Station, the Recology Environmental Days, as well as the citywide garage sales. Then we also looked at, what could we do? We hear from those that aren't part of the cleanup campaign, how can we do different things to dispose of materials? So we looked at, okay, we could talk to Mission Trail Waste Systems and look at opportunities to add more disposal days at Mission Trail Transfer Station. Obviously, there would be additional cost to that. As I mentioned, 2 of those disposal days are included in the current contract, but we could engage with them and talk to them and see what opportunities are there. And then we could look at either amending the current contract or developing a new contract for those additional disposal days if we were to add them. But those were just some of the other options that we saw available to bolster the current program. So that really concludes the information that we wanted to present tonight. We went through kind of all the information of what other programs may be out there to consider besides the cleanup campaign, and certainly went through the different engagement opportunities, the surveys, and what we were hearing from the residents through the meetings as well as the customer surveys. So I will stop with that, and of course we will listen to any feedback and any questions, and I'm here to respond to those as well as Dave and Garth. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Moback, for that report and the survey, and I think it's pretty consistent from what I hear in the community, but it's nice to see it in the report and on paper and available to the public. So we're going to start with the council questions. Councilmember Jane.
Thank you, Director Mobeck. I know you use participation rates of 80 to 90% because that's what our current cleanup campaign uses. But do you have information about actual participation rates from other cities that have the on-call pickup? What do they have? 80 to 90% doesn't seem reasonable. It seems like it would be more, under 40% for the on-call. But I was curious. And then I think already in our $625 a month, or $628 monthly charge, it includes 2 days of drop-off at Mission Trail Transfer Station. But I think you said that in your chart there, just 1 day of drop-off at Mission Trail would be like $3.50 a month. But I think that's with a much higher participation rate, which I think is kind of unreasonable because the current cleanup campaign is just so convenient. You just take something from your house and drop it at the curb. You don't have to schedule anything. You don't have to do anything. So, I firmly agree that we need to do more promotion of the 2 days of drop-off at Mission Trail Transfer, as well as I think it's $145 for an on-call pickup. through Mission Trails. So I don't think very many of our residents know about those programs. Thank you.
Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. So I'm curious, this may be a supposition, why other cities don't do what we do. And my worry is this sustainable? I think about the cost would change a lot when Newbie Island does close and we're going to have to transfer everything down to Monterey County, and kind of a time frame on that. Because I understand people like what there is, but it may not be sustainable. When you talked about other cities doing the on-call, and you made a guess at the cost, is that how much the other cities are paying for this? Because it looks like all the cities around us, Sunnyvale, San Jose, Cupertino, all of them, are doing this, and I was curious if they're paying that much per resident. The Mission Trail drop-off is that, I'll be honest, I'm not clear on whether that is the hazardous waste drop-off or if that's the drop-off of any kind, because I do know I participated in the hazardous drop-off, and I think we have one at the end of this month. But is that one through the county? Because it wasn't really clear as to what was available for people to drop off there. Recognizing your survey, although you sent it out to everyone, it's called a self-selected survey. So it's only the people who felt strongly enough about it to send back something on. 20% is a good return, but recognizing only people that have strong feelings one way or the other will answer to what's called a self-selected survey. I was not really clear on the percentage of residents in the city that have the current cleanup, because we talk about those who participate, but that's who have it, who it's available to. So the hybrid situation needing to be available to residents that wouldn't have the opportunity. And when we talk about the illegal dumping, I'll give you a big example. Right next to Wilcox High School on Calabasas, there are no residents. And during the campaign cleanup, that is almost unrecognizable because there is so much dump there. So my concern is the people who are paying for other people dumping. And the reason you're probably not getting complaints about that is people have said, well, I called the city and complained that I saw somebody dumping illegally there, and they said they couldn't do anything about it, so I'm not going to call again. So that was anecdotal, but I noticed that. And there in Calabasas, that is every year. It's like that. And there's no one who lives on that, from Machado up to Monroe. Thank you.
Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. Oops, sorry about that. So I have a couple questions and further comments. The first one is, I think Councilmember Hardy kind of touched on it just a little bit, but it's also about north side residents or areas that don't have the spring cleanup. I've never known the specifics of this, but where do they get rid of their junk? Do they have to go to the dump? Does the dump or the county offer services for them, or does even the city offer them services for a pickup and then they have to pay for it? Just wondering what the process is for them. And I've heard from some Northside residents who don't participate in this on how they're able to participate. The other question I have is also what Councilmember Hardy was just touching on, is basically the enforcement of dumping. Myself and Councilmember Jane, in 2020, we witnessed illegal dumping happening in the neighborhoods, especially in the north side on Agnew Avenue. And what I want to know is about, because I know the sign says, call the chief of police in response to the illegal dumping. So how does that enforcement happen? Is it an immediate response? Is it a delayed response? Like, is it an investigation? As well as maybe what about coordinating into, as Councilmember Hardy said, I mean, this is a popular corridor over there on Wilcox, just as over on Agnew. We kind of already know now the hot spots, so maybe we could coordinate with police department and getting some kind of enforcement into those areas. Because I think about this, illegal dumping, it's fines. We could probably get fines out of it. We can, make money, revenue off of it. Because, I mean, maybe $1,000 fine or something, and then that would basically deter a lot of people dumping into our city. I like that you did bring up about a lot of people going through, and I forget how you called it in the report. I think it was scavenging. That was the word. I'm really glad that you brought that up because I've heard a term and it's called upcycling, and I'm really glad that that's being used because one person's trash is another person's treasure. And one thing that I did notice is that people that are taking advantage of this are actually a lot of Santa Clara residents. One in perhaps went neighborhood to neighborhood, finding pieces of broken tile and cement to then go make a walkway in their backyard. And I think that's pretty smart in some respects because you're reusing materials instead of putting it into a landfill. And I think maybe some education about that might be useful, so then it would reduce what we're putting into the landfill, as well as what Councilmember Hardy said, where we're worried about where it's going to go into the future. I think upcycling would be a key component. I've noticed people also using old chests or what do they call those, dish racks, where they have all the dishes in it. It's a cabinet. They end up using it to put it as in kitchen cabinets, and they just repaint it and stain it and so on. So I see a lot of uses, and I know a lot of people do come through here. For a while, myself personally, when I used to see people go through our neighborhoods when we lived in a housing neighborhood, you almost got kind of worried about it, but at the same time, it became kind of a significant thing. And I think that's what we're famous for here in the city of Santa Clara. So I do want to see it continue. I do like the hybrid alternative, the hybrid option. I just don't want to see something like this go away. But at the same time, we need to, I think, as Councilmember Jane said, more outreach, more notice about what we do and how we do this. Also, more education about what to put out there. I did a couple videos last couple years during the spring cleanup where I would go out and I would basically list the things and talk about what you can and can't put out there. And I think that is key to that, getting that messaging out there, because when I drive through neighborhoods, I will find paint, I will find batteries, and things that shouldn't be out there. So I just want to make sure that we get educated, get our neighbors, our residents educated, so that if they see something, they say something, and then they can communicate that. But basically it comes down to also the enforcement, which I think is the biggest factor of the illegal dumping.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Director Moback and Dave and Garth for putting this report together. So I live in one of those neighborhoods where we don't get pickup. We're not part of the CUC, and I know there's been a lot of discussion among the residents and the HOA, and I don't think they've settled on a solution. But one thing, when people start asking, well, what can I do in the alternative? Knowing that there are 2 drop-off events per year for, the residents to participate in is definitely well received, and a lot of people do take advantage of it. And I just want to clarify, because we don't, or residents that don't pay into the CUC that do take advantage of the drop-off events, I mean, they're basically getting it for free, the drop-off events for free. I just want to confirm that. And I'm wondering what it would take to look into maybe 2 other events, because right now they're scheduled in January and September. And see what it would cost to maybe add even just one more per year for people to take advantage of. I think the other programs that are available, the hazardous waste drop-off is a fantastic program that a lot of people definitely take advantage of. And regarding the on-call program, the $148.51, is that per pickup, per person, just one household? I just want to confirm that. And then regarding the cost of the program, the $2.5 million, based on the labor-intensive work that goes into the program, is that enough, or is the city subsidizing that in any way? Let's see, the debris box events, I think we actually looked at that in Rivermark, and it was not a welcome program. But I had to laugh when you showed the slide that asked the question, are you aware? Asking people, are they aware of the program? And what was it, 86% of the people were aware of the program. And I would just laugh because I thought, how could people not be aware of the program? Because during that month of May, you see debris all over the city. So it's definitely people are well aware of it. So that's really all I have, but I think it's a great program. And, oh, wait, one more question. Street damage. Something that comes up, I see complaints about, I know they're heavy machinery that are picking some of these items up, and sometimes they cause street damage. What can people do if their sidewalk or curb gets damaged? I have seen that question come up occasionally.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Moback, for the presentation. I have a few questions. One is, in my district, we have a Rancho Palme Grande townhouse neighborhood. And I'm not sure whether they are paying, as per the resident, they are paying into the program, but they do not have any space to put up the stuff inside their neighborhood, basically. So my question is, if they are paying and they don't have a space, why are we charging them? Or can we make some alternate arrangements so that they can participate in the program if they're paying for it? And I know there was a email thread going on between your staff and one of the residents. So I just want to have some clarity on that. My second question is the billing for CUC clubbed with our utility bills, or it's clubbed with the garbage utility bills? I want to confirm that. Third question is cost of resident drop-off with Mission Trail waste systems. I know you did, I think you did mention that around 200 or so residents participated in that program. So I want to find out what was the cost incurred for those 200, and if the cost is too astronomical for 200, how we can make that program a little bit more widespread into the community, especially for the people who do not have the pickups in their neighborhood for the CUC, basically. And I do have some of the concerns about illegal dumping. So what are we doing going forward for illegal dumping management going forward? Thank you. Those were my questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane, did you have another question?
I did. Years ago, many years ago, Dave Staub gave us a presentation saying that the main motivation for getting rid of the cleanup campaign was that we were being fined by the water district because people were setting out hazardous materials and they were getting into the storm drains. And then there was also the cost of the capture devices that we put in our storm drains. I imagine, and this is my question, is have we already put capture devices in all our storm drains so that's no longer a consideration in a decision about the cleanup campaign? Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Park.
Yes, thank you very much for the report. I also have a couple of questions that have been asked before. I mean, city cleanup, we have 14,000 residents who don't participate. Is this only due to access? I know that access to high-density dwelling residents is one of the main factors for both on-call collection and for the current cleanup campaign. And do the people that don't participate in the cleanup campaign, do they still have access to drop-off days? I believe that Councilmember Watanabe also asked that question. I've heard of people leaving stuff out for others to scavenge and then be disappointed by the destruction of, previously donatable items. And it turns out that without clear dumping sites, if the piles or the areas are not managed by residents, they tend to get spread all over. And occasionally you'll have boxes that have other things in them. People who want to scavenge will open those boxes only to find out that there's trash in them. And now the trash, instead of being easily contained in boxes, is now blowing all over the neighborhoods. I mean, that's a concern. And I also know that people who are not residents or don't care enough to keep the areas tidy don't tend to care about hazardous waste disposal either. I know I have a lot of cans, a couple of paint cans that are still at the side of my house because I picked them up out of the hazardous, out of the piles, thinking that I'll deliver them during the hazardous waste disposal, and of course, I haven't had time since then. I also want people to know that mattresses can be picked up for free by many services, so I don't have to wait for mattresses. And I think that if we had lists of services that could pick up certain items for free, I just came back from a convention in Sacramento where we had one of the services, I think funded by mattress companies, telling us that they have this service and people can just call to get mattresses removed. For on-call collection, I don't know how many cubic yards per collection. I kind of feel that with on-call collection, if neighborhoods are friendly, they kind of work together, they could actually get something like the cleanup campaign year-round, once a month, if they just partner and rotate amongst different households to get their stuff picked up. And then finally, I know that there's a lot of stuff that people leave out there because of scavenging. They like to scavenge. They like other people to scavenge. They put stuff out there that is usable. And in those cases, I would really love if there were another way or another place for them to donate. I keep telling people, go to Goodwill, go to Salvation Army, go to different places rather than simply leaving them on the street. But I've heard a lot of things, well, it's a little bit too much work, and it's kind of fun to see people outside of their houses making use of the equipment. But those are the same people that afterwards are very disappointed that some of the stuff they put out there for essentially free were damaged or destroyed by the wrong types of scavengers looking through their stuff. So I actually like all these programs. I think that residents probably don't use them nearly enough. I do have some doubts as to the numbers of the people that would use on-call. And I'll also say that when I look at the outreach, I don't know that we'd have to do lots of outreach. We just have to list it down someplace and then find a place to send people who ask, when's the cleanup campaign this year? And that noticing would take care of itself, I would think. Thank you.
Director Starbuck, I have a question for you. At the end of this is just to get our input into what's happening. Is this a note and file? Are you looking for some direction? And the reason I'm asking, we have a 7 o'clock city council meeting. We're getting close to that time. I have to go to the public. What are you looking for at the end of this study session?
Yeah, certainly it was to provide the information back to council based on the request. It is a note and file, but if there is something that comes out of it, if you'd like us to go talk to Mission Trail Waste Systems and look at options to increase the number of free disposal days at the transfer station, certainly that's something we can do, but looking for feedback like that.
Okay, I'm going to go to the public to give you more time. I know you have a dozen or so questions, but I'm just trying to be cognizant of the time that we have left. We probably should have had a 2-hour study session on this alone. It's a very important topic in our city. So I'm going to ask right now if there's any member of the public that would like to speak on the cleanup campaign and the options and the survey that was presented. Anyone here in the audience? Is there anyone online? I don't see anyone, so I just want to make sure that we give the public an opportunity, and I don't see anyone. So, Director, if you're ready.
Sure, I got my list, so
Okay.
Madam
we'll
Mayor.
try and hit these.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Just got a hand up.
Oh, Dave. Go ahead, Dave. You're muted, Dave. There you go.
Hello.
Yes,
Hi.
hi.
I think in light of other things that are going on in the city and the grand scope of things, I think this study session on on this topic is it's something that didn't need to happen at this time, because anecdotally, and I've been here for almost my entire life, people here are happy with it. It keeps our city clean. It keeps our house values up. It keeps rodents away. It keeps fires from happening. There's so many intangible positives that can't be put into just money. It's one of the things that attracts people here to the city is the fact that they can move to a city like this. It provides these services. It provides its own power. And one other thing along the lines of the city cleanup is you can also table the elected police chief issue for a while, because the people here are happy with it. It's a waste of time. There's so many bigger issues right now than spending 2 hours in the staff time on things like this. It's just, I think things like this can wait. There's other priorities, obviously, what's been going on lately. So thank you very much. And thank you, Mayor Gilmore.
Thank you. Thank you, Dave, for your comments. Do we have any other? No others. I'm just wondering, in lieu of time, if we could maybe continue this to give you an opportunity to answer all of those questions. I can see that we could go on for another hour on this. City staff, are we're okay to do that? Because you have at least 12 to 15 or more questions that the council has asked on this, and either get it back to us in a, report to come back at the regular meeting, beginning of another meeting. I haven't had a chance to speak on this. I'll ask Assistant City Manager Manuel Pineda. I agree with the last caller. I'm perfectly happy with the cleanup campaign in Santa Clara. I think it's low cost to our residents. It's easily available. It helps those that are not able to get rid of some articles in their home, especially seniors and others with limited mobility, to be able to clean their houses out and spring clean every year. It's a way for us to reuse and recycle. I love when I put something out and it's gone immediately. I know that it's going in good hands somewhere to someone who needs it. And I think there's a lot of people that need things in our community, and this is a way for them to get some goods that they need in their household for their families. It does help those in need, and I think it's really good for our community. I agree that we're known for this, providing this service, and people love it. They really do. And I don't see a need for it, but I think there's questions that need to be answered. And again, in reference to time, I'm wondering if we can bring this back.
Yeah, so I've got the questions. We can go back and answer those, and we can get them distributed to council. I mean, certainly that works for us. The other thing I think I heard from multiple people is, what would be the cost to do additional free disposal days at the transfer station? We can start to engage with Mission Trail Waste System to see what that cost would be.
And looking at some of the areas that may not be serviced, what are the options for those areas that may not be serviced, so that they can participate as well?
Sure, yep.
Director Manuel?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Of course, we can follow whatever council directions preferred, and as Director Mobic said, we'll follow up with written responses. And kind of what I would think would work is, once we send those written responses, the council can take a look at those and let us know if you think it merits a separate discussion to have the follow-up discussion and communication. And we'll work on the agenda management to make sure we can come back to you within a reasonable time frame once you get those, and set up maybe another hour session, so you have the time you need to ask additional questions and any follow-ups to those questions.
Right.
But
Once
we'll
we have
send
the
those out
information
first.
ahead, it may spur other questions as well. So if it's all right with the council, do we need to continue this, or it's a study session? So
I don't think so, Mayor. I don't think a formal action is necessary. I think with consensus of council, you can
we okay
proceed in the
with
manner
that,
you
council?
described.
Are we okay? All right. Thank you. A question?
I think one of the important things is the education of the public. And so for staff to just send the answers back written to the council doesn't serve that purpose. I think some of these questions should be answered where the public can hear the answers.
Sounds good.
Wouldn't it be on an agenda, answered those questions, that would be a public agenda item?
Well, we'll start off just by providing the council the responses, and then we'll look at the agenda management to see what makes sense. And
What to
if
put it
the will
on.
of the council is for us to have a follow-up meeting, certainly Public Works would be happy to accommodate that. We'll work with the, just looking from an agenda perspective, it might be a month, couple months out, but we'll find a time frame that works, and the council can always let us know if they're satisfied or if additional outreach to the community to provide those responses as well. So we'll start with the written responses, and then we'll work to put something on the agenda so additional questions can be asked.
In the meantime, they'll be busy with the cleanup that's coming up, right? Vice Mayor Park and Councilmember Watanabe, some quick questions?
Yeah, that was my question as well, which is, I think the point of this study session was also get information to the public, and I want to make sure that there was a date or there was a time that it would come back to council, so not only the council could see the question, but also to the public. So I just want to make sure that it will be agendized, and I heard that it will be.
So I think I heard it from multiple council members.
Yes,
We
you
will-
heard it
we will
already,
put it
yes.
on the agenda for sure. We'll send you written
Right.
responses in advance of that, and we'll make sure we put those written responses as part of the agenda item when it's agendized, so the community has an opportunity to see those as well. So
Very
we'll don't know exactly the date. We'll look at the agendas to see what makes the most sense with the busy agendas, but it should be within the next few months for sure.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I was just going to add, I think it's perfectly appropriate to come back in the next couple of months, especially after the cleanup campaign that's before us, and we can get an update on how that goes as well as part of that report. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you very much for the thorough report. We appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. All right. Are we ready to roll into the next meeting? All right, thank you. I'd like to call the Santa Clara City Council meeting, Stadium Authority meeting to order. If you'd please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so that we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs above all.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Read the announcements.
City Clerk.
AB 23 announcement, members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as a presiding officer, the mayor's and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. For those that are joining us this evening in the capacity as a registered lobbyist, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose the clients and/or organizations that you may be representing. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. And once again, I need to read the teleconference script. So in accordance with the Brown Act, Government Code Section 54953B, Councilmember Shahal is attending tonight's meeting via audio-only teleconference. The location from where Councilmember Shahal is attending was included on the agenda for this evening. Councilmember Shahal, at this time, would you please confirm that the agenda for this meeting has been posted at your teleconference location?
Yes, it has been.
Thank you. And that this location is accessible to the public?
That is correct.
Please also state whether any members of the public are in attendance at your teleconference location.
No one is in attendance from public, but I also want to state there's a reason for me to be on audio mode because the upload speed on where I am is not so good. So I just want to make it clear. Thank you.
Thank you for that. All votes taken during this teleconference meeting shall be by roll call vote only. Thank you.
Thank you. So good evening, everyone. For today's meeting, the council's back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person, and as the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from the safety of your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you'd like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentation. Those are reserved for topics not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. So we'll move on now to the council agenda. But I'd like to start to talk about 2 individuals in our community. I first would like to start for a moment of silence for Eliana Cristostomo. On April 8th, 2023, we lost a young, bright, and beautiful member of our Santa Clara community, 5-year-old Eliana Cristostomo. Eliana was on the way to a restaurant with her family to celebrate her grandmother's birthday. She was fatally shot in their vehicle as they traveled along Interstate 880 by suspected gang members. Eliana was a kindergartner at Central Park Elementary School in the Santa Clara Unified School District. Eliana was known as a fun-loving girl with 3 other siblings who loved life. She was excited to celebrate Easter that weekend, and she would have turned 6 on April 21st. Together, we mourn this senseless and tragic loss of life. We share in our feelings of grief and sadness with the Cristostomo family, our entire community, and with the Santa Clara Unified School District family. Please join me in a moment of silence in memory of Eliana. Thank you for that. This evening, we are also here to honor the memory of Don von Raesfeld, Sr. We are joined by members of the von Raesfeld family this evening. Don von Raesfeld, Sr. passed away on Easter Sunday while attending Mass at St. Clair Church at the age of 96. Don made a profound impact on the city of Santa Clara and the entire Silicon Valley. The name von Raesfeld is very much represented in this area, as evidenced by Silicon Valley-powered Don von Raesfeld Power Plant and the von Raesfeld Family Fire Tower at Mission College. Don spent 5 decades in public service. After graduating from Santa Clara University, he started his career in public works before serving as city manager from 1960 to 1985. He also served a 4-year term on the city council until 1992. In fact, I remember in 1992, I called him to see if he was going to run for re-election because I wanted to run for his seat. And he said he wasn't going to run. I said, oh, phew, I can run then. Thanks, Don. Don was a visionary, and he worked to build partnerships between businesses, the community, and local government. Don and his wife, Celine, operated Coast to Coast Hardware on Franklin and Monroe Streets for 20 years. When we look around Santa Clara today, we see many parts, in fact, almost every part of this city, which is a result of his tireless devotion to the city that he loved. Don had an integral role in the development of these are just a few things: California's Great America, the International Swim Center, virtually every park in our city, Mission College, and the Santa Clara Convention Center during his term. He was instrumental in bringing tech companies to Santa Clara and the area, including Intel, Applied Materials, and National Semiconductor. In fact, I was at Intel today talking to an overseas delegation, and they wanted to know, how did Santa Clara do it? How did Santa Clara attract all of these businesses here? And I was able to mention him. It was Don von Raesfeld and his vision. In fact, I mention him pretty much everywhere I go when I talk about Santa Clara. Such a phenomenal man. Don led the city to increase investment in its own electric company, Silicon Valley Power, and fostered the city's investment in solar power during his term. And I know that sounds like a little, but he actually fought to keep Silicon Valley Power and keep our electric utility when other utility companies were trying to take it away from Santa Clara back in the 60s and 70s. He fought to keep it, and we have it here today because of him. In 2005, the city opened the Don von Raesfeld power plant. Don also helped champion the San Francisco 49ers training camp relocation, eventually leading to the construction of Levi Stadium, and he was very instrumental in the campaign to bring Levi Stadium to Santa Clara. I love this. He did all this while maintaining a household of 9 children and a slew of grandchildren, 35, with his wife Celine lovingly by his side until her death in 1997. Don von Raesfeld Sr. was considered by many of us to be the Mission City's greatest city manager and the gold standard for all city managers. Sorry. He was one of the most influential city leaders in Bay Area history. It's with heavy heart to see him leave us, but I know that he has left a mark on myself, my family, and the entire city of Santa Clara. Don was the driving force of what this city has become and what Santa Clara is today, and we will cherish his legacy. And this evening, I believe we have members of the von Raesfeld family, Don Jr., who managed the coast-to-coast hardware store on Franklin Street, which was very convenient if you wanted something to just pop in and pop out, and worked for VTA. Daryl, retired fire chief of San Jose Fire Department. Myron, a local Santa Clara realtor, and Colleen, retired sergeant from the Santa Clara County Sheriff's Department. And I probably missed people, but I would like to invite you all up here to the podium to maybe share a word or two about your dad. And I could go on for a long time. In fact, he decorated the city hall, and it still looks the same as it was in 1960. So we're living with his legacy still in here.
Madam Mayor, thank you. And on behalf of all my brothers and sisters, and I'm probably the one that talks the most, so I'll take the mic first, but then we'll give Daryl a chance and others. But my dad loved the city. He loved all of you, and he really, truly, this will always be a place for all of us and him forever. His mark is indelible. There's not a thing that he would, I think, ever done differently. And to just be honored in this way with what you're doing, and the things you said got me crying again. But so I really do appreciate it. And we loved him. He loved you guys. He loved the city. He loved all the citizens. And he really always tried to strive what was best for everybody. And he had that way of seeing things. I remember in 5th grade, just a short story, we did current events at St. Clair School, and somebody brought in an article that called my dad a Don Quixote of Santa Clara County when I was in 5th grade. I didn't even know who Don Quixote was, but all my friends made fun of me at recess and lunch, but I find out later that the reason they did that was at that time, the city of Santa Clara decided to purchase a whole lot of land out in Altamont or someplace over there to put a bunch of windmills up, which is, if you go back into the 70s, it's like my dad was a visionary. He saw things that most people couldn't see, and he knew, and people thought he was crazy, but he really wasn't. He was a smart, brilliant man, and Santa Clara was very lucky to have him, and we're lucky to have you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Myron.
Hello, I'm Daryl von Raesfeld's Don's son also, and just a few things that I learned growing up as a kid. We didn't know a lot because we were just little kids growing up, and he raised 9 kids and ran the city, and we learned more as we got older. And I think part of it, Lisa, is your father and him, how they worked together in such a symbiotic way to get this place what it is today. A staunch Democrat as your father, my father was Republican. And look what they did for the city of Santa Clara. Utilities, taxes, everything they can do. So it is possible for it to get better in this country. And I hope they use your dad and my dad as an example for that. And the other thing that I learned from my dad is the humility of what he did. Share a quick story. When the power plant was dedicated, I was working for the fire department. I think I was an assistant chief at the time. And we went to the ceremony. At the end of the ceremony, my dad went to the restroom, so I waited outside for him. And when we were done, excuse me, he walks over to the sign, you know, and you think he'd look at Don von Raceville. But there was a little plaque over here. Al Alves, Jack Going, different names on that plaque. And that's what he looked at. And it was, as he said, it's these people who did it, not me. And so Santa Clara is made up of great people. He just happened to be in a leadership role to do it, and we're grateful for your honor tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I'm Don Jr. Used to live here in Santa Clara for many years. 3.5 years ago, we moved to Arizona, my wife and I and our dog. But I just want to thank you for all the kind words you said about Dad. Not much of a public speaker I am, but Dad, I would try to call Dad on Sundays at 11:30 after Mass, after he got home from Mass. And Daryl called me on Easter Sunday at about 11:15, told me Dad had passed. And the last time I talked to him was a week before on my birthday. And I remember him telling me that I told him I wish I could be here more for him. But he said, no, you did the right thing. You're living your life, and you got a nice home in Arizona and good wife, and all our kids and grandkids are here. And we come back 4 or 5 times a year to visit. But I'm going to miss him a lot. And thank you for all you said about him.
Hi, my name's Marcia. I'm one in the middle. And yeah, again, you guys, what you've said about my dad really says it all. He was a man of integrity, of great passion, love, and just a vision. And he instilled in each one of his kids a really good, solid work ethic. My husband and I have instilled in our children. Our youngest son, Chad, is a police officer here in Santa Clara now. And our other son is a teacher, and a high school teacher. And then our daughter, well, she works in escrow, took after her mom. But, you know, it's just wonderful what Dad has done and what he's instilled in each of his kids. And we hope that we can instill all that in our grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Thank you so much.
I'm Colleen, his youngest, and thank you for everything that you said. That was so nice. The one thing I would add is that I think as he was older and his, age, and he's kind of losing his mind a little bit, he was so grateful for all of his 9 kids and that he could be at home and we would all help him with everything. And so he was very grateful for that. And he would always ask me, God, how do people do it that don't have children? And I would say, I don't know, Dad, you can look down and tell me because I don't have kids. So he'd say, oh, that's right. But he was very grateful for his children. And I look back and I'm like, how did he do it? Raising 9 kids, running the city, 2 hardware stores. I think our mom helped
Your
him
mom,
a lot.
I was going to say your mom.
How did my mom do it? I
Remember
have
your
trouble
mom.
just handling my cats.
Very
but,
capable.
Yeah, so he was amazing in everything that he did. He was very grateful. And I think he just, his faith in God and his wanting to go to church all the time. So, I mean, it was just a crazy day that day when I picked him up and he was a little bit off. And, Easter, it's so busy, but I'm like, come on, Dad, we got to go. Let's go. So he kind of headed into church. And at the walkway going up, I said, I'm going to go run up and get us our place. And so I ran in and had to ask the lady to move. Anyway, and then I look and I see him coming in, but he's like just standing there. Like, I'm like, oh shoot, is dementia that bad? He can't remember where we're sitting. And then my sister came up behind him and trying to help him. And then I'm like, oh crap, something's wrong. And I went over and could just see his heart was giving out. Even though he had a pacemaker, 2 years ago, we got him a pacemaker and that gave him an extra 2 years. I think his heart just, but God bless him for walking up until the day he died, basically. And in church on Easter Sunday. I mean, I don't know. I just don't know how better it could have been, that he could have gone with dignity intact and, I don't know, just a good, faithful man. And so thank you for everything that you've said. And I think he had a wonderful life and don't think he has any regrets. So
No, thank you. And it's hard for me and many of us that have grown up here and lived here for a long time to look at every inch of the city and not think of him. So he is alive here in Santa Clara. All you do is look around, because we wouldn't be as fortunate as we are and have what we have here in this wonderful city without Don von Reesfeld. So he's going to be sorely missed, but never, ever, ever forgotten, ever. So thank you for sharing him with us in Santa Clara, because you had to share him with us. He was very busy, and we all appreciate it. So Councilmember Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. So I never had the opportunity or the pleasure to meet Don. In fact, I was born in 1985 when he ended his tenure as city manager. And what I have to say is Don provided me and many others with a childhood that I think all of us will remember, from Great America to all of our stellar parks. I appreciate that. You provided me and many others with a very safe and effective city to grow up in, to raise a family in. I appreciate that, and my family appreciates that. You made a city grid that I think is probably one of the best city grids I've ever seen. You got us to have an expressway, which thank God you did that. As well as it's a city that you can get from south side to north side very quickly, very fast, and very effectively. And I appreciate him for doing that, because honestly, we all need a little smaller commute time in Santa Clara, and I think he helped doing that. And you know, my grandfather and my father used to always say one thing about Santa Clara. We had clean streets, cleanup campaign, low crime. My dad always said this, and my dad was a Marine, and he used to say this one thing about Santa Clara. It was a squared away city, and it was always a squared away city. And your father instilled that here. You know, I heard one of you say, and I forget what one, but you said he was a visionary. And I agree with you, he was a visionary. Your father, Don, he made Santa Clara for what it is today, and he basically made Santa Clara the center of what's possible. So I wouldn't be here today, and many others wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for your father's generosity, dedication, and hard work, and your family's dedication and hard work. Because me growing up in this city, not knowing him, I knew who he was, I knew all the names in this city, and it was a pleasure to actually know that legacy and now serve here in the city of Santa Clara. So I'm thanking you for everything your father did for this city.
And we will be adjourning in his memory this evening. And I believe his services are next week for those who may want to. Could you please tell us, because I know there's a lot of people
There's a
interested.
rosary at Lima Family on Tuesday night at 7 o'clock, and the service is funeral service is 11 o'clock at St. Clair's, and a celebration of life at Fiorillo's following the funeral service.
That's on Wednesday?
Yes, Wednesday.
11, right?
Yes.
Thank you very much, and thank you so much for coming this evening. And again, he's here, he's always going to be here. And we'll keep it decorated just like this.
Yeah, it still looks like I remember.
In his honor. Wood paneling, it's all the same. Thank you. Thank you all for coming this evening. Thank you. All righty. All right, the next item we have on the agenda is continuance, reports taken of action taken in closed session. City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No items to report out of closed session this evening.
All right, thank you. And then I'm going to move item number 3 over to general business, because we have a few special orders of business this evening. So we're going to move now to item 4A. So for our first special order of business, the City Council is honored to proclaim April 2023 as National Autism Acceptance Month. In 2023, the CDC reported 1 in 36 children in the United States are diagnosed on the autism spectrum. Autism affects all ethnic and socioeconomic groups. 25 to 30% of people with autism are nonverbal or minimally verbal. Research shows that early intervention services allow an opportunity to support healthy development and deliver benefits across their lifetime. We encourage all in Santa Clara to recognize autism awareness and, more importantly, to promote autism acceptance. Acceptance means doing everything we can to support our artistic community and working to make our world a better, more inclusive, and safer place for autistic people of all ages and abilities. We are honored this evening to have with us Kurt Olfs and Karen Keenan with the Pacific Autism Center for Education, PACE, located in Santa Clara. I invite Karen and Kurt to the podium to say a few words about the amazing work that PACE is doing. Welcome.
Mayor Gilmore and City Council members, I am extremely honored to be here. We've been in partnership with Santa Clara City for over 15 years, serving in the capacity of providing autism-related developmental disability services for students and families of the community. But I wanted to draw back to something that's on our roof. And on our roof, if you go on the top of our roof, is an array of solar panels. And that is a beaming sign of the legacy of Don von Raesfeld. We were granted that opportunity through a special grant with Silicon Valley Powers, which is the only way we, as a nonprofit, could have afforded to have that opportunity to power our building. But also as a Santa Clara graduate, I know that Don was instilled with those Jesuit values of conscience, competence, and compassion. And while you may look around and see the brick and mortar, what you more see is what's from within, and that's the community that Santa Clara has built. And it's a community that we see every day that opens its doors to our students, to our families, to open up for vocational opportunities at companies, even to the park, Central Park, bringing in inclusion and diversity in its playground structures. We see this happening all the time, and we can't thank you enough for the support and partnership we have with Santa Clara. Thank you very much.
Very good. Did you want to say something? Okay, wonderful. So thank you for joining us tonight. We want to invite you up here for a photo to give you this proclamation declaring National Autism Acceptance Month in Santa Clara. So if you join the council and I, you can come right through the little swingy doors here.
It's me. Sorry, folks. You stand by. Great, thank you.
Okay, for our next special order of business, the City Council would like to proclaim April 23rd through 29th as National Library Week. Almost every day, I hear about how much our community members enjoy spending hours at the Central Park, Mission Branch, Northside Branch, and Library Bookmobile. Our libraries are such an important part of our community, providing a space for learning and events such as bilingual story time, book sales from our foundation and friends, tax assistance, tech help classes, Comic-Con, one of my favorites, and Library Palooza, and it's coming soon, April 29th. Get your tickets now. Libraries provide the opportunity for everyone of all ages to engage in lifelong learning. A big thank you to all of the amazing staff at all of our libraries who offer such important resources to our community. I would like to invite now City Librarian Patty Wong and Chair of the Board of Library Trustees, Jonathan Evans, to the podium to say a few words. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore and City Council, for this wonderful recognition and recognizing National Library Week and your Santa Clara City Library. The library serves as a place freely for people to learn, to read, to enjoy, to engage with community, to be inspired, to imagine, to create, and to fulfill their dreams. In the past 9 months, close to 250,000 people have come into all of our buildings in our wonderful bookmobile. 1.4 million items have been circulated, and more than 300 programs have been offered, including our wonderful summer reading program and, of course, Comic-Con.
Love that.
Absolutely. National Library Week offers us an opportunity for us to think about all of our libraries and how much they've impacted our community, how much we mean to people, and that we need to provide those services free of charge to all of our communities. The library is engaging in a strategic plan. We'll be releasing a community survey a little bit later, and we hope that everyone will join us in letting us know how we can serve you in a better way. And now I'd like to introduce our chair of the Board of Library Trustees, Jonathan Evans.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Mayor and Council, thank you for honoring us with honoring National Library Week. This year's National Library Week theme is "There's More to the Story," and so from Comic-Con, Storytime, Tax Help to acting as warming and cooling centers, our libraries provide many services and activities beyond just books. I want to thank the Council for recognizing the importance of our city library with tonight's proclamation. And funding for the library is essential to keep these programs going, and it's important for the city to continue to provide and expand its programs and fully restore and expand its hours so we can serve everybody. Here in Santa Clara, Library Week ends with the Foundation and Friends annual Library Palooza event, and I'd love to invite you all there, and I'm looking forward to the event myself. National Library Week is a chance to honor everything the library does for the community, but also make the community aware of everything the library does for it. And so I invite everybody to take advantage of all the programs and events the library has to offer this next week for National Library Week, but for every week going forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair Evans. If both of you, and I see you have there some library trustee board members in the back, if you'd like to join us up here, we'd like to present you with the proclamation and take a picture with the City Council. Thank you.
Looking good. All right. Hold that. One more. Thank you all.
Thanks. So next, we have, as our last special order of business, I would like to proclaim the week of April 30th through May 6th, 2023, as Municipal Clerks Week. Municipal Clerks Week highlights the importance of the municipal clerk's roles and functions and the impact the office has on the public. Municipal clerks serve as the professional link between citizens, local governing bodies, and other agencies of government. The City Council would now like to recognize our Assistant City Clerk, Nora Pimentel. Nora, raise your hand. Deputy City Clerk, Michelle Estabillo. Michelle, thank you, for all the tremendous work that you do every day. And I would also like to acknowledge our elected City Clerk, Hussam Hagag, as well. So a special thank you to the entire City Clerk's office staff for their invaluable service to the City of Santa Clara, the public, and the City Council. We really appreciate everything you do for us. Most visitors to City Hall are first greeted and assisted by our wonderful City Clerk staff. I would now like to invite Assistant City Clerk Nora Pimentel to say a few words.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. In reminiscing and thinking about when I first joined the City of Santa Clara over 4.5 years, coming up to 5, time has really gone by really fast. But it continues to be a privilege to serve the council and the Santa Clara residents. The profession of a city clerk can be exciting, challenging at times, but it is very rewarding, and I enjoy the work that I do here for the City of Santa Clara. But I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge my excellent staff. I invited them to be here this evening. They were not able to.
They're busy. They're very busy.
My staff is dedicated, hardworking, side by side with me day to day, serving both our internal and external customers alike. And I'd like to begin first with my Deputy City Clerk, Michelle Estabillo. I also have 2 staff aides, Jose Armas, Stephanie Davis, and my newest addition, our Office Record Specialist, Marissa Welling. And I have 2 as-neededs, Karina Navarrete and Lindsay Mibach. Again, I don't do this work alone. It is a team effort, and we appreciate, and it's an honor being recognized by the mayor and the council. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know if Michelle would like to say anything?
All right, would you Councilmember Becker, is up from before, your hand's up.
Thank you, Mayor. First, Nora, thank you for all the hard work you do, and thank you for your team. I know that there is a lot of requests. I know there's a lot of public records requests. I know that you guys put a lot of, you put your lives aside, and you put the city ahead of everything. So I really do appreciate that, and I appreciate all the services that you provide us and provide our community, and we are so happy to have you here in the City of Santa Clara.
Thank you. Would you like to please join us here, you and Michelle, for a photo? You're always standing aside for everyone else. Now it's time to honor you.
Center, ladies. More. Thank you.
All right, the next item on the agenda is the consent calendar. All items will be, oh, I'm sorry, Raj, did you have your hand up for that item? I just saw you.
I did, Mayor. I just wanted to convey my thanks to Nora and her staff, making things happen, like especially sitting remote across the world. And she had been, oh, do you have the links? Everything is good. She's texting me and she's on the top of it. So I just want to thank Nora and his team for not only helping me remotely, but while I'm in the city. Thank you for your service. Thanks.
Thank you for that. All right, next item is the consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion unless an item is pulled for discussion. Do we have any items pulled for discussion?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I would like to pull 5K.
And could you tell us what that item is?
Parking maintenance district for the convention center.
Okay. All right, Councilmember Becker?
I have nothing to pull. I'd like to make a motion for the balance of the consent calendar.
All right, I want to note for the record that I am abstaining on item 5J, which is the maintenance district for the Franklin Square, since my office is in the Franklin Square. And then I want to register a no vote on 5G, which is hiring a real estate broker for the Loyalton property, because I don't think this is the best time to sell that property in a down market. So please register no vote for me on 5G. Okay.
I'll second the motion.
The motion was for the consent calendar, and then there's a second. All right. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on the motion for the consent calendar or pull any items? Okay, seeing none. When you're ready, Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote.
Councilmember, Board Member Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember, Board Member Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember, Board Member Hardy.
Yes.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Park.
Yes.
Councilmember, Board Member Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember, Board Member Becker.
Yes.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Yes, noting my abstentions and my no vote.
Duly noted. Thank you.
You got that, thank you. Okay, so the next, that passes unanimously 7-0. So the next item on the agenda is public presentations, and these are presentations for items that are not on the agenda. So do we have any public presentations from those here in the audience or online?
So you should see
Do
your
we have cards?
list.
Okay, I see Ron. Who?
Ron's online, but we have
I'm
5.
sorry. Okay, Yuki. Go ahead, Yuki. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a message for Councilmember Anthony Becker. Hi, Anthony. We're friends from the days when we served together on the Planning Commission. I have not forgotten an idealistic young man who was committed to serving our community. I even contributed when you were working super hard on your nascent grassroots campaign. I really enjoyed talking about the election with you. I was really impressed that you were knocking on every door in your district. It was a long time ago, though. I'm very sad to see my friend indicted on a very serious charge. A felony conviction can ruin anyone's life. I just hope you hire a good lawyer and cut the best deal possible for yourself. If there are things you can offer to the DA for leniency, I hope you won't hesitate to cooperate. You need to save yourself. I'm speaking as your friend. I just hope you can plead down to a lesser charge. Your life may be different after this ordeal, but you're a young man, and you will have a whole life ahead of you. Please get through this without wounding yourself irreparably, and I hope you start anew at the end of this tunnel. Thank you.
Thank you. Debbie? Go ahead, Debbie. Welcome.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. My name is Debbie Triforos, and I'm speaking as a lifelong resident of Santa Clara. I'm requesting the resignation of Anthony Becker from the City Council. He has been indicted by a criminal grand jury. This has resulted in nationwide news coverage, and it's an embarrassment to our city and the people who live in his district. He's no longer worthy of a city council seat and needs to resign immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. Teresa? Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here today also with a heavy heart because a lot of people may not remember this, but I talked a lot with Anthony even before, he first was interested in being on the city. We had both been very involved in the AIDS Coalition in this county, and we knew people in common. He knew me as a strong ally for the LGBTQ+ community. And then a lot of people don't realize that Anthony would never have gotten on the Planning Commission except I decided to support him and convinced Mayor Gilmore to support him because we thought we saw the possibility of somebody that was a young person with a different outlook, a different generation from ourselves. And I can't tell you how disappointing this has all been. And, it just shows you that we had the von Raesfeld family here and Don von Raesfeld. And I grew up in this city watching that example and listening to my parents talk about what a great person he was and what a great man and what he did for our city. And unfortunately, newer generations of people in the city have not had their eyes so much on what is best for Santa Clara. And unfortunately, I think there are people in the city government that have gotten caught up in that. So I know everybody's presumed innocent until proven guilty in a court of law and judged by your peers, but I think that this is going to be a huge distraction for our city at a time when we have a new city attorney. By the next city council meeting, I believe there will be a new city manager. This is a huge distraction, and I agree with Yuki that I think Anthony needs to focus on finding a good resolution for himself, and I hope that he will be very honest and at this point think about what is the best thing that he could do for Santa Clara as he talks to the DA's office and as he looks to the people of this city. So thank you.
Thank you. Kurt? Go ahead, Kurt.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My request is to please help small business. Santa Clara continually speaks of how important their small businesses are to the area, yet this council does little to help them. And not completely nothing, but I'll give two specific examples. The business license tax is the first. The current council, specifically Councilmember Chahal, spoke about how much money the big corporations had, and raising the business license tax, even millions for them, would be peanuts. And I believe the word peanuts is a quote from the council member. Yet when the tax was proposed, Councilmember Chahal, Park, and others said the tax should be capped and literally 3 companies do not have to pay their fair share. Why? How many employees per square foot do you think data centers have versus a restaurant? Possible solution: create a tax credit or grant or waiver for small businesses with less than 20 employees. You can make it so businesses with 5 or less would pay $100, businesses with 20 or less would pay $200, and then every employee thereafter would pay the $45 per employee tax that was voted on. This would show Santa Clara is investing in small business and trying to help them. Second example is the proposed electric increase that SVP has made. SVP sent out a message that they plan to ask the council to increase electric fees using the high natural gas prices that recently spiked earlier this year, as an example, to run their gas-fired turbines. Natural gas price hit a high, but recently dropped substantially in the last 30 days. I monitor this very closely since our pizza shop runs on gas. If natural gas prices go down, as they have, will Silicon Valley Power reduce their fees? I doubt it. Possible solution: you have many options. How about charging high-use customers, like data centers, more? PG&E has their pricing tiers for if you use a certain amount of gas, you're on one tier, and once you hit the next tier, the price goes up per, I think it's per, not BTU, it's per therm. So you could do the same thing with kilowatts or megawatts or whatever the data centers use at their capacity. But do the same for the high usage people like PG&E does for their gas users. Another option is to do a one-time assessment and distribute it over 12 months. So for our shop to be hit, say, a $600 surcharge, that could be scattered over 12 months. It would be like $50 a month. That we can handle. This council talks about how much they value small business, yet policies that are being put in place do not reflect that same story. Why not ask, how are these policies and decisions you are making today helping the small businesses? If you don't help us, we will disappear. And then the communities will be asking why their downtown or uptown has only franchises and chains in their community. Please help us. We need it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt. Next, we have Bert. Welcome.
Thank you. It is good to be in the room. Last I heard, I was talked about for over 20 minutes when I was not in the room, which was embarrassing. I'd like to address the, quote, death threat that Mr. Becker picked apart a statement that I made that was very public. I'm going to read it, and I want you to understand, after I'm done reading this, if you feel threatened. By the way, half of this quote is Teddy Roosevelt. Yes, there's going to be a recall. Many of us are learning this as we go. Doing something that's public as a recall actually has a right way to do it and also has a wrong way to do it. Much like shooting a loaded gun. Ready, aim, fire sure sounds a whole lot better than ready, fire, aim. So just be clear, the worst thing I could have done was to do nothing. The second worst thing I could have done was to complain about what others were not doing. I may not be up to your speed, but we are moving forward. You could have reached out to me at any time. I'm not hard to find or contact. One thing I've learned is I have 6 months from the time I officially start to pull this off. I am not looking at any particular date. I'm just looking at the best 6-month window in which I can help clean our city. Just for fun, I've included a quote from a great man, a man I've always admired, our country's 26th president. It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or whether the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs and comes up short again and again. Because there's not effort without error and shortcomings, but who does actually strive to do the deed? Who knows the great enthusiasm, the great devotion, who spends himself in the worthy cause, who at the very best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, who at the worst, if he fails, at least he failed while daring greatly. So that this place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who know neither victory nor defeat. I'm going to ask you, is that a death threat? That's not a death threat. That's a quote. That is me saying what I want to do for my city. Is single park, go apart. Mr. Park.
No, please.
Okay,
no.
Sorry.
Don't do that.
All right, at the end of the day, I did not make a death threat. Someone also mentioned that I actually benefited from the Wade Brummel Fund, which if you have any idea what the Wade Brummel Fund is actually for the people who can't afford to participate. So by me agreeing to allow the PAL, the SCVAL, and all other youth leagues to participate in the Wade Brummel Fund, I was saying yes to families who can't afford to participate. And I think I did it.
Thank you. Ron, is Ron here? Ron.
The next are online.
Online. Ron?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
For years, Northside residents have had to suffer from the noise, garbage, rude behavior attendees, and the complete lack of concern by the 49ers organization during stadium events. I've seen Mayor Gilmore and Councilmember Watanabe walking the parking lots and areas around the stadium to get a sense of what was going on. I honestly believe they've been trying to get a handle on things. I haven't seen Councilmember Becker once here in Northside during an event looking at what we had to suffer through. But I gave Mr. Becker slack since Northside isn't his area of representation. Now I find out that while we've been going through hell, Mr. Becker has been working for the 49ers, feeding them internal information and lying about it to a grand jury. Mr. Becker was a large component of our problem. Why would the 49ers organization do anything to improve things if they have their man working in secret for them within the city? But now, Mr. Becker, you've been nailed, and instead of being angry at you, I'm sad. You've been used. You were the 49ers lapdog. Let's see if the 49ers pay for your attorney. I recommend that you and your lawyer put together a deal where you honestly lay out what you and perhaps other members of the city council have been doing with the 49ers to undercut our democracy. I'm sure that we've just seen the tip of this iceberg. And I think you should resign. This isn't a gig for you. You have no conscience, transparently disingenuous, and have anger issues. I think you should do some repair work on yourself before you pretend to be able to help the people of Santa Clara.
Thank you. Wanda, go ahead, Wanda.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm really sad about what's been going on in our city and our country with all this divisiveness. And it just, this latest with Mr. Becker is perpetuating, carrying on it even further. Listening to a meeting of the city council recently, I heard him speak referring to the 49ers 5. I'd like the 49ers to be positive for us. I'm sad for Mr. Becker, but I second what Teresa O'Neill said. I second that it would be helpful for him to consider the city and resign rather than drag everything all in the news further. I went to the ethics meeting recently as well, and the new attorney was there, and he said he was going to offer something which would include the public on ethics. I think we need to restructure our ethics committee. I think we have a lot of work to do. I'm sorry to even say anything negative because there's too many negatives. We need to get positive. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, Wanda. Lee, go ahead, Lee.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I hate to see our city in this position. We've been thinking about what was going on and thinking, well, maybe we were wrong. Maybe it really wasn't a 49ers influencing our city council. But now we find out that not only was one of them being influenced, but also they lied about it to a grand jury. And it's resulted in them being coming to, well, they're going to have to fight this. And I would think that Mr. Becker would think about our city and resign, sort of like Mr. Caserta did when after he was brought forward for his problems. So I ask you, in all good conscience, please resign and take this off the table.
Thank you. Lynn, go ahead, Lynn.
Hi, I'm also, a member or a resident of the city, and it's really disheartening that somebody can be so unethical, such a liar. And, I hope Anthony Becker does resign. He lied under oath, and, honestly, I don't even want to look at his face anymore. And I hope that, this isn't true, and that the other 49er 5 are not involved, but this is just the tip of the iceberg. And I'm happy he has a public defender. So that way, the 49ers don't back him up. So please, Anthony Becker, resign.
Okay, Carolyn, go ahead, Carolyn.
Okay, as a resident of Santa Clara for almost 50 years, it really pains me to read the letter that I wrote. I have to tell you, I wrote it in anger, and I think maybe that it's just appropriate that I read you what I wrote. Another grand jury report, and this one the 49er 5 can't ignore, especially Councilman Anthony Becker. Mr. Becker has been adamant that he is the city council to represent his constituents. What a big fat lie. Mr. Becker has demonstrated with his 4 colleagues, Hardy, Jan, Park, and Shahal, that his constituents are the 49ers. The 49er 5 blatantly disregarded the first grand jury report in October of 2022 that stated many of their decisions were favorable to the 49ers. Now we have a second grand jury report that points to Becker as the leaker of the first grand jury report, to the 49ers, Rahul Chadhok to be exact, and to the 49er-friendly Silicon Valley Voice. Mr. Becker would not talk to reporters yesterday at San Jose City Hall. Perhaps having a felony and misdemeanor on his head is giving him time to think and be quiet. The 49er 5 have made the city of Santa Clara Council an embarrassment in the county. Mr. Becker should resign and drift into the sunset. Why bring more embarrassment to our fair city? For DA Jeff Rosen to face the reporters and state that perjury to the grand jury is very serious means to me that the charges against Mr. Becker are probably true. Maybe Mr. Becker will flip on his 4 cohorts and Santa Clara can start again with truth and ethics. At the beginning of each council meeting, the Santa Clara Code of Ethics is repeated. Mr. Becker, you have no ethics or integrity. Please resign. We, the people of Santa Clara, deserve better. As a resident of Santa Clara, it hurts to say something like that. Thank you.
Thank you. So I don't see any other hands up. Is there any member of the audience that would like to speak? If so, please come forward. Welcome.
Yeah, my name is Edward Strine. I just want to say that I think with everything that's been going on in our country at the federal, state, local level, I think some people believe that they could get away with things depending on what their political background is. Now that it's, I guess, Democrat versus Democrat, it's easy to get prosecuted. But if it was conservative, they'll make up something. I think a lot of people now believe they could get away with anything in political office. And I think that's not the way it should be. There is no equal justice in this country. I know that. I mean, I should have realized that a long time ago. It's just crazy, the things that are going on. But I think we do need to replace the people that have done wrong, not just local level, but state and federal. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in public? All right. Deborah, go ahead, Deborah. Did we lose her?
Hi, this is Deborah. I'm a member of the Cultural Commission, but I'm speaking as a private citizen tonight. I just wanted to say a few words about the current state of affairs on the City Council. I do believe that somebody who is facing a criminal indictment and some very serious charges does not have a place on the dais. I don't think that he can fulfill the duties of his office while he's facing a potential trial, and I feel that he should be asked to resign.
Thank you. G Pound. You're muted. There you go.
Good evening, esteemed council members and Mr. Becker. Thank you for listening to me. I've lived in Santa Clara for over a decade, where my wife grew up in Santa Clara. She's very disappointed in this. And Mr. Becker, you represent the district we live in. You haven't done a good job in our district, and this is more proof of your lack of ability to lead and to be on the city council. Do the right thing and resign. Find somewhere else to do what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see no other ones? Okay, no one here in the audience? All right, thank you. We are gonna move on now to consent items pulled for discussion. And we had one item pulled by Councilmember Jane about the 5K, the Convention Center Assessment District. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, what I see here is the city's general fund is subsidizing the expenses of this maintenance district to the tune of $800,000 a year. So I heard back from staff, this is a fair share. We share this district with Techmark and the Hyatt, and they pay their fair share. But the problem is that parking there is free. I was just at the plant sale at Marshall Cottle Park this last Saturday. It's a public park. The park was donated by the Lester Cottle family to the county, and they charge $6 for parking. So all the people that went there to buy their plants had to pay $6. So what I hear is that upcoming maintenance that will be needed for the pedestrian bridge include recoating, which is roughly estimated to cost between $50,000 and $100,000. Upcoming maintenance that will be needed for the garage includes painting, which is roughly estimated at $200,000 to $300,000. Top deck coating, which is roughly estimated at $3 to $4 million. So we're already spending $800,000 every year to support the operation and maintenance of this parking garage. And we have this upcoming capital expenses. So there's no plan for how we're going to pay for this. The general fund has a huge deficit. We can't keep our libraries open. We can't keep the senior center open. We're charging now for people to use the gym at the senior center. We're bleeding in these small cuts. Everywhere we get these little cuts, and we're bleeding money, and we need to put bandages on those cuts, and we need to start charging for parking at the convention center, just like San Jose does, just like Marshall Cottle Park does. I don't know where the $3 to $4 million is going to come from top deck coating, and the parking structure is very old. I'm going to approve this because this is part of the maintenance agreement, but I just want to, I think staff asked here for a plan going forward for how we're going to fund this. And so I would like to just say that we need to start looking at a plan for how we're going to fund all these repairs. So, and basically stop the bleeding. Thank you.
I just want to say, I don't think maybe you don't clearly understand the definition of the maintenance district. The maintenance district is there because we own the convention center and the surrounding property there, and it has to be maintained. So the way to stop the bleeding is to sell the convention center, which I don't think that's anything we're going to do, or dispose of it. So if you want to talk about parking, paying for parking at the convention center, that's a separate issue that we could bring back and discuss for the future. But when you own property and you're part of a maintenance district, there's no option. You have to pay to keep it up, and especially a public space. It's that much more important that you have to maintain and keep up the public space that has thousands and thousands of people attending and parking and everything else. So it's not like we're bleeding on purpose. We don't have a choice. We own the property. So I just want to point that out, that it's not something that is that's an option for us if we own the convention center. All right, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Councilmember Jane's contention that this should not come from the general fund. Like, we do own the convention center, but we own Silicon Valley Power too. So this should be an enterprise expense under the convention center head, basically. Even if we have to participate, I'm not saying we should not be participating in it, but the way we should be paying for it should be a different way. And that's my take. But I will be approving this thing for now, but I would request staff to find out a way where convention center revenue can pay for this expense, because primarily our share is being utilized by convention center traffic. And that's how I want to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. I do think the convention center revenue that goes into our general fund, so if staff wants to make it clear for the council, the convention center revenue does go in the general fund pays for the maintenance district, so it's circular. But anyways, Vice Mayor Park.
Yes, thank you. And I understand what you're saying, which is we own the convention center and all the costs, and the funds that are generated by the convention center go back to supporting the convention center. I don't think anyone's disputing that. I kind of feel a little trapped when I hear the way to stop the bleeding is to sell the convention center. I think that what people are asking for and what people are talking about are looking for ways to offset costs, looking for ways to increase revenues so that, we have additional funds. I think that if we can raise more money, we'll have more funds for both the convention center and for other things. I don't think anyone was suggesting otherwise. In this case, if this was informational, to tell staff, we have issues, we have needs for how we fund different projects. I can talk about other projects, International Swim Center. We've got the Triton Museum renovation that's going to be needed soon. I think this is just a good reminder, and I'm glad that this topic was pulled so that we can remind staff, the city, and the residents of the maintenance that's required in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. This is actually an action item. We have to take action on it. Councilmember Jane, you had?
Yes. One of my concerns is that, as Councilmember Chahal had said, that the maintenance of this parking area should be included in the whole budget of the convention center, but it's not. It's set aside as a maintenance district, and we pay for it. And so staff's response to my questions were the Hyatt and Techmark leases and the convention center CCNRs allow for the establishment of paid parking. A study would be needed to be undertaken by the maintenance district to determine a parking control and management plan that would address issues such as physical improvements for access, circulation, technology, and operational pro forma. So that's essentially what I'm asking for.
Okay, so the item before us is the maintenance district. I think I'm hearing that we want to have some further information about another issue about, parking options, paid parking options for the future, since that's not on the agenda this evening. Do you hear that, staff? Okay, very good. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on the maintenance district for the convention center district there? Okay, seeing none. Did we have a motion? Okay, would someone make a motion?
I would like to make a motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Motion by Councilmember Jane, second by Councilmember Hardy to approve the adoption of the resolution of intention for the Santa Clara Convention Center Complex Maintenance District 183. What's that? Sue, I'm sorry, City Attorney? Did I say it wrong?
Yeah, there's just two more items, action items, within the same.
Oh, was that staff recommendation, Councilmember Jane?
Yes, it was. So it's all three items. Adopt a resolution, set a
second?
hearing date,
Yes.
and authorize publication.
Staff recommendation.
Madam Mayor, I believe Vice Mayor Park has his hand up.
I just wanted to kind of point out what Councilmember Jane was requesting. I mean, the maintenance of the convention center should be part of the convention center budget. I think that if we're going to look into things, that's one of the other things that I'd like to look into. Thank you.
Maybe an explanation about maintenance districts when we come back as well. All right.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you. I don't think any other items were pulled for discussion, right? Okay. Next, we have public hearing, general business. Oh, the first item that we set aside was a continued item from, item number 3, per City Council Policy 042, reconsideration of council action. Reconsideration of council action taken on March 7th, 2023 regarding a resolution declaring city-owned property located at 2319 Gianera Street as surplus land as required by state law, deferred from April 4th. City Attorney, is this you or Councilmember Becker?
Madam Mayor, we're going to tag team this with a presentation by Assistant City Manager Pineda, followed by some comments on me on the legal aspects.
Thank you.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Manuel Pineda, Assistant City Manager. Just
Just wanted to touch quickly on a couple of slides before I hand it over to the city attorney. So as I mentioned before, when we originally discussed this, just a little background from the previous discussion. As you know, we own the property at 2319 Gianera Street, which is a single-family home. It was purchased in 1983 for $155,000, and it was last used for affordable housing, been vacant since 2013. It is maintained on an as-needed basis. We do landscape, weed management, that sort of thing. And recently, we replaced the fence, which was already in bad condition and was blown over with the latest windstorm. So that was an expenditure that we went through to correct that fence. The property is no longer necessary for the city's use or operations, and we have recommended to be declared surplus. We did explore options with all city departments, Parks and Rec, Water and Sewer, made the joke last time with SVP, so I asked myself, and of course, Public Works. Next slide, please. So the previous council discussion on March 7th, there was an action declaring Gianera Street the property surplus and issuance of an NOA under the Surplus Land Act for disposition of the property. We have issued that NOA. We did that about a week after the council meeting. At the time, there was discussion from the council about possible other city uses, but there was no council direction to pursue other public use alternatives. In addition to that, I just want to note that I have provided quite a bit of background on the property, and we have included in that staff report, and we follow with additional background that we've been researching and looking at and looking for based on different requests. I'm not going to go to that full list that's out there, but I do want to acknowledge the staff that spent probably about 30 hours of staff time researching the history of the property from the 80s and the 70s. 80s. So with that, I'll pass it over to the city attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Pineda. Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council. This reconsideration, as I understand it, is premised on some legal nuances of the Surplus Lands Act. And so as part of my presentation to get to your decision, we thought it appropriate for me to review some key provisions of the Surplus Lands Act, including some of those nuances. Discuss this then in the context of the Gianera property, the decision that you made, and then, of course, turn it over to you to decide if you're comfortable with the decision that you made or whether or not you want to go a different direction. So next slide, please. Surplus Land Act process, as updated not that long ago by AB 1486 and tweaked a couple times since, is really summarized here. The first act, of course, that you've taken already on March 7th to declare the land surplus, basically stating that there's no other public purpose currently contemplated or needed for the property. Next step is to issue a notice of availability. This is issued and provided to anyone who's registered on a list to receive such notices, and it targets qualified affordable housing developers, with the most recent amendments really focusing on affordable housing opportunities for properties no longer needed for public use. The folks that are provided this notice are given up to 60 days to present a notice of interest. And if there's no proposal, the city can proceed to dispose of the property. Although if it does so proceed, it does need to record an affordability covenant with respect to the property, so that in the event that anyone builds housing on the property in excess of 10 units, there'd be a 15% affordability requirement imposed on that project. If there are proposals received, there is then a good faith negotiation obligation. We'll dig into that a little bit later, a little bit deeper. And any responding entities need to be afforded at least 90 days of engagement in good faith negotiations with a prioritization process for those proposing the highest number of affordable housing units at the highest degree or the deepest degree of affordability. If an agreement is reached, there is some interactions after that with the HCD that are described here. and then ultimately a decision within the Surplus Lands Act process to dispose of the land to anyone who's proposed, that was selected, and reaches successful negotiations with the public agency. And if not, again, the public agency can dispose of the property as it sees fit in a process that it designs, but again, with that 15% affordable covenant that would need to be recorded with respect to the property. Next slide, please. This is really kind of one of the nuanced areas that may not have been fleshed out to the greatest extent possible at the original presentation of this item. Under the Surplus Lands Act and as fleshed out in their guidelines, good faith negotiations means to deal honestly and fairly with the other party throughout the negotiation process, whether or not the negotiation results in a contract. There's some specific provisions. Again, as I mentioned above, you do need to negotiate in good faith with any respondent for at least the 90 days. During the negotiation period, the local agency cannot prohibit residential uses on the property. In other words, you can't change what's allowed there from a residential standpoint. And you can't reduce the allowable number of residential units that are on that property. It's my understanding on this property, the way it's zoned, the expectation is that up to 4 units, could be developed on this site. There's another requirement not listed here, but an important one. The public agency is also limited in its ability to impose design standards on any proposed project that would have an adverse impact on the feasibility of an affordable housing development. When selecting a development partner, as I mentioned, localities are generally required to prioritize affordable housing uses in the order that's described in the government code section. And it essentially says you need to engage first with those parties proposing the greatest number of affordable units at the deepest level of affordability. There is some leeway in this. Again, you're not obligated to sell the property, and you don't need to sell the property for less than the fair market value. So if someone comes in and offers less than fair market value for the property, that would be a good basis for you to not be obligated to sell the property. You are also allowed to include in your notice of availability other reasonable terms that you might condition the sale of the property. If you're going to include those, though, in the NOA, you need to get those approved, submitted to and approved by HCD in the first place. The other types of considerations that are in typical real estate negotiations and terms and conditions that you might require and include aren't really clearly laid out in what would constitute good faith, engagement with the party. So there is a little bit of uncertainty there as to how that engagement would occur. Next slide, please. If you've failed to comply with the requirements of the Surplus Land Act, there are some penalties that are set out specifically. First of all, penalties for non-compliance with the noticing. If you fail to comply with all the noticing requirements, you need to start over and renotice. If you proceed without complying with the Surplus Lands Act and you dispose of the property to somebody else, non-qualifying, that transaction is not invalidated, but to the extent that you receive compensation, remuneration for the sale, 30% of that land cost is a penalty that needs to be put into an affordable housing development fund. If you do it again, 50% of the land cost in order to discourage bad conduct. Not on the slide here, but an important point, are penalties for alleged violation of good faith negotiations. It's not really clear what would happen if you didn't engage in good faith in negotiations in this process. There are provisions in the HCD guidelines that allow an entity to notify the HCD if they feel that you failed to engage, in good faith negotiations. And it appears that the HCD would be able to issue some notice of violation and make you cure that process. But whether or not you're just having to start over that process or there'd be some other specific outcome is really not clear at this point. There's not a lot of law, on this that fleshes out, how all of these rules apply. Next slide, please. So now applying this to what you did and thinking about, what you did, the March 7th action, as you recall, approved a declaration of the Genera Street property as surplus and authorized staff to proceed with the issuance of an NOA under the Surplus Lands Act, which they have done. And the Surplus Land Act requirements definitely were presented then, both in the staff report and as part of the verbal presentation, but not necessarily with all the nuances that I just described to you. So in light of that, one possible basis for reconsideration would be this. If the council members that voted in favor of proceeding were under the impression that the Surplus Land Act did not meaningfully encumber, your ability to change your mind and do something else, with the property, either for a public purpose or some other disposition, that's not entirely true, as we described. This good faith obligation is a meaningful obligation that has some, material obligations on the part of the city. And it appears that Member Becker, I think, with his initiation of the action, thought that that might have been what motivated a majority of the council to act in the way that they did. A sense that the good faith negotiation requirements or other requirements from the SLA gave the city really unfettered discretion to change their minds, in the process and not be encumbered. Really, while the city council definitely retains substantial discretion, and if after entering into good faith negotiations with somebody who made a proposal you didn't want to, I would certainly defend to the maximum extent that the discretion, that you had. But it's definitely not unfettered. And it may be hard, for example, to defend if you received a proposal from somebody at full value with a 25% or greater affordable housing element to it. It might be hard to say, since you declared it surplus and went down this path, that you don't want to sell it to them if the other terms are reasonable, right? And there may be a challenge to your good faith engagement with this if you changed your mind and said, what, we want to do something else, with the property. So that nuance, which I think really is a nuance, is something that I wanted to make sure as you evaluate this that was presented to you. All that being said, staff recommendation, as I understand it, and I'll state it, and Manuel will shake me off if I'm misstating it. Staff's recommendation remains that for the council to proceed with the action that you previously took and to affirm what you did on March 7th and proceed and continue with the NOA process and proceed with the disposition of the property. The analysis was done and presented to you with the belief that there really wasn't good alternative uses of the property at this time, and the best public use recommended by staff anyway, ultimately up to your decision, is to dispose of the property and of course use the proceeds that you get from that property, for some alternative public purpose. If you still believe, though, that you want to evaluate public uses of the property and you're not comfortable going, down this path with the restrictions now that I've outlined for you, you would need to go a different, direction and not affirm your action, but potentially revoke your previous action and direct staff to proceed in some different way. So that's the presentation that we have. Again, really very similar and substantively the same as what you heard before, with some legal nuances regarding the good faith, negotiation process. Didn't want any of the majority of you to think that there was nothing to this. There really is something to it. Staff's recommendation remains the same, and I'm here to answer legal questions, and Mr. Pineda here to answer, of course, any questions you have about the property itself and the process. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, City Attorney. Councilmember Hardy, you have a question?
Yes, I do. Thank you. So if I understand this correctly, we could have up to 4 units because it is R1 right now, and that could be based on SB 9. It could be split, and there could be AUDs put on there. So if we do not declare this surplus at this time, could the zoning be changed to something different? My understanding from a legal point is, if we keep our declaration that sets that R1 with the maximum of 4, and we did we were told that we had other options, even if we did declare it surplus, but you're telling us those are somewhat limited because of that, if I understand that correctly.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Pineda, and thank you, City Attorney. So I know I raised this issue earlier that if we declare it surplus, we may not be able to use it for public use under the city. And I think City Attorney clarified that unless we violate the good faith agreement, let's say we get a good value above market pricing for this thing from the market. And at that stage, we decide, oh, no, let's use this for a mini park or a community garden. At that stage, we will be violating the good faith negotiation agreement. I just want a clarification on that because I was proposing it for a community garden type of a scenario because I know that we have gone through this thing in the past, like we don't have a land for a city to make any public garden, or even if you want to make a small park. And if we are disposing it off and not looking at those needs of the community, I would not be supporting this thing. And then I clearly understand the nuances which City Attorney mentioned that if we have to go for good faith, we'll not have options to basically use it for a public use. So I just want a clarification on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentations and clarification. So we still have the option, based on what was presented, to just follow the action and recommendation made on March 7th to just dispose of this property, and then the proceeds would just be deposited into the general fund, where there is no hard and fast rule that we have to dispose of this property and use it for public. I just want to confirm for public use or put 4 units on the property. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Park.
So I just came back from a League of California Cities meeting in Sacramento, and then, funnily enough, coincidentally, one of the workshops was Surplus Land Act and its acts and its housing and land use impacts. And they gave us a breakdown of what we should do as a city, which is identify and analyze all holdings, review the extent of the inventory, take stock of what exists, and make preliminary findings, assess current and future needs. I mean, they said, forget about the past, fully grasp the gravity of your property, 20, 40, 60 parcels. How many parcels do you have? I don't know if we have a map of those parcels and the current uses. Identify parcels that we are not going to get rid of and remove those from the inventory. Identify the parcels near housing. And then they talked about negotiation latitude, which is what is good faith negotiation. I think that the city attorney covered them very well, even from my notes. City can't disallow residential use as a condition of disposal. City can't reduce the number of units or max lot coverage below what is allowed by zoning or general plan requirements. City can't apply design standards or architectural requirements that substantially affect the viability or affordability of the housing development. The city does not have to sell at or below fair market value. City may limit residential use or density if specific findings can be made. And then it was interesting, but the city of Coalinga actually brought up a use, and that use was, would a community garden qualify for an exemption? And their problem was the land was already declared surplus, which was a problem. They wanted to go backwards, and that was harder, because even if you could do this under the SLA, successor agency would have to okay the new use. There was language about green spaces. And it was noted that parks may not be an exemption, but a community garden is food. I think that there are possible uses that benefit the community, and I'd like to take a look at all the surplus land parcels, the possible parcels that we have. I would like to take an inventory, and I would like to take a look at that inventory and instead of making decisions in isolation, make those decisions as part of a a purposeful and, as part of a plan, right? I think Councilmember Chahal said things very nicely, talking about community gardens. It's a very small place, but Coalinga also has a very small place. It's funny, but the lot size they were looking at was 12,000 square feet. And they wanted to combine housing with perhaps a community garden, rooftop gardening with a shaded first floor. And I thought I would like to at least explore these and look at other lands and look at everything together instead of parcels one by one. And if, it's harder to do this by declaring the land surplus, I'd like to revert that if we can, take a look at the uses, and then move forward when we have a cohesive plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Assistant City Manager Pineda, if you'd like to answer those questions from the council.
Yeah, and
Some more questions, lots of comments, but whatever
I
questions.
think I
are in there.
have 4 key questions, and if I've missed anything, I'm sure you all will remind me. And I think City Attorney, I think these are mostly mine, but please jump in if there's anything I need to add or anything that's additional to it. So the first question was with regards to how much could be built in the property. So before I came forward last time, and as part of the council briefings, I actually think I had that discussion with at least 1 or 2 of you. I did check with community development. I know they're online right now and they can correct me. And they went through a whole menu of different options that could be built at that location based on SB 9 and all the rules and the lot size. And ultimately, from a kind of maximum amount, what they analyzed was that it would be 2 single-family homes and 2 ADUs for a total of 4 units. But I just wanted to clarify that that would be the breakdown for those, which kind of makes sense with a 12,000 square foot lot. Regarding the community garden, certainly the council had a discussion on that last time, and I spoke for Jim at the time on parks, and my previous history actually doing parks and parks maintenance expressed the concerns about the fact that small parks do have a cost to the city. Certainly that could be done if that's a council policy direction. We didn't get that council policy direction last time. We moved forward with what we moved forward with. But if council would like to explore parks, certainly we could take that direction, and Jim will work towards that. The only thing I want to note, though, is that, and I'm looking at Jim, and he can come over and correct me if need be, that I know whenever there's a parkland, no matter what the size is, Parks goes through a very public process to determine what the right use would be. So certainly the council can give direction that they want a community garden, but that's not typically how we do it. We like to work with the neighborhoods to figure out what the needs are, what they would like to see, and what they would like to get built. And I do want to emphasize that there was a significant concern just because the size is not that big. We have 2 single-family homes adjacent to it. There's some concerns and constraints associated with it, but I'm sure Jim would put it in his project list and start that community process unless we're directed to not have that and just go forward with the community garden if that's the council's direction. Yes, on the funding, yes, that's the first thing I checked with Ken at the time is where the money would go, and the money would go to the general fund. And that's really one of the reasons when I was looking at this was bringing it forward to you, because as you know, we have a budget deficit. We have a property that's been sitting empty for 10 years now, getting to 10 years. And we're spending money on it, although not a significant amount of money. So I saw an opportunity that could be helpful, and we could use funding for other city priorities or, help the deficit, really. And lastly, that decisions in isolation, I know I have a great team kind of helping me with some of the real estate items we're working with, and especially I'd like to once again thanks Kathy and Jennifer in housing who have stepped up and kind of separated some of those priorities to help me out with 900 Lafayette, 1000 Lafayette, and a number of other items. I do want to note that, as you know, I'm trying to do the real estate piece kind of as a side thing in addition to my assistant city manager responsibilities, in addition to my Silicon Valley Power director responsibilities, while we hopefully fill a position at some point for somebody who can do real estate. So certainly understand the perspective that we want to have a plan. I was very honest with you that I don't have the capacity to go back and look at every city property right now and do a plan. I just don't have that capacity within me. If we have the opportunity to hire someone, hopefully that's something they would take on. The reason I brought this property forward is not because it was a city priority for me. 900 and 1000 Lafayette Ware, as well as Morse Mansion, those were my 3 priorities that I felt I had to work on and make time for. But as I looked at the GIS layers and saw this property, it looked pretty simple to me, that it could be something that the council could consider to kind of help the general fund. Certainly, you know, if it's not a simple process, I fully understand that. If you want to look at different options, fully understand that. I would probably wait, depending on what you decide to do. If we want to do something more complex, until we hire somebody, I'd rather still focus my real estate energies on 900, 1000 Lafayette, Morris Mansion, not to add, including also downtown, which I do have to participate on. But I fully understand the policy direction. So the goal to have a comprehensive plan of all city properties, totally get that. I just want to acknowledge that I will not have the capacity to do that on top of all my other roles and responsibilities. So if that's kind of what the council would like to see, I would advise that we wait until we're able to hopefully hire somebody who can take on that job full time. But I understand the goal, and it's definitely a goal that I have when we have somebody on board who can have this as their priority. So I think I got all 4 key questions. If there's anything I missed, please let me know.
Plus additional information. So thank you very much for that. I'm going to go to members of the public. Do we have anybody in the public that would like to speak? Please come forward. Welcome.
Yeah, hi, thanks. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I wasn't planning on speaking on this, but when I heard community gardens as an option, I'm always curious to hear where that council is thinking about. I would caution, it's easy to get property and build it. It's really hard to maintain it and operationalize it. So there is a significant, it's not just a park. If you turn it into a garden of some kind, it's got to be professionally managed. AgriHood has a professional manager that's paid to manage that property. It costs tens of thousands of dollars a year to manage and maintain that. So it's not an easy process. And while I think we should have community gardens that are professionally run, so food is generated all over the city, it does cost money. And so just don't think you can just drop one because it seems like a good idea. There are a lot of catches that go with that, and I just want to put that out there. Don't forget about the maintenance and ongoing support and running of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience? I see Debbie online. Go ahead, Debbie.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Great. So I might cut in and out on you guys because I'm actually on vacation. But this property on Gianero, I find it interesting that somebody would even talk about making it a community garden when there was only one person in the neighborhood that said they wanted that. Because I went around and talked to people, and the majority of people said, heck no. And that's putting it mildly. There's not enough parking in the area. They would prefer that the home just be sold and let whoever do what they need to do with it. If they're need to put 2 units on it, that's probably okay, but it's not going to help the parking situation in Mission Park. A community garden would just bring in more riffraff into the community. Mission Park already has 324 homes, and some of them are motor courts, which have 8 units in them already. We have major issues in our pool area with children and people running around that shouldn't be there. It's a real liability to make this a community garden. So my recommendation is based on my feedback from homeowners, and I'm part of the board of directors for Mission Park, is that the city just sell that property and put that money into the general fund or wherever it goes, because Lord knows we need it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this issue? Okay. Council, I'll just make some comments. First of all, when this item came up and it was proposed for a community garden, I personally felt it was too small in the wrong location, and it didn't make sense for us. And I thought it was great that we'd have an opportunity to sell this property that has been underutilized for so many years and put some money into our general fund because the home value is pretty high. And we will be able to really get a nice return on our investment there. So I knew what I was voting on. I knew that I didn't want a community garden. I don't know what other public use. It says here that this property has been explored with Parks and Recreation, Water and Sewer, Silicon Valley Power, and Public Works. So they have not expressed any interest in any of those departments. I don't know what other public use you'd put in between on a single family home lot. So I think that I appreciate the loads of work that our staff has gone through with this, like loads of work. But it makes sense for us to declare it surplus, get the highest price we can get for that property, and move on. The only other alternative is we keep the property and we rent it out for affordable housing. That would be the only other thing I would imagine that we could do. But anyways, I think that we should move ahead with it. I knew what I was voting on, but I thought the council decided we didn't want to use it as a community garden, but maybe folks have changed their minds. But I think that we should move on. We have bigger fish to fry. We have a lot more things to do, and I appreciate the hours and hours that have gone into it. Thank you, City Attorney, for giving us that long explanation. We don't need it anymore in the future now. We have the surplus property process in front of us now, so we'll never have to see it again. but anyways, I think we should just move forward, unless folks want to have it as a community garden, which I think it's very small. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, so this Gianera Street is in my district, and I went out there after we had the March 7th meeting. I took a drive out there one Sunday morning and just parked and walked around. And I mean, I'm familiar with the area anyway, but it was just good to get a second look at it and see if anything had changed, and it hasn't. It's a very nice single-family neighborhood, single-story homes. It backs up to Hetch Hetchy, and then you have the stadium on the other side. There are some townhomes on one side of it, and again, single-family homes across the street. I reached out to the Mission Park HOA and just shared the comments that were made at the March 7th meeting to give them a heads up that there was a proposal about a potential community garden being built in the neighborhood, and just to reach out to the HOA residents and just get an idea. And so I actually attended their last HOA meeting and found out that there was a lot of opposition to a community garden in that neighborhood because, again, it's a very nice, quiet neighborhood with the exception of the stadium, which is literally right behind it. But for the most part, it's a nice, quiet neighborhood, and there is no room for, additional cars in the neighborhood. And I think they just want to leave it as it is. I understood it as well, that this was a great opportunity to just sell off a piece of property that was surplus. The city wasn't using it. There's a need for housing in the city right now. Houses are selling. This is an opportunity to just, sell it, put the money in the general fund and put it to good use, because a community garden, on the other hand, if that were to go forward, it's going to cost the city money. And we keep talking about bleeding and deficits. So, I mean, why are we talking about community gardens when we have an opportunity to sell this? It's been appraised at $1.59 million. That could add a nice chunk of change to our deficit and make a difference to other areas where we could use, the city could better use those funds. So I'm prepared to make a motion to just of staff recommendation that is just the same as from the March 7th meeting, and just go forward and be done with this. And again, thank you to the staff for all of the hard work that's been put into just seeing, the history of this property and all the different options. But I think the highest and best use of this property right now is to sell it as surplus land, take the money, put it in our general fund, and move forward. So that is my motion. Thank you.
Is there a second?
I will second that, even though the mayor said that this is a depressed real estate market.
I will comment on that because I'm talking about Loyalton property, not City of Santa Clara property, which I'm a real estate expert in Santa Clara. Thank you. All right. So we have a motion and a second.
Madam Mayor?
Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. My take is, I did mention community garden, but that's one option I put it on the table. It's not that I'm just fixated on that. But when we do these things top down, that's not a good decision making. My idea is engage the neighborhood. Let us find out let's tell them, now that we know we can build 4 houses over there. Now we know, have a little bit more info what, even if we do Surplus Land Act, what can be over there. So I will still think, I do think that we should go back to the neighborhood, have a survey done, engage them, and give them various options, that these are the options, or ask them for an option, and then make a decision. And that would be my take. I will not be supporting the motion of the surplus land, just throwing it into a surplus land act bucket as of now, unless we do a little bit groundwork at the grassroots levels. Thank you. And on top of that, like, we are in dearth of parks. Our ratio for providing parks to our neighborhood, our resident, is lower than what we should be. And this is an opportunity that, even though it's a 12,000 square feet, 12,000 is a lot of land. Like, even if we need to do something, it's quite a bit of land. We can use it for city purposes. Why can't we use it for making houses for our firefighters? Why can't we use it for our teachers, low income housing for teachers, and city can manage that basically and still own it basically. So we have to explore all those options before we throw it into a surplus land act bucket. So I'll not be supporting the motion. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this issue on the council? All right, seeing none, we have a motion and a second for staff recommendation.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal?
No.
Councilmember Hardy?
No.
Vice Mayor Park?
No.
Councilmember Jane?
Yes.
Councilmember Becker?
No.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes. So that fails 4-3. City Attorney?
So, Madam Mayor, staff would need direction on how council would like us to proceed, with this. The obvious alternative to directing staff to continue with the previous action would be to revoke your declaration of surplus land and direct staff to evaluate potential other options with the property, is what I'm hearing is potentially the consensus of the council.
I thought it was reconsidered, so it removed that any prior action because of the reconsideration.
Yeah, I'm kind of new to your processes, Madam Mayor. I think the reconsideration kind of put it on a kind of a de novo kind of consideration for you to evaluate whether or not, to do it or not. Since you've already done something, you would need to revoke it.
Okay.
And one of the, just to note before you do that, one of the challenges of that is since the NOA has been issued, and in fact, even a couple of proposals have been received, there's no clear pathway with HCD as to how to kind of unring that bell. So it's somewhat of a case of first impression, with them. Obviously, if you direct us to do that and take the action that you did, we'd go back to HCD and work with them and endeavor to implement that. But the only explicit revocation process that they have in their regulations is if you've commenced the process but haven't received a proposal yet. So there's something to navigate, with that for council to consider. But the alternative to what you did previously would be to revoke the declaration and direct staff.
That's what you're recommending that the council do, revoke?
It would be to revoke your declaration of surplus, to work with the HCD to, reverse the NOA process and to evaluate alternative uses within the parameters outlined by the council.
Okay, and what I heard from you, Assistant City Manager, is that there's no staff capacity now to do studies, so we will maybe defer this to the new city manager. Is that
Yeah, so
a good idea?
yeah, that's why I was coming up here as well, because I don't want to leave you with the impression that I'm going to go out and start a community process and start those discussions. So what I will do is, obviously, we are going through a process to try to hire a development and real estate manager for the city. If we're successful in that process, which, it's always a question mark nowadays when you're trying to hire people, what is going to be. At that point, I would just add this item to the list of projects that they might have to work with in the future and see how that fits within the ultimate workload. I know there's a few other priorities we already have when we hopefully get somebody, like finishing our database and getting all those items together. But yeah, I don't want to leave you with the impression that we'll go do that work now. I'll definitely, because it's going to become much more a complex and involved item, we'll defer it to when we have a staff person who has the capacity to do it full time.
It would be fantastic if we could get maybe a short-term rental in there, because otherwise that property is going to sit there for another couple of years.
Yeah, I would, Mayor, and I'll just note right now, because I visited the site, and I don't think the house is in that condition where we can rent it without putting additional capital expenditures into it. So I would be concerned about that as well, without spending some significant time and money bringing it up to a better condition.
Thank you. I was just throwing that out there because I know it's now going to sit there for a while. City Attorney, you had something
No, so
to
Madam
say?
Mayor, the alternative then, of course, would be the first two prongs without the third, which would be to revoke the declaration of surplus and direct staff to work with that HCD to reverse the NOA process.
Okay, is there a motion to revoke the Vice Mayor Park, revoke the
Yes, I can make
declaration of surplus?
I can make a motion. The motion would be to revoke the declaration of surplus and direct staff to work with HCD to reverse the NOA process. I understand that there would be an evaluate alternative uses at a future time when we are staff, but I don't think that has to be part of the motion. I believe that the first two would be suffice, and the fact that we don't have a use for it hopefully would keep it on staff radar, and they would bring it back to us at an appropriate time.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Vice Mayor Park, second by Councilmember Chahal.
Madam Mayor, I have a quick question for our city attorney. This is, would it be appropriate to include to rescind Resolution 23-9203, which was the resolution adopted on March 7th on this item?
I think that's a better phrasing of what I'm proposing, in effect, revoking. So you're rescinding the.
You have a resolution number.
That's a better phrasing, Madam Clerk. I certainly would accept that as a manner of rephrasing the motion.
Is that all right with the first and the second?
I accept.
Councilmember, okay, all right.
Yes.
Is there any discussion on that, Councilmember Becker? All right, Assistant City Clerk, when you're ready.
Councilmember Watanabe?
No.
Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park?
Yes.
Councilmember James?
No.
Councilmember Becker?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
No, passes 4-3. Thank you. That's all we have to do on that, right? Okay, thank you. All right, next item we have is action on a resolution establishing the average per acre land value and park development cost to be used in setting the parkland in lieu fees for the new residential development for fiscal year 23-24.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, community, development community. My name is Jim Teixeira, Director of Parks and Recreation. Tonight we'll consider in a public hearing action on a resolution to set the average land values per acre and the park improvement costs used in calculating the used in calculating and setting the fees due in lieu of parkland dedication for new residential development in Santa Clara for fiscal year 23-24. Next slide. Our presentation will cover in brief background of City Code 17.35. We're going to take a look at land values, park improvement value, other policy considerations, how we calculate in lieu fees. We'll also review commission and public input, review the next steps, and recommend a possible resolution, which includes required findings. We'll conclude a public hearing and hopefully take action. Next slide. City Code 1735 was established by council back in July of 2014. It requires new residential development to dedicate parkland at the city's existing level of service standards. Those standards are 2.6 to 3 acres of parkland per, developed parkland per 1,000 residents. And that is our standard. It was amended by council ordinance in February of 2015. And at that time, the prerequisite dedication of 1 acre of public parkland prior to eligibility for financial credit for specified private recreational amenities in the new residential developments was removed. The City Code 1735 addresses California's statutory requirements, both the Quimby Act, which we'll refer to as Quimby, and Mitigation Fee Act, which we'll refer to as MFA. So, next slide. Under Quimby, cities may require land dedication and/or payment of proportional fees in lieu of land dedication. In cases where there's 50 units or less, it's just a 50 units or less, it's fee only. Part of the item there is that most of those lots are fairly small and you wouldn't be able to get usable parkland dedication out of it anyway. Under the Mitigation Fee Act, cities may require dedication of parks and recreational facilities and/or fees in lieu of the dedication. And again, fee only for 50 units or less. The City of Santa Clara, just as a reminder, requires both land and improvements on all residential developments, be they Quimby or MFA. Therefore, there are fees in lieu of parkland dedication that have a park value, parkland value, they have a park improvement value, and there's also an allowable administrative cost. It's a reasonable cost for administering the program, and it's just 2% of the above two items. The municipal fee schedule is adopted by council resolution on an annual basis after a public hearing, which comes after this item. So next slide, we're looking at land value. The average cost per acre by appraisal. The appraisal report was in 2022, and at this time I remember having forgotten to ask the city clerk to promote Frank Schmidt to be a panelist. The appraisal report, as you note, we've had Frank Schmidt as a consultant for many years now, and he follows the City Code 1735-040, the supplemental instructions, as well as the professional appraisal board's standard processes for creating an appraisal report. That's also an attachment to this report to council. Frank is online to answer any questions pertaining to the land values and the process that he uses. The valuation date is always December 31st, but it does cover the full calendar year of real estate transactions in the city of Santa Clara, as well as comparables. It's posted on the city website for a 2-week public review period. The developers are contacted, and then we take their comments, questions, and then bring it forward from there. The values for residential zip code areas are as shown here. Won't go over those, everybody can read them. Next slide. Table 1 provides the land values in a comparison for the 5-year period, 2017 through 2022. The takeaways from this slide are the values fluctuate up and down, and actually over the last 5-6 years, they've gone down twice and up 3 times. So the appraisal shows a decline in 2021 to 2022, and it's about 2.6 to 4.64%. Next slide. Let's review the park improvement value. This is the reasonable cost to construct the park site improvements. This includes the landscaping, buildings, playgrounds, sport courts, picnic areas, community gardens, and other things that the community may want. Setting the improvement value provides a fair and equitable distribution of the cost to construct new park assets to serve the new residents at the same standard as existing residents. The average cost per capita for existing park system improvements is currently set at $3,471 per capita. For those that are interested in the per acre amount, it's in the 2019 Nexus study. That's $1.335 million per acre. The increased value that we had used prior to that, when we updated in 2018, it was phased in over a 4-year period. That resulted in about $4.5 million in uncollected value based on the actual residential projects that came in over that time period. So it's important to note that improvement value is sensitive to cost escalation over time. And for clarity, at previous times, sometimes you will hear that it's indexed, but it's not. It's currently not indexed to account for increases or decreases in cost. Next slide, please. So park improvement value comparison, similar to what we just did on the land value. $3,471 per capita is no longer at 100% cost recovery. The construction costs have increased about 30%, a little more than that, over the past 5 years, according to the California Department of General Services Construction Cost Index for the Bay Area. And an adjustment of 10% from about $3,471 to $3,818, it was proposed for discussion and input. Parks and Recreation Commission reviewed that on March 21st, 2023. Table 2 provides the takeaway is basically the 5-year review of the construction cost escalation on the value of park improvements. Shows that if it had been indexed directly to that, regardless of a percentage cap, it would probably be at $4,641 per capita. Next slide, please. So at this point in the presentation, I'll provide a summary of the policy considerations, options for the City Council that we'd like you to focus on. First one is on the land values. So the updated values provided in the land appraisal report dated 12/21/22 are $5.5 million for the zip code area 95050, $5.84 million in 95051, and $5.240 million in 95054. Last year, you decided that the Patrick Henry Drive specific plan was its own area and set a valuation which was at a, and it's in a council resolution, at a lower rate than the rest of 95054, and decided that that would reset to the then current fees July 1st, 2023. So you will not find any further analysis on that in this report. These values are lower than 2021 values by 2.6 to 4.6%. The use of 2022 values do support cost recovery at 100% for land because that's what it's tied to in a ratio. The findings are reasonable and justified. Next, we'll move on to considerations and options for park improvement value. So the construction cost index, as we mentioned, has gone up 30% over 5 years. The same base park improvements value would have increased. It's on the slide. We need a fair amount for recent escalation, and we also want to make sure that there's negligible impact on residential development, as you've heard from developers in the past, that they are also sensitive as these increases are passed on to them. 10% increase does recover the average normal annual cost escalation at 2% per year, which is about the historic average for the previous 10 years before we had the recent inflation. A finding of $3,818 per capita value therefore is reasonable and justified. Next slide. The next thing to consider is the future park improvement value and increases in it year over year to deal with the cost increase and volatility. One of the considerations is to limit future annual increases or decreases by a maximum percentage. What would that do? It would support the provision of both new park amenities and facilities, as well as support new housing. So you have two balanced goals that you're trying to achieve. It also, fees in lieu of parkland dedication are not the only fees paid by new residential development, so that's a consideration that we're not trying to pile fees on fees or increases on top of increases. The developers have asked over time for a level of certainty and reasonably predictable cost escalation, which is needed for the developers in the past, now, and into the future. Land and improvement values used in calculation of the in lieu fees are independent of each other and do go up and down, so they are two variables that move differently. So it's not, let's set it and let's just increase both of them at whatever an increase is that we're trying to peg them to the reasonable costs and use an analysis that is justifiable and supports that and is reasonable, as required under Quimby and MFA. A 10% annual limit up or down on changes in the park improvement value to be used in calculation of fees is reasonable. Next slide. Another consideration for the park improvement value is also what is a way to take care of the annual changes in the park improvement value and stay close to 100% of cost recovery on the annual basis. The annual adjustments to the improvement value based on increases or decreases in the State of California Department of General Services Construction Cost Index, those are justifiable. They're published monthly, so you have monthly changes. Everybody can go and look at that, and then they're published as well as the total increase in December for the year. So it basically would be similar to the changes that you would expect in an appraisal report. You would be able to look up and see, oh, this is what we anticipate the changes to the improvement value to be. It provides a reasonably predictable factor for annual cost escalation and sometimes decreases as well. The land and improvement values used in calculation of in lieu fees are, as I mentioned before, independent of each other. They go up and down. And use of the construction cost index for analysis of changes would be reviewed and verified by actual park improvement project cost information, which we also use for the periodic Parks and Recreation Facilities Development Impact Nexus study, which is done every 5 to 6 years. Next slide. And then finally, another policy consideration is one that you have used before, and we did talk a little bit about it, was the phase-in of changes of a percentage or a fixed amount over a specified time. Increases are not tied to actual costs or cost escalation index, and so what that causes is a diverge or lag from 100% cost recovery value, and also the cost increases and decreases on an annual basis. While they're fixed, they're just moving at what you decide as opposed to what may actually be happening in the construction industry for labor, materials, and supplies, which in Parks and Recreation, those are the inputs to get your developed park. Specific language would need to be added to the proposed fee resolution to specify the value to be used and the time frame over which values would be increased. And again, you have an example of having done that about 4.5, 5 years ago. So next slide. We reviewed the review period in public input and commission review. We had the public review between March 7th and March 21st. No comments were received from anyone on the annual land valuation report. Parks and Recreation Commission on March the 21st did review the information that I just shared with you. They found that decreased land values are reasonable. 10% increase on improvement value is reasonable, given that it's less than a third of the total cost escalation over the past 5 years. They liked linking improvement value to the construction cost index. They had comments about the timing and the use of the in lieu fees. As I noted, developer support of past increases, they were wondering about that. Historically, developers have been supportive, but they've also been sensitive to the percentage increases. And standard levels of service, park amenities, and need for development of park facilities with new residential housing. They would just want to make sure that the timing is that as the new residents are coming in, the parks are there to serve them. Next slide. So the commission recommendation, I won't read that off to you, but it had 3 parts. Next slide. Summary of assumptions and changes proposed. So this is what you have in the resolution, the proposed resolution. For the fiscal year 23-24 in lieu fee calculations and the fee resolution, for the land value, it uses the current average per acre values that are found in the land appraisal report dated December 31st, 2022. The improvement value used an increased park improvement base value of $3,818 per capita. So that's the $3,471 plus 10%. It includes a 10% limit, both up and down, on annual changes in the value used in calculation of fees. That would have obviated the 13% or whatever from this last year. It would have put a cap on that. The resolution also includes a link of future annual park improvement values, increases or decreases, to the construction cost index. And then finally, the resolution, in addition to the required findings, it deviates in that it doesn't say 60 days after you adopt this that it goes into effect. What we have done in the past is link it to the fiscal year. So on July 1st of 2023, applications deemed complete on or after that date then would be subject to the new resolution. Next slide. There's always questions, well, how do you calculate it? The resolution has 3 tables in it, one for each of the residential zip code areas of the city. And this indicates where you can find the cost components that we've reviewed several times in this presentation, the land value, the improvement value. So these are the current fees and where they're located, and the costs as inputs. Next slide. This gives you the fee calculation for the proposed fee schedule. And again, you can see that just as the example for 95050, cost per capita changes in park improvements basically goes up about $347. The cost per capita in land values actually decreases 2.6 to 4.6%, and that's about $559 for MFA and $645 for Quimby. So that results in a decrease in fee for, if you're looking at the multifamily and the Quimby, of between $519 and $730. Next slide. This gives you another view, proposed and current, and all of the fees. Next slide. So the next steps, public hearing. So hearing from the public, the council discussion of policy direction for the 4 items that I've mentioned as policy considerations. And final slide. If you are in support of the various items after your discussion, this is proposed language that you could use to fully flesh out and accurately describe the resolution. Conclusion.
Thank you for that very detailed report. Now, did we have any response from the developers on this fee? I'm just wondering, I haven't seen anything, but so it would be the first year they weren't.
This would be the second time. The last time we
was
heard
it?
nothing was the last time that the land values decreased.
Okay, just checking. All right, we'll have questions from the council. Councilmember Jane?
Yes, if you could go to slide 8, please.
Could you ask the question while we're waiting for slide 8?
Slide 8. Thank you.
So my understanding is the improvement fees have not changed since 2018, and there wasn't a provision in there for increasing based on inflation. And so my question is that in reality, the values went up 30.4% since 2018 for improvement. And when we implemented the park fees in 2014, you know, people were getting splinters in our park equipment, and it was way out of date with ADA and all of the other rules. So we took a lot of park fees and we retrofitted and upgraded a lot of our parks, but we're still behind. And so my question is here, it says construction. Okay. So, my problem is that I agree with the 10% annual limit increase, but my problem is that if we increase it by 10%, we're still going to be 20% behind, and we will always be 20% behind because we're only increasing due to inflation, which means that we're going to be underfunding the equipment at our parks, and we'd have to supplement it with general fund. So my question is there a mechanism that you propose to play catch-up, that for the next 3 years we go up by 10%, and then after that we go to CLI?
So
I'm going to ask that you hold off on that because it's going to be on the value of the land, but any other questions, Councilmember Jane?
That's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy?
Thank you. My questions were also with the improvement value. I understand you're putting a cap of no more than 10% up or down, but then you wanted to also tie it to the construction costs, which we know always go up. So I was confused as to how those could go down. Thank you.
Any other questions from the council? Councilmember, Vice Mayor Park?
Actually, I think Councilmember Jane basically summed up what I wanted to say. I understand that the MFA and Quimby land values are largely responsible for the decreases, but again, we only increased in lieu fees by 10%, even though the values went up by 30%. These are proportional fees, and if the purpose was to increase parkland, park land, to increase the ratio to meet our targets, like we don't even meet our targets, wouldn't it be possible to increase the proportion of the in lieu fees to show that we'd rather have parkland rather than in lieu fees? By making the in lieu fees lower than the cost of development or cost of land, I think that it's kind of a no-brainer in some cases. I think that rather than simply allow people to pay in lieu fees, we should have a standard that says if the parkland, if the property is not large enough to have substantial or material parkland space, then perhaps we will take in lieu fees. But I mean, for something larger, I would almost feel that we would want the parkland, and we would make the, we would make the in lieu fees show that we would rather have the parkland. Thank you.
Oh, you finished? I don't see any other questions, so Director Teixeira.
Okay, so I have three questions. The first one is just intended, my first part of the comment will be for clarity's sake, so I'm not taking issue. I do need to say that it's come up before when we've presented on Quimby and MFA. The fees due in lieu of parkland dedication cannot be used to make up for deficiencies in existing parks. We have used the fees for expansion and delivery of new facilities at existing parks that reasonably will serve the residents, the new residents elsewhere in the community. So as you go down the list of all of the things that we've done, that's what we've been doing. So we have not been using them for deficiencies. Secondly, Quimby does allow for rehabilitation of existing parkland. And again, there's that reasonable relationship with that. The new residents will go to that park and use that facility. The question then was about the change in percentage. I think that's what it was, that if it went up 30%, why would we only go up 10%? What's the plan for making up for the difference of 10 and 30? So part of that is these, again, are not the only fees that developers are paying, and these are also not the only mechanism that Parks and Recreation uses to work with the development community. So as I've stated before, we negotiate development agreements. So they're constructing, they're actually doing the improvement. Under Quimby, they could be reimbursed for that value. So in essence, we're capping the value, and if the park that the developers are delivering to you, to your specifications, it costs more, they bear that cost. They're capped on what they're reimbursed. For the MFA, different developments that you've approved, again, they're doing the park land, they're doing the park improvements, they're doing the maintenance on that. And we have some that are for 40 years with Irvine, and we've had some also since then that are in perpetuity. And we've also created other mechanisms for paying for the ongoing maintenance. So the idea that we're not going to catch up is actually that we are looking forward and making sure that the development and the maintenance of those new parks is being taken care of, and it's not a general fund burden. So it actually is less. So I'm just saying we're using several tools in the tool kit to get a good or best result that's reasonable and that the developers also are supportive of. So that would be how I would say. We're not getting behind because we're actually planning for the maintenance and the development of that park ahead of time.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I understand there's a number of parks like Gateway Crossing in Irvine where the developer builds the park and builds the improvements. But there's a lot of other smaller developments where we collect in lieu fees. And for those parks where we can buy the land and we control that, we're going to be 20% behind.
Okay. All right.
Mayor, there were a couple of other questions. I should probably answer those too.
Please, if you would answer.
Yeah, and I'll try to do them quickly. So Councilmember Hardy, construction cost increases, how do they go down? They actually did go down in the 2006-07. I think there was a recession or something back then. And so the construction cost index actually went down. I think it was 1.5%. So every now and then, there are decreases in cost in a recessionary environment. We can't predict it, and if the policy option ahead of you or a suggestion at 10% seems to be too much, council could decide that it could be less than that. Or you only do it on the increases, capping increases, and not worry about decreases. So that's a point well taken. And then Councilmember Parkland is of a higher value, and you want the land rather than necessarily improvements. And so how do you motivate that? I think that I'm going to summarize it that way. Maybe I got it correct. But the specific area plans, I think the city has 5 of those, and that's where the Planning Commission and the council determine that's the amount of parkland that you want within that specific area. So Lawrence Station area plan's got about 6 acres. 3 of it's coming in the first 2 phases, and then there's 3 more coming with future development. Tasman East, you look there, you have one neighborhood park, the rest are mini parks. The neighborhood park's 2.5 acres. So Patrick Henry Drive, specific plan. And then, so you're making decisions on those. When we get that, that's what we have the ability to negotiate for. When we find additional parkland, like we did Reed and Grant Street for community facilities, where we certainly can buy those and dedicate those separate from the actual addition of new residential housing. So it doesn't necessarily have to be there. It could be a community facility that serves the entire community in that manner. So yes, we do value the parkland, very much so, and we try to get it where we can.
Vice Mayor Park, do you have another question, or is your name still up here?
Like, I understand that, but as Councilmember Jane said, like, we're 20% behind the market value. And like you just said, in lieu fees cannot be used for deficiencies in parkland space, which is why for new developments, we'd like them to give us the parkland instead of the in lieu fees, because we can't get additional parks with the in lieu fees they pay us. And that's why I guess the same question, how are we going to get, why can't we make the fees high enough that giving us the land would be a better alternative than paying a lower in lieu fee? I mean, I understand that you have several tools to get value, but one of the biggest values that we're missing is, we can upgrade the lands that we have, but unless we can get new lands, and, if we have to pay for it out of our city funds, we would like to get as much money from the developers. We would like to get the appropriate money from the developers to use to purchase that land, or get the land directly from them without them paying a lower in lieu fee instead of giving us the land. Like, if you could go into little detail of how we do that.
So in conversations, and I'm just going to say from my limited background and experience, two things I would say is, we have done these, so I'm just going to use them as historical facts. So at Reed and Grant Street, we paid less than a premium. It was less than $1 million an acre for parkland. We got 9 acres. We had one of the in-holding folks sell it to us because of the easement that crossed it, and he couldn't do something with it. He sold it for less than a market value. So you can negotiate property acquisition. There's another one that council members may be aware of. I can't speak to it directly, but there may be opportunity to purchase a recreational element somewhere in the city at a very economical price. So there is a way of picking up parkland at less than market value. So what I would say again is, on average, that's how the value is established, by using appraisal comps and weighted averages, and this is the average for that parkland. On the improvement value, some recreation facilities have restrooms, buildings, sports complexes, et cetera, and those are higher cost, higher value. But the average acre of parkland in the city does not have those. So some parks have less amenities that are not less amenities. They have amenities that have a lesser cost. So they're populated with less expensive items. So on average, this is the amount. So I'd say that you're not falling behind. You're setting a budget and you're saying, this is what we're going to put in the parks. Finally, again, if we look at Coleman Gateway, we look at Santa Clara Square, Meadow Park, Creekside Park, Redwood Trail, and in Patrick Henry Drive with the Summer Hill apartment communities, Art Center, and Art Walk. Those are higher cost parks that are coming in without that cost. So you've now saved it from those that are building it and maintaining it, and you're now able to use it on your next project. So again, that's how we've been doing it. I think it's pretty remarkable, and I wouldn't say that we are creating any deficiencies. In fact, we're always thinking about the DBFOM, the design, the build, the fund, the operate, the maintain, and at least one life cycle of renewal on that park. That's me or us, our team, the city, leaving it better than we found it.
Thank you very much. I think you've answered the questions, and this is a public hearing. So I'm going to ask if there's any member of the public would like to speak, please come forward. Welcome.
Thanks, Mayor and Council. It's great to see that you look at these evaluations every year. I'd like to just do a quick walk down memory lane here back to 2014, when at the time Council Member Gilmore was in the minority with Mayor Matthews leading the charge, Mahan and Kolstad and some others. And they were voting at the time for a reduced park fee. This is back when I think Santa Clara got $500 a development for park fees. It was almost a throwaway. And Councilmember Gilmore was arguing, it's like, why are we saying we're going to get 10% of the land cost from a developer to buy land that we know we can't buy at 10%? We got to pay 100% for it. And she was strong enough in her voice that when the motion was there, it failed, and she made an immediate motion for 100% parkland recovery fee. And that is why you are having this discussion today. It is not because, or I guess a more appropriate way to show or say is, this is some of the legacy that now Mayor Gilmore laid the foundation of almost 8 years ago. Or 9 years ago. And I think there should be some appreciation for that kind of leadership, because I hear a lot of times this council tries to tear that historical leadership down. And the question that I heard is, well, why aren't we asking them to pay what they should pay for what the land costs? I heard Vice Mayor Park ask this question twice now, and it didn't seem to be clear that he understood you are getting 100% of that land value. That's what that chart says. You're getting 100% of that land value. The operational costs and some of the upkeep, that's the discounted part or the capped part. But you are getting what the land costs from the developer, and you can thank Mayor Gilmore for that 9 years ago.
Thank you. Welcome.
John Haggerty. I have just a few observations different from the previous speaker, and directed largely at Council Members Jane and Park. First, I want to emphasize that while we use the term fee, what we really have here is a tax. It's a tax, Secondly, it's an increase. There's some talk about percentage going down, but it's an increase, and we know it's to make more money. Okay. Third thing, which is a novel thing, is it's now going to become automatic. It's actually going to take you fellas out of the loop even more than what Mr. Vartan was complaining about, which is this will be automatic and it'll be a formula and you won't have to look at it again. But it will be a tax increase that's automatic. Now, so when you tax something, you get less of it. You tax smoking, less smoking. You tax alcohol, less alcohol consumption. If you tax housing or housing construction, you're going to get less housing construction. And that's the whole purpose of a tax many times, is to discourage the thing that you're taxing. You tax income, you're going to get less income. And then, as I understand, I may be incorrect about the numbers, but to build a new unit nowadays in a place like Santa Clara, it's like $70,000 in government taxes, whether it's parks or construction or electric access or whatever. But those are taxes. And because of those taxes, we're going to have less housing in this city of ours. And I just wanted to make you aware of that we're talking about taxes here, and we're talking about a discouragement to home construction, which many people think we need. And then finally, just a smaller point about with the fees in lieu, there's supposed to be a park, but a lot of times it seems to me that developers, who for whatever reason don't want to complain that much, but sometimes they find that they pay the fees, but the park is not there when the development is completed, and they need the park to sell the property. So anyway, those are observations that I'd like you to consider.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, it's a public hearing, so may I have a motion to close?
Madam Mayor, we have...
Oh, I'm sorry, online, I'm sorry. Dennis. Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Dennis Martin, speaking on behalf of BIA Bay Area. And I wanted to comment on the appraisal in the sense that it has remained very similar or gone down slightly in some areas of the city. And we too believe that land values have moderated and are coming down somewhat. So this appraisal does track along with BIA and other real estate industry professionals thinking that land values have declined. And so this is, I think, a very appropriate appraisal for this, for 2022. We may even see further declines in 2023. So the council should, I think, be prepared mentally for land values to continue to decrease over the next foreseeable future. I wanted to thank Mr. Teixeira. We've worked together now on this for probably 10 years. I wanted to thank him for one, pointing out how much development and the city do work hand in hand in developing parks and maintaining parks and assuming the liability as well of many public spaces in the city. I also wanted to appreciate that a document that was included in the report for tonight's item showed the development community's contributions and fees to the city's Parkland Fund and to many projects that have been funded by those fees. So I wanted to make sure that the city understands those fees and values are tied to nexus studies and appraisals. And those are the ways I think that the city is able to justify that they can charge these fees. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dennis. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this issue? Okay, I was told it's not a public hearing, so we will not close the public hearing, but it is a public hearing. Councilmember Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to accept staff's recommendation. Do I need to read the whole recommendation out?
I don't think that's necessary. City Attorney, does Councilmember Becker have to read the whole recommendation?
No, Madam Mayor, there's no requirement for that.
Okay,
Yeah.
very good. So we have a motion for staff recommendation. Is there a second?
Just 1 second. I just see staff over here.
Just a second.
Yeah.
Madam Mayor, staff's going to clarify the action before you.
Okay, thank you.
Right. When you say staff recommendation, slide 20 provides a full and I think very clear recommendation. What was on the staff report is bullet 1.
Well, can you just give us the staff recommendation?
Right here.
There's like 5 or 6 things, right? All of those things.
4 items on there.
Oh, 4?
All of them discussed.
Okay.
4 bullets.
Councilmember Becker, are you okay with that staff recommendation of those 4 bullets?
Yes, I am okay with those, and we don't have to take them separately.
No,
correct?
no,
Okay.
no. Just 1. All right, is there a second on this? Go ahead. Wait, is there a second? Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second with the
I
staff
have a
recommendation.
friendly amendment.
Okay, and what would that be?
I would like to propose all of the above, but for this year, to increase the improvement fee by 10%, and the next year by another 10%. And then subsequent to that, it would be based on cost of construction. So that way we would get to catch up by a little bit more than we are right now. And I would just like to mention that in 2014, the argument was when we passed this tax that no one was going to build in Santa Clara. And we clearly see that people have been eager to build in Santa Clara. And we have 25,000 units under construction at Tasman East. The original proposal was 4,500 units on 45 acres. We're actually going to put possibly 6,000 units on 45 acres. So there has in my opinion, we haven't skipped a beat. All the other cities around us were charging recovery fees. We were just behind. So that's my friendly amendment.
I'm going to go to the city attorney's office. With that big of a change, do we have to recirculate all of this?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I'm gonna even refer to staff on the implications of that to go future years at that without studies backing that up.
We take this
Correlate
annually,
those
year by
fees.
year.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about projecting out in the future without studies that back it up based on the information that you have. But Jim, you probably know this better
I would
than me.
agree with the city attorney on that item. Again, what we noticed and took out and got public input on was the 10%. And then in terms of future years, the indexing of that. And so periodically we do bring forward and review the information. We certainly could put it on for next year to review it again for a 10% increase.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I'd prefer that in the form of a referral to bring back for future analysis.
That would be my amendment. Every year it changes, so, and we do public hearings based upon whatever the situation is for that year. We just can't add it on now without any public input. Anyways, we wouldn't because it's the future.
That would be my amendment, is to bring it back next year for consideration of reevaluating that improvement.
Do we have to put that if we're going to bring it back next year, do we even vote on something like that right now?
You wouldn't legally need to do that, Madam Mayor. That could just be even a referral following up on the action on the staff's recommendation.
So we keep it cleaner.
Okay, I'll drop my amendment.
All right, so we have a motion and a second for the staff recommendation. When you're ready, Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park.
No.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes 6-1. I'm going to ask that we take a 5-minute break, 5 to 7-minute break, and then come back and hear item 9. Thank you.
Okay.
I wasn't sure. I looked around.
If everyone could take their seats, please. Thank you very much. We're going to proceed with item number 9. Item number 9. Action on policy options to amend regulations related to street vending activities in the city of Santa Clara. I'm not sure who is, very good. Welcome. Thank you for hanging in with us so late as well. We appreciate it.
Yes, Mayor.
When you're ready.
Great. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, city staff, and those from our community. My name is Richard Fitting. I'm a police captain here at the Santa Clara Police Department. I currently oversee our Special Operations Division, and we are responsible for public safety planning and operations for special events citywide, including but not limited to those events at Levi Stadium. Today, I will be presenting this item related to sidewalk street vending activities in our city. Next slide. For a bit of historical context, our existing city code prohibits unpermitted businesses. However, in 2019, Senate Bill 946 decriminalized sidewalk vending and imposed restrictions on manners in which enforcement could occur. Our city attorney's office provided a legal update to the police department and the Parks and Recreation Department describing the newly imposed restrictions on enforcement at that time. At various points throughout the past year, local business owner Mr. Howard Gibbons has spoken to this council regarding permit enforcement, in particular regarding street vendors at or near Levi Stadium on event days. At a January council meeting this year, staff was directed to provide an update at a future meeting regarding Mr. Gibbons' concerns, hence this report to council. Next slide, please. Chief Assistant City Attorney Reuter will be providing an overview of Senate Bill 946.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. A little background on SB 946. It went into effect in 2019, as the captain said, and it reflects the legislature's desire to promote entrepreneurship and support immigrant and low-income communities. The legislature specifically stated that sidewalk vending provides important entrepreneurships and economic development opportunities to low-income and immigrant communities that they wish to serve. It increases access to desired goods, such as culturally significant food and merchandise, contributes to a safe and dynamic public space, and that the safety and welfare of the general public is promoted by prohibiting criminal penalties for violations of sidewalk vending ordinances and regulations. They also said that this is a matter of statewide concern, thus is applicable to charter cities. A new chapter has been added to the government code containing the new limitations on our regulatory authority within our city boundaries. So the first bullet point you see here is a specific scope. The code is written, the new law is written to limit its applicability to food or merchandise sold from a non-motorized stand or cart and only upon public sidewalks or other pedestrian pathways. This is the definition of sidewalk vendor as a person who sells food or merchandise from a push cart, stand, display, pedal-driven cart, wagon, showcase, rack, or other non-motorized conveyance, or from their person. So by definition, the law only applies to sidewalks and pedestrian pathways and would not therefore apply to other areas, such as parking lots, for example. The next bullet point is that no public sidewalk limitations are permitted except for those that address objective health, safety, and welfare concerns. The baseline position of the state's legislation, which is important to understand, is that the local authority shall not regulate sidewalk vendors, except in accordance with the limitations in the new law. So the general rule is no regulation, and they carve out exceptions from that general rule that allow us to regulate. So that's how we view what we do here. The entirety of the public right-of-way shall be open for use for sidewalk vending, except where there are objective health, safety, and welfare concerns that necessitate restrictions on the parts of the public right-of-way that can be used for sidewalk vending. So to be very clear, the law expressly states that perceived community animus or economic competition does not constitute an objective health, safety, or welfare concern. Okay? Other allowable regulations differ depending on location and circumstance. So for example, generally sidewalk vending is allowed in parks, but a city can prohibit stationary sidewalk vendors within parks if there is an exclusive concessionaire agreement in place within that park. Similarly, a city may prohibit stationary but not roaming sidewalk vendors in exclusively residential zones. A city can prohibit sidewalk vendors in areas within the immediate vicinity of a permitted certified farmer's market or a permitted swap meet in an area designated for a temporary special permit, but all only during the limited operating hours of that permit or farmer's market or swap meet. The next is that generally we cannot limit the total number of vendors in a city. The city cannot cap the number of street vendor licenses we're willing to issue, nor can we cap the number of vendors that can operate in a particular area in which we have not identified a particular health, safety, or welfare concern. We can, however, identify locations where a concentration of street vendors could trigger a health concern and impose appropriate restrictions such as minimum distances between vendors, things of that nature. So generally, time, place, manner restrictions are allowed, but each of those time, place, manner restrictions has to be directly related to a health, safety, welfare concern. Okay? So the time, place, manner of sidewalk vending within a park, let's take the parks, for example. If the park is not subject to the exclusive concessionaire agreement, then in order to impose a time, place, manner restriction on that park, you need to have objective health, safety, or welfare concerns, or it has to be necessary to ensure that the public's use and enjoyment of the natural resources and recreational opportunities. So the restriction has to be necessary to allow the public to enjoy the park. Or the restriction has to be necessary to prevent an undue concentration of commercial activity that would interfere with the scenic or natural nature of the park. So those are the types of categories within which we are permitted to regulate in a park. Some examples of allowable time, place, manner restrictions outside of parks include limitations on hours of operation in non-residential areas. But these limitations have to match the limitations that are imposed on other businesses or uses in the same area. So for example, if we allow for restaurants on a particular street to be open during particular hours, we have to allow the sidewalk vending on that same street in those same hours. Number two, requirements. We are allowed to impose or require that there are certain sanitary conditions that be maintained. Generally speaking, those sanitary conditions are governed by another set of laws, and we tend to refer people to, like, the county, for example, to deal with the health-related issues. ADA access has to be maintained. We can require a permit or a valid business license, but there are restrictions on that as well that are more detailed. We can require that they get whatever approvals are necessary from other governmental agencies, but we cannot require any non-governmental approval. And lastly, we can require that a vendor submit certain information about their business, such as their name, their address, whether or not they're acting as an agent for some other entity. But there are a number of things that we cannot require any longer, so the permit process would have to be modified. And lastly, let's talk about some changes to the enforcement scheme. Perhaps the most significant part of this legislation is the change in enforcement options. A city cannot criminally enforce violations of its sidewalk vending ordinance, nor can a city confiscate non-compliant vendors' property. Violations can only be enforced by administrative citations of $100 for the first violation, $200 for the second violation within 1 year of the first, and $500 for the third or more violations within 1 year of the first. 4 or more violations can be grounds for revoking a permit. If a vendor is operating without a permit, a different, higher fine or fee schedule applies. No additional fines can be added, and a local jurisdiction that creates a permitting and regulation framework in accordance with this new law is also required to create and implement an appeal or adjudicatory process to go with it. It's basically adding an ability to pay determination, which is similar to and based upon the indigency determination that's used by the Superior Court to waive court fees. So in that similar process, our city's hearing officer would then have to take that ability to pay submittal from the person who received the fines, and if they provided all the information that was necessary, a reduction to the amount of fine would be made, all the way down to about 20% of the fine. So that is sort of the enforcement scheme, and it's a pretty sweeping change to the way that we have handled traditionally street vending, what we used to call peddling in our city. And so as we go through with the police department, the various challenges and policy implications of this, sort of keep in mind what the scope is of what we can actually do now under the new law. Okay, thank you. I'll give it back to you.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. Given the legal review provided by Chief Assistant City Attorney Reuter, one challenge we currently face is that our city code does not align with state legislation. We've identified numerous health, safety, and welfare concerns relative to street vendors in which time, place, and manner restrictions would be appropriate and would promote public safety. I'll describe those in a moment, both from a general view citywide, but also to stadium-specific considerations. It is important to note that even if our code were amended to align with Senate Bill 946 to outline time, place, manner restrictions for enforcement, as Assistant City Attorney Reuter noted, penalties are limited to inconsequential. Next slide, please. So first, I'll describe general health and safety concerns and how this impacts the city citywide. I'll show a few photos in between, and then I'll describe stadium area specific concerns. Some concerns which present themselves generally include encroachment on public spaces, sidewalk access, public right-of-way impediments, also impediments to varied traffic, whether it be pedestrian, bicycle, pedicab, or vehicular, all of which are of concern, but in particular during egress of any large events. Unsafe food preparation, maintenance, handling practices, inadequate waste disposal, vulnerable populations subject to street crimes, as well as labor and employment law violations. Next slide, please. Before I move to concerns specific to the area at or near the stadium, here are a few pictures to show a picture of what we are considering. As you can see in the upper middle picture, the combustible tanks with fire or explosive risks are a concern for a number of reasons. How those are maintained, secured, connected is unregulated. The food maintenance standards are also unregulated. In the bottom left picture, there were dozens of hot dogs in an unrefrigerated or adequate temperature-controlled state. Additionally, while difficult to see in the photo, the vegetables pictured were in a container and vehicle that was of substandard cleanliness. Within the image on the bottom right, which is at Tasman Drive near Gate F of the stadium, the vendors have diminished the egress path by more than 2/3, decreasing what would be a large opening to merely a few feet. Depending on the event, egress at this location could see several thousand people attempting to walk east on Tasman over the course of mere minutes. This creates a significant blockage and congestion, which poses an obvious safety risk. Next slide, please. Some concerns specific to the area around Levi Stadium include what you see described there. The location of the sidewalk vendors is not incorporated into the emergency evacuation or traffic management plan. Propane tanks, which have the combustion explosive concerns noted, if ignited in a highly populated area, bring inherent risks. Hot, greasy cooktops without structures for safety clearances and requisite fire extinguishing devices. Massive groups congregating, particularly near gates, bridges, and sidewalks. Lines causing people to interrupt ADA paths and various traffic needs. Persons, including those possibly intoxicated, causing disturbances connected with the massive groups traveling through the narrow paths. Sizable amounts of cash being exchanged and potential for crime. Sanitary issues, including but not limited to garbage, access to water for hand cleaning. Merchandise sales of counterfeit, unsafe, or inappropriate items, such as flares. Alcohol being sold without alcoholic beverage control permits or controls. And as noted previously, concerns of legitimate employment practices. Next slide, please. Given the information provided thus far, staff has identified 3 options for consideration. Option 1 is to prepare a temporary ordinance amendment and permit process for stadium event days that would define areas where sidewalk vending could not occur due to health and/or safety concerns within a to-be-determined stadium footprint. The ordinance would also contain provisions to prohibit vending in parking lots associated with the stadium event. The temporary ordinance would be established for a pilot period from August 2023 to January 2024 to evaluate impacts. At that time, the police department would return to the city council with recommendations for implementation for the 2024 concert and NFL seasons, as well as how the ordinance may need to be amended to apply in other areas of the city, such as city parks. Next slide, please. Option 2 would be to direct staff to develop an ordinance amendment to address sidewalk vending citywide. And option 3 would be to direct staff to eliminate all enforceable city code sections related to sidewalk vending, but generally defer to state laws on the matter without any meaningful local controls. Next slide, please. Staff's recommendation is that council defer or direct staff to proceed with option number 1, which was described just a moment ago.
Okay, very good. Thank you. We are going to start with council questions. Councilmember Jane.
Thank you, Officer Fitting and City Attorney Reuter. I had a couple of questions about SB 946. Are there any requirements that any of these vendors have any training at all in safety practices, temperatures that they can store things, or temperatures that they cook things? And then is there any regulation of parklets? You know, you go to some downtown areas and people have seating areas for restaurants in parklets. Can people set up in the parklets and be, I mean, the parking area is a public space. And then, like if you were at a mall, let's say at Safeway, and there's a sidewalk, but they can't be on the sidewalk, blocking the sidewalk, but then there's private property on the other side. Can they set up on the private property, or can the owner of the Safeway or whatever say, you can't be here, and then the police department would have to enforce it? And then if we restrict at the stadium too few areas for vendors, is there any possibility that you'll get into fights between vendors, like vying for space? And how do we regulate that? Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So my question relates to, I know that you mentioned on here alcohol being sold without alcoholic beverage control permits, as well as my question is more about the enforcement of alcohol sales, and can that be implemented? What is the result of that? Because I know when I was a teenager and I worked at Long Drugs, we had a policy that you had to check ID at all times to sell alcoholic beverages. And I actually had somebody who came through and tested me, and these kids literally tried to buy alcohol. And then I passed the test. The guy come in. It was an officer from the city of Sunnyvale. They said, you passed the test. So are we able to do those kind of things? Is that a violation of the SB 949, I think it is? Is that an issue if we did implementation of those kind of things? I mean, I see other things that are concerning, but I think the biggest one for me is the alcohol sales, because that could be selling to minors, and we don't want to have that happening in our community, especially around the stadium or any of our concert events. So that's my biggest concern. When it comes to currency and stuff, I've noticed a lot is in that area, especially downtown San Jose, they're using a lot of something for their Venmo name. So it's more electronic payments rather than in cash. I've noticed it's been going that way, but I do know that they still do cash. So I'd like to see more electronic sales rather than cash, but I understand their situation and their business. But that's mainly my biggest concern and question is about the enforcement of alcohol sales and how that is implemented and what is the consequences for doing those things of selling alcohol in that area. Because I know that if I sold alcohol to that individual, I would have been fined. And that there comes a lot of issues with that fine. So I want to know what that situation is as well for if vendors try to do that. And if officers were undercover and trying to see if they would sell them an alcoholic beverage without IDing them, then would that be something that would be chargeable? So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you so much, Sue, for bringing this forward, and Captain Fitting. I really appreciate this presentation because, after talking with Howard Gibbons on several occasions and hearing his concerns, I know this is an important issue. So I'm really glad that you went back and got to the bottom of it, because I wasn't familiar with Senate Bill 946, and I wasn't familiar with the memorandum that was prepared that went to the Chief of Police and the Parks and Recreation. I think it would have been nice for it to come to the council as well. But I would like to know, you mentioned like their carve-out regulations, and I'm wondering, so at the local authority, we still have the ability to make some adjustments to the bill, to the regulations, even though it's besides what's contained in 946. And I have the same concerns about code enforcement. I know our police or public safety is stretched when they're usually out at the stadium, but just wondering, would it be a separate group that would be overseeing enforcement? And would we also be working with the health department, the Santa Clara County Health Department, in terms of enforcement and how food preparation and things like that? Because I know with the Art and Wine Festival for Sister Cities, when we were setting up and selling food, we had to go through strict restrictions, and we couldn't even start selling food until the health department came out and checked to make sure that everything, all the boxes were checked, and then allowed us to sell food. So I know the county has very strict restrictions and requirements, so that's why I'd like to know if the health department will be included in this in any way. And that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I too had the question about the county health department, and I've worked many, many times at the Art and Wine Festival and been in charge. I know the rules. And one rule we're really strict about is if you touch money, you don't touch food. If you touch food, you don't touch money. So that right there, that means you have to have more people helping. And it seems like reading SB 946, just by the sheer fact that it's a mobile cart, I'm not clear if all the rules go away, because there are rules from the county health, and it is to keep everyone safe. And I was curious also why you wanted to wait until August 23rd to start a pilot program. Was that to make certain we were fulfilling all the requirements, or, because we do have activities going on this summer? Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Captain Fittings, for the presentation, and Chief Assistant Attorney Sue for the clarification on SB 946. My question, the pictures Captain Fittings showed were very alarming, basically. So the food storage part of it, like hot dogs being stored without refrigeration in a big box, which may be out for multiple hours. So the question is, can city cite them, or it is only the health department who can cite them for these things? So where does the jurisdiction lies? Where is the power of citing these people lies with that? And I know the city can cite them for safety, like when they're using propane cylinders in unsafe manner, we can. But the question is, what jurisdiction does the city has regarding the food storage and health related things? Thank you.
Thank you. So Sue, if you'd like to answer those questions as best you can.
All right, so some of these are questions I'm going to answer, and some I'm going to hand off to Captain Fitting. So first, requirements for training, safety practices, or food handling within SB 946, there are none. The new law does not contain any of those requirements for vendors. Second, regulation on parklets. I'm not entirely sure what your parklet is that you're referring to.
Just the parking spots next to a sidewalk?
Oh, so we're talking about 946 only applies to sidewalks and pedestrian paths. So on the actual roadway, in a parking lot, those things don't qualify as sidewalks, public rights of way, or other pedestrian pathways. So
could somebody set up in a parking space?
Right, so if you're in a parking space, a marked parking space, our ability to regulate that, cite that, enforce against that is not limited by SB 946 because it's locational. Okay. Does it regulate private property? It does not regulate private property. In terms of what the vendors could do from a safety perspective, I'm going to defer that one to Captain Fitting. Likewise, illegal sales of alcohol and enforcement under state law is still separate, and I'll defer to Captain Fitting on that. In terms of how do we use our local authority to make regulations, how do we go about doing that? And that's sort of the devil's in the details kind of piece of it. So every regulation that we make needs to have an associated health, safety, welfare, objective, articulated concern associated with it. So for example, if at some point we do decide to expand our street vending regulations to citywide, and we determine that street vending around schools, when schools are in session, or right when they're getting out of school, it's a concern because it causes people to go into the street. It's just a traffic and safety concern. That's something that we could identify specifically and use that to build into our regulation. So that's how we would approach it. Every time we see the concern, we would determine whether or not there was an appropriate regulation to address that concern. Who enforces it? At this point, it would be the police department. It has been the police department enforcing for many, many years now, and I suppose that's probably going to continue. Do we work with the county health department? There's a history related to how we've worked with the county health department on this, and again, I'll defer to Captain Fitting on that history. Which county health rules still apply? All of the county health rules still apply. And the law specifically allows us to build into our regulations the fact that they have to get whatever governmental permits or permissions to operate that they would need to. So maybe that includes state, tax-related permits. Maybe that includes county health, food permits, all of those kinds of things. We can require them to do that. And if they do not have those, that's a violation of ours, that's citable. Okay? But the violation of the substantive violation of the food handling issue wouldn't necessarily be what we cite. It would be their failure to comply with the other governmental agencies' regulation. Why and the timing. At this point, it's going to take us a little while. The recommendation is for Policy 1, which requires us to really go out and essentially draw what the stadium footprint is going to be and figure out where within that stadium footprint we want to put in different regulations. And then we have to actually go through the process of amending our city code to allow for the pilot program. And so from going through the work that would take and the staffing that we have, we figured the earliest we could really get it done would be the start of the football season.
Councilmember Vice Mayor Park, did you have a question?
Yes, I did. I mean, I hear what you're saying, and I'm reading the no criminal penalties, administrative citations only, per set fine schedule. And we talked about that, and a determination process must be created with statutory ability to reduce fine by up to 80%. And I just think that, like, where's the teeth in this thing? But you mentioned, I think that we alluded to, like, restaurants get graded. Can vendors be graded similarly? I mean, I understand we say this is what we have for vendors. We can, not allow them to be in certain spaces because of HSW concerns. But what if we did something that's a little bit complementary? What if we said, for people who have valid business license, you get this prime space because, and this is kind of how we do a little bit of the grading, because, and similarly with selling alcohol, I think that, again, vending is covered one way, but the sale of alcohol, I think, would be covered under a different law, and we would cite them for that, not necessarily the vending portions. I think you were talked about the substantive issue of food handling would not be the reason we cite them. It would have to tie back to some other law that we would be citing them for, leaving the SB 496 as is. But I mean, my questions are, what if there's an incident like food poisoning? I think that given the situations described, it would be very hard to tie back for a person that got poisoned or to tie it back to even a specific vendor. And even if SB 946 doesn't contain guidelines for food safety, could we add them as part of a method to determine, health, safety, welfare effects? Right. I feel like there's so many other things that we could do to help the people that are trying to do the right thing, and at least identify the people who aren't doing those things, and then let the market decide which where they want to go, and that would help reduce or increase conformance or compliance and reduce the wild west as we have it. Like I fully agree that we need to do a pilot where we make the paths clear, where we define all of the health, safety, and wellness concerns, welfare concerns. But I don't want to wait until August to do that. I mean, we've got concerts in July. We've got lots of events coming up well before August. And I know it takes additional time to do that. I would like to do this in an effective manner, but I would, rather than set a date of August, I would like to see if we can do this as soon as possible and maybe work with people who are trying to do the right thing, to flesh out a process that not just identifies and calls out people who aren't following the process, who aren't doing the right thing, but also rewards people who are trying to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I add a question on to Captain Fitting when he comes up? Sue, you had said that it's up to the police department to monitor and really police the thing. So my question is, during events, we have a lot of double badgers. Would they also have the authority to enforce? That would be my question. So Captain Fitting, if you have some of the questions to answer, if you wouldn't mind coming forward. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Using my laptop for notes. I'll go in order if that's okay, Mayor.
Absolutely, yeah.
So the first that I have designated for me is the restriction of vendors leading to possible fights. Senate Bill 946 prohibits a regulatory agency from restricting the total number of vendors permitted to operate within a jurisdiction. So to your point, that could happen, but I don't know that the police department can necessarily preview that and say that it would happen. But it certainly could be something for us to consider. Councilmember Becker, for the alcohol-related concerns, questions, Councilmember Park was correct. For alcohol in particular, state laws would allow us to conduct enforcement for the reasons you described, which are there are requirements when someone is furnishing alcohol to go through training, to determine how to read IDs, to look for over-intoxication. All those things are of concern here when there are individuals selling alcoholic beverages at these events in an unpermitted, unlicensed fashion. For Councilmember Watanabe, we have in the past, prior to Senate Bill 946, have worked with our allied partners, including County Health Department as well as code enforcement. This amendment would allow us to potentially re-engage those conversations for collaboration. I do know that each would have its own resource concerns. In particular, County Health, I don't know that they would necessarily have the resources to come out on game days, but it would certainly be a conversation we would have and a request we would make, in particular for their expertise on some of the things described here. Mayor Gilmore, our special event officers do have the authority, they're peace officers, so they have the same authority that I would have. We do also employ a layered approach to security and safety. So these would also be conversations we would have with our security partners on conversations they may have from a preliminary standpoint before uniformed peace officers maybe stood in to have those same conversations with a vendor that was posing a public safety concern. Hopefully that answers the questions.
Very good, thank you. I am now going to go to the public. You'd like to come forward?
Hello, thank you for heading this up here.
Thanks.
I give this to the
City Clerk, sure.
But there was a question, Council Becker there said something about the alcohol and the poisoning. You'd rather be drunk, your worst drunk ever, than get food poisoning. That will be the worst day you ever had. Well, actually, the worst month you ever had. And as you see, these guys do not care about health, safety, or anything. I wish I brought a picture of my operation. I have a sink. I have minimum 100-degree water. I have soap to wash the hand, to do everything. When I'm out there, I have stepson Paul helping, so he always has gloves on. He wears a double pair. He always has gloves on. I handle the money. I do not touch food with my hands or anything. Hardy had a question about special health stuff. I have what's called a food safety management certificate. That is required by the state of California. Why I have to have it and other people don't have it, I don't know. The germs are out there. I really care. I am honored that I get to feed the mayor of Santa Clara when she's at these events that I'm at. She'll come by and buy. She knows that she's going to get good food and it's not going to poison her. Kathy Watanabe is the same thing, and her husband and her daughter. But when you're legal about it and you go get your permits and your everything, you care about people. These people don't care. They care about the dollar. And ironic, this is tax day. I just got an email. I did okayed my accountant to pay my taxes. I got 3 tax bills today. You think the guy illegally selling pays a tax? No, I paid 3 tax bills today while we were at this meeting. So,
Thank you.
Any question you have, ask me. I'm the guy who's actually in the trench, who's actually doing it.
Well, we appreciate you bringing this to us in the first place, so thank you very much for doing that. I have a question for you, since you were the person that brought this forward. Have you looked at the recommendations, the options for option 1 recommendation?
Yeah, I've seen the recommendations, and it's a good start.
Okay.
But even Park said, why wait?
Well,
that's the thing, it really
that's a
is.
staffing issue and other issues, but thank you. That's really
It's
what
always
I wanted to
get a
ask
start, and then we'll learn more and more and be able to put it in place and carry
you.
it throughout the city and keep everybody safe. That's the main thing.
That's our goal. Thank you very much, Howard.
All right,
and thanks for
you.
bringing it.
Thank you very much for coming out and bringing the police department working so hard for this. And the new
Well,
people.
they want to get on with this too. So, all right. Thank you
They don't
very
want
much,
to see me no
Howard.
more. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please come forward.
John Haggerty again. I have 2 laments and 2 questions. My first lament is for the restaurant owners who pay property taxes and business licenses. And my question is there mechanisms to enforce those revenue things against or with respect to the vendors? Okay, then my broader lament is I'm a big believer in Article 11, Section 5 of the California Constitution, which says that charter cities are exclusively in charge of municipal affairs. And Sacramento seems to have this increasing tendency of intruding on our municipal affairs. Earlier, we talked about housing and all this intricate stuff. And now, what could be more municipal than a municipal sidewalk, you know? And they're intruding on that. And my question is, I think that option 1 is good. The date, you know, you can work on that. But could the charter cities of our state who have stadiums, you know, could they get together in a lawsuit and sue Sacramento and say, hey, stop interfering in our municipal affairs? This is too important. It's a matter of health, security, revenue, and this is just an ongoing onslaught. And that's what our courts are there for, is to assert our constitutional rights. And if we have a constitutional right to exclusively govern our own municipal affairs, then perhaps it'd be a good result. I don't think Santa Clara should cover the lawsuit all by themselves, but there's enough charter cities that, and it would be better if it was more than one, that could assert our rights once and for all so that we can govern ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Please come forward.
Good evening, Mayor Kirk Vartan. So it was mentioned as a brick and mortar restaurant here in Santa Clara, not only do we have a business tax license that we have to maintain, but as Howard talked about, you have a health permit. And to see unregulated, to see that the back of that van it gave me the willies. It's terrible. You know, we had scares when our walk-in went out, when the power goes out during these storms. We had to shuttle our stuff from our location here to our Sunnyvale location for 12 hours until the power came back on. We were able to save everything, but I mean, we don't even let it sit in a refrigerated space if it's not regulated. And to see that in someone's, you know, van, who knows what's in the van, it's terrible. And, you know, I'm really glad to hear that Howard's got hand washing stations. Hand washing station is critical. That's where bacteria starts from the very beginning, is through money, through hands, through all of that stuff. And when you see people with those griddles without any services to maintain any level of cleanliness, and most of the people buying this stuff, they're drunk. I mean, you're hammered coming out of a game or a concert or whatever, having a great time, and you're just hungry. And it smells great. It always smells great. And, you know, it's great for like a half hour, and then you're in pain. And so whatever you can do, I don't know how your police department is going to handle health safety issues, because that's a whole thing in Santa Clara County. They don't have enough staff already to inspect brick and mortar stuff. do something. I hope you can figure this out, but it's really, really critical to do this for the safety of your community. Maybe the community doesn't care because they're buying this, but it is a serious health concern, and I hope you use that health of the health, safety, wellness, or whatever those three letters are. The health thing is, I think, a real fine point there. Thanks.
Well, we care, so thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this? Anyone online? I don't see anyone. All right. Sorry, it's getting late. I'm sure it is for all of you out there too. So we have before us a recommendation for policy options. The recommendation is for policy number 1 to get that started for us. Do we have any, Councilmember Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. So a lot of myself likes to be drawn to following what the state wants to do. And I know the state is, from SB 9 to many other things, we're losing a lot of our own ways of enforcing things, and I can see that. At the same time, I do want to also make sure that we're following the state law, at the same time making sure that we don't discriminate in certain specific ways. But there's a lot of concerns that I had, which include the alcohol sales. It goes back to, let me pull this over here, which goes back to where we come with the challenges, which is the current city code does not align with the recently adopted legislation. Even with the permissible restrictions enacted, repercussions for a violation will be inconsequential. A lot of these things kind of make me feel like, well, we keep getting our hands tied as officials to enact any rules or put anything forward. And I can see the positives of that, but I can also see the negatives of that. So it's really kind of I think a slippery slope. But on the unsafe food preparation and maintenance and handling practices, I can see that even in places that have health and safety code regulations. I worked in fast food when I was a teenager, 16, 17 years old, worked in a restaurant, busboy. People never really follow the rules, So I've had experiences where even at places that have permits for health and safety food, I've gotten sick, I've gotten food poisoning. Some of these vendors, hot dogs are bad for you, but I love hot dogs. And trust me, I've gone to downtown San Jose when I've gone to a bar. Long time ago, I'd have one of these hot dogs. I've gone to events where I've had a hot dog just like that. I've been there, done that. But we do have to have some enforceability on it. And we have to have some kind of regulation. I always say when you go to these places and you eat, it's kind of like eat at your own risk. Common sense says, don't get it. People who might have had a few drinks, they might think differently. And as I think you alluded to, drinking too much and also food poisoning, I don't think that's really an avenue you want to go down. But, a lot of things, where lines causing people to interrupt, ADA paths and pedestrian, bicycle, and pedicab traffic. I know that downtown San Jose, this was years ago, this is 2010, 2011, whenever you were outside and there was vendors, there was officers that would be patrolling these areas where they would make sure that people stayed out of the sidewalks, where you had accessible areas. It wasn't blocked. If it was, they would basically tell the vendors to move a specific so many feet away. You can continue doing your business. You just got to be over here. I've seen that happen also at San Francisco Pride, so I'm wondering if that's just kind of the same thing we might be able to do. Also, the sizable, I mentioned that before, sizable amounts of cash being exchanged. I know a lot of Venmo payments are being done. And I think that's also, what Kirk and Howard were alluding to is a lot of these vendors are using Venmo and they're getting away with taxes. They're not having to pay a tax. And that kind of, I think, is a major concern, not only to people like Howard and Kirk and others. You pay your taxes. These people aren't paying their taxes. But at the same time, I do see that they want to make a living, and I could see that a lot of permitting process can burden people. So maybe we should make it a little more affordable and accessible and friendlier for them to do that. And I bet you went through a very hard process of getting your permits, and I bet you it was a very long process. But it comes down to, exactly, and it comes down to common sense of you got your hand station to wash your hands. You got things that, you're thinking common sense. Some of these people don't think common sense. Exactly. And it's all about money. And it's all about what they want to make. So, merchandise sales of counterfeit, unsafe, and inappropriate items. Again, that's another thing I always think of. If I go to a concert or whatever, someone's outside selling authentic Lady Gaga gear. No, we know that's not authentic, but people.
Could we stay on point, please? Because I know we have other items on the agenda.
Understand that, Mayor.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can we make a motion, get to the point?
So basically, I see a lot of I want to go with options 2 or 3 because of me, I'm thinking we got to go what the state wants to do. But then I go back and I say, you know what? I'm really tired of our city losing our enforceability in ways of doing things. And seeing that we have the opportunity to do this, I want to move forward with moving on policy number 1. And that is policy number 1 that you guys have prepared for us. And that is moving towards something that we're going to be able to enforce, create safety regulations. I just don't want to see, I want people to succeed and have their little businesses, but at the same time, a lot of you said the hot dogs in there. Yeah, that's a concern to me. So let's move forward on policy number 1. So that's my motion.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on policy number 1. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I had actually raised my hand because I was going to make the motion, but no worries. Again, just thank you to everybody who put this together tonight and brought it forward. And I think when you look at August, you're talking about 4 months away, and I think that's a good period of time to be able to put things just put things together to have it ready to go in August before the preseason starts. And there will be events this summer, but use that time again to go out to the stadium and just see what is going on and what needs to be improved. So I think August is a perfect time to start the pilot program. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Park.
Yeah, I agree with the pilot program to kind of characterize what the problem is, and I would like to get this as soon as possible. I wouldn't want to put a date on it. I would like to say, I'd like wording that says as soon as possible with a target date no later than, the August date that you have in your papers. But when I look into SB 946, it says, city does not have any sidewalk vending legislations and wishes to implement new ones. They have to be consistent with SB 946. If local authorities have regulations that are consistent with 946, keep getting that wrong, no further action is needed. If they have regulations that are not consistent with SB 946, adjustments to those laws will have to be adjusted. I don't know why we are not required to do number 2 in addition to number 1. Number 2, just to remind people, is direct staff to develop an ordinance amendment to address sidewalk vending citywide to align city code with current sidewalk vending legislation. Right, in this scenario, vending would be regulated and enforced throughout all areas of the city, but I would think that this would be aligning with SB 946 as well. And again, direct staff, number 3 is direct staff to eliminate all unenforceable city code sections related to sidewalk vending and include minor modifications to enforceable provisions of the code as necessary, but generally defer to state law on the matter without any meaningful local controls. I don't like the without any meaningful local controls, and it's underlined and italicized in the report. But I feel like we also need to do 2 and 3 in addition to 1. I don't think that those are either ors. I think that the intent of the law seems to be that we'd want all of those things. We would like to have meaningful local controls, but I don't know how possible that is for us to do.
I understand what your concern is. Recommendation number 1 does state that the purpose of the pilot program being to come back and use the results of the pilot program to develop a citywide ordinance. SB 946 does not require us to go citywide immediately. What it says is when we do an ordinance amendment to allow for the pilot program, we don't have the ability to enforce anywhere else. So that's sort of the difference.
I see.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker, you're back on again.
Yeah, I had a very quick question. If maybe you have an answer, maybe this can go into my motion, which is what does other cities have? San Jose, San Francisco. What's their policy, and are they kind of in the same boat are we?
Actually, cities are fairly slow across the state to amend their ordinances to be in compliance with 946. Sort of mid to late last year, the city of San Diego implemented a new ordinance scheme that was actually quite well done. So I've been following some of the cities that have been doing this throughout the state, but like I said, it is slow. And we did look at some of the health, safety, welfare concerns that San Diego identified around their stadium, which is in the middle of their city too. So we've been looking at those, but this is not a situation in which we could really sort of copy another city's work, because we have to identify specific health and safety and welfare concerns that are specific to our city to support each one of our time, place, manner restrictions, right?
Okay.
So we can get ideas and inspiration from other cities,
some ideas,
but we can't quite copy.
Starting point. Okay.
I think this all makes sense, and it's a good pilot program. Our police department will also need time to determine how this is going to be enforced as well. So I think we're going to need every bit of that time to put something meaningful together that's going to work and keep our community safe. So the pilot program around the stadium, I think, is absolutely appropriate, especially with all the events we have coming up. So we have a motion and a second. Assistant City Clerk, when you're ready.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, thank you, and that passes unanimously. Thank you, Sue. Thank you, Captain Fitting. Thank you, Howard. Thank you, everyone on that. All right, next we're going to go to public hearing action on the adoption of the proposed fiscal year 2023-24 municipal fee schedule. You still awake, Director of Finance?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council. Ken Lee, Director of Finance, happy to present this item before you. It is a public hearing and includes action on the fiscal year 23-24 municipal fee schedule. And so as on the next slide, just a quick agenda summarizing almost 300 pages of fees, over 1,300 fees detailed in here. So I will spend the next several slides and discussion to go over the fees in it. See if as the communications team brings up the presentation. I'll just keep going here.
Keep going, yes.
Just by way of overview, I just wanted to point out that the City Council hasn't approved a policy around these fees. These are cost recovery fees for services that primarily either individuals or entities are the primary beneficiaries for those services. So the City Council has a cost recovery policy that states, with limited exception, to establish fees based on full cost recovery where individuals or businesses rather than the community at large are benefiting from city services. And so we're on slide 3 of the presentation. And this cost recovery allows for the preservation of limited, unrestricted resources for services that benefit the community as a whole. As you know, there's a backlog of unfunded priorities and needs. And so the recommendations in this document before you will help protect those services by keeping up with cost recovery. On the next slide, just slide 4, just to point out that this public hearing is conducted with full notification to the public 10 days prior to this hearing as required by law. We also had some very specific stakeholder outreach conducted for different groups, and so far to date have not received any comments regarding the fee changes. This is part of a process. Typically, we do a comprehensive fee study every other year, and so that was done for this current fiscal year. So this document before you is the interim year where we typically adjust fees according to inflationary changes, but there are some instances in here where They are either part of a pre-approved phased-in approach that was reviewed by the council in prior years. There are also limited number of new or restructured or deleted fees. We work with every city department regarding some of these fees, and they make recommendations that are brought forward in this report. And as I mentioned on that last bullet here, recovering costs helps preserve city services that are important to our community. Next slide. So given this is an interim year in between full studies, most of the fees adjusted are either a COLA, they're either unchanged or part of a pre-approved phased-in or adjustment. So about 91% of these fees are part of these adjustments that are what we call either pre-approved or part of the COLA. About 9% of the fees, as I mentioned earlier, are either restructured, new fees, decreased or eliminated. And over the next several slides, I'll talk about some of those fees. So on the next slide, 75% of the fees have either minor or no adjustments or decreases. 56% reflect cost of living, 18% remain unchanged. 1% are decreased, as we heard on a previous item here related to in lieu fees. 17% of fees are proposed to be increased higher than cost of living. These were based on cost of materials or supplies required to provide the service, part of a multi-year phased-in approach that was approved by the council in a prior year, and then some changes around restructuring of fees included in fire, public works, community development, and electric utility. On the next slide, 4% of the fees are proposed to be restructured. Some of these are just by display only, reflective of actions in the November 2022 ballot around business taxes. Some of the fees are around to provide clarity regarding fines of electronic devices in our library departments. And then reflecting changes of either scopes, sizes of facilities, or types of hazardous materials based on updated business practices. Those restructuring of fees are included in the document. 3% of the fees, about 35 fees, are new fees, as our departments looked at areas where we provide services to either specific areas of individuals or entities. A handful of fees are proposed to help recover those costs, and then about 9 fees are proposed to be eliminated. On the next slide, I won't go through every line item on here, but our community development department did look at areas in our housing division and proposed fees where significant time and significant costs are expended on the processing, the tracking of many of the loans and transactions with regards to the housing development. So those fees are proposed in this document. On the next slide, additional fees in the planning area to activities that are not currently recovered and or were related to Patrick Henry, and as a result of the formation of that CFD, reflecting now in this document before you. In the world of fire and construction and operational permits, our fire prevention staff looked at some of the fees, some of the areas that they handle very dangerous materials and some of the costs that have not been recovered, and are proposing a handful of fees in this document. And so on the next slide shows some of those other fire fees and penalties based on the fees that aren't collected from different businesses. And these penalties are proposed here to encourage compliance with some of the state laws around hazardous materials. Next slide. With regards to our parks department, cemetery, and public works engineering departments, the fees on this slide are areas where specific services are provided with regards to equipment rentals and are proposed here, as well as some of the permitting activities provided by Public Works for building and sanitary sewer discharge. On the next slide, a handful of fees are proposed to be eliminated or deleted with regards to fire, battery systems, and hazardous waste generator fees in the library department to align with best practices with library services across the country. The Board of Library Trustees did recommend the elimination of some of the overdue fees to encourage use and of materials. And then in the parks and recreation, several fees here related to Patrick Henry, as Director Teixeira mentioned earlier tonight, folded into our in lieu and MFA fees citywide. And so with that, our recommendation before you on the next slide is to adopt the City of Santa Clara fiscal year 23-24 municipal fee schedule by resolution, sets new fees, amends existing fees, retains unchanged fees, deletes certain fees with an effective date of July 1st, 2023. And the items before you to provide for some of those fees require 60 days before they are implemented. And so that concludes my presentation. And before I end, I just want to acknowledge city staff. There's 300 pages here, led by our budget division, our consultant from ClearSource Financial, as well as all our city departments. It's a collaborative effort, and staff is available to answer any specific questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Lee. You and your staff, you do amazing work for us. Thank you so much. We're going to start with questions from the council. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm pretty much, I agree with your recommendation, but my first question for you is, on the Parks and Recreation Cemetery, I think it's slide 11, the new fee, first year maintenance fee, $440. Is that like the first year for someone who is buried, or can you give a little more detailed on that one?
Is that your only question?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Jane.
Thank you, Director Lee. The first question I have is, in the agenda report, it says the anticipated revenue impacts of the proposed changes have been factored into the development of the fiscal year 23-24 proposed budget. So my question is, can I get an estimate of the total impact of these fee changes in terms of helping with our deficit? Because we're trying to get to cost recovery. And then the second is, I'm a single-family homeowner, so certainly I benefit from these subsidies. But when I look at some of the subsidies for a variance for a single family, the full cost recovery is $17,000, but we charge only $3,500, which is 20% of the cost. But for appeals, the full cost recovery is $23,600, but we only charge $523, which is only 2.2% of the cost. And I guess my question is, why do we charge more for appeals than variances? It's $23,000 versus $17,000. Again, another example is reposting of public notification. The full cost recovery is $1,180, but we charge only $130, which is 11% of the cost. So I get that we want to be friendly to our residents, but there are more renters in the city than there are single-family residents. And so when we heavily subsidize single-family residents, we're actually burdening the renters with those costs. So I certainly benefit from it, but it doesn't seem fair to me. So if you could answer those questions.
Councilmember, Vice Mayor Park.
Yes, thank you very much for the report. I have a couple of questions about the fees proposed to be eliminated. Like, I understand we want to encourage use, especially for the library, but I would think that we would also want to encourage returns. I don't know, I see that we've got the librarian head here, but especially for electronic devices, like it says, overdue fines for portable electronic devices. Again, I know we want to encourage use, but how are we also encouraging returns? When I look at the fire department fees, battery systems and hazardous waste generator fee, used oil only, I would think that we would want, we would like them to we would dispose of used oil without a fee, which I think would be good. I think it would encourage more used oil coming in. I just want to understand that fee a little bit more. And the same thing with battery systems. We're encouraging people to turn in the battery systems, and we would pay for the disposal, or pay for the cleanup of those. But you know, I guess those are well started. Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ken. Yeah, I understand, you know, the need for cost recovery, and however, I'm concerned about an email we got yesterday from a resident, David Grissom. Actually, I think he used to be the principal at Santa Clara High School, and he sent an email regarding the CCS baseball tournament, and I guess they play it at Washington Park, and they've played it there over the last couple of years, and talked about the increase in costs. And actually, last year, for the use of the park over a period of days, the cost was $2,100. And for them to do it this year with the increases, it's $7,290, an increase of 350%. And, you know, my concern is, I mean, I totally understand the cost recovery. However, we are hurting our nonprofits in the process. I know the city has, you know, programs to help nonprofits, you know, monies that the organizations can apply for, like on a one-time basis. I don't know if the CCS, if this group will be able to apply for that, but this is not the first time we've received this and concern from nonprofits. And you know, we're all about the people, we're all about the youth. I just don't want to see them going to other cities. I just don't want to have Santa Clara have the reputation that we're not friendly to nonprofits, or, you know, providing, you know, for the youth of our city. So that's my concern based on what's been presented. Thank you.
Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I also saw that from Dave Grissom, was going to ask about it, but on page 55, or the way you've numbered them, 4-33, I looked up the Mills Act cost, and you're saying the actual cost is $11,800, and with this new fee schedule, it'd be $8,451, just raising it with about a little bit over 4%. I'm trying to understand kind of what the cost is. I think it is the paperwork and having staff come in, but it said it's done by your finance department and that you're the ones that charge that. Because the Mills Act is encouraging people with historic homes to put the money back into their taking care of their property and keeping that up. And we have it limited to only 10 a year. And I was actually the one, when I was on the chair of HLC, that got that doubled, because it used to only be 5. But because it is 8,000, but yet we're trying to do this to lower someone's property taxes so they'll put that money back into their property, I'm wondering if that has a negative effect. Thank you.
Okay, I have comments similar to Councilmember Watanabe, and it's really about the youth leagues that we have in our city and the effect of the municipal fee schedule from last year. A lot of them have talked to me about this, and the cost now to rent the facilities in Santa Clara is just prohibitive for these leagues. And we're trying to encourage our children to be involved as much as possible. And the fact that, as Kathy had mentioned, that just the one item with the baseball at Washington Park, and then we had another tournament at Washington Park that we actually waived the fees because they went up so dramatically. They weren't going to be able to have the high school baseball tournaments recently. but it's trickling all the way down to the little wrestling programs for PAL and others. It's just become ridiculously high for these youth leagues to pay these fees. And I, again, understand that it's a budget issue, and if we're going to do that, we have to find the money somewhere else. I get that, but I think that, balancing the budget, I mean, we spend money up here like easily. I think that we need to really reprioritize where we believe that we should invest in the community. And I would like to see us take another look at those fees that we're charging our youth groups for renting city facilities, that we need to take another look at it and come up with a way to help the little leagues and the soccer leagues and the wrestling leagues and the baseball leagues and everything else, because I can tell you that each of these leagues have contacted me that they are really struggling. They're struggling and passing it on to especially the kids that can't afford it. And I don't want to see that happen, because that's not who we are in Santa Clara. It's never been who we are. So I would like to come up with a way, and whether it's a separate issue that we take a look at it, separate to this municipal fee schedule, so we can have an actual real conversation just about that, because it's a big piece of our municipal fee schedule, and just take another look and engage our community back about talking about these fees. That's what I'd like to see with any motion that goes forward today, that we take another look at that. So, and I think that's it, Ken. Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Sorry.
It's me. Just like to note for the record that we've lost Councilmember Shahal's connection from his remote location.
Okay.
At approximately 10:55 due to power outage. So he will try to join as soon as
Okay.
power is
Can you please
restored.
let me know when he joins back up again? Thank you. All right. Go ahead, Ken.
Thank you for the comments.
That's a lot of.
No, thank you for
that's
the
a lot to unpack.
questions. Thank you for the comments. And what I'll do is I'm going to need a lot of help from different department directors. And so I'll prime them up, and then I'll make some general statements and answer some of the general questions. And so what I heard, there was a question around cemetery, so I'll defer to Jim. There's some questions around building variances and notification that I'll defer to Andrew Crabtree, hopefully on the line. There were some questions around library that I'll have Director Wong come up and talk about. There were some questions around hazmat fees that I'll look to the fire department to answer. And then a lot of comments around youth fees and nonprofit fees that I'll make some statements and then turn to Jim. The Mills Act question, I have some general comments, and then I'll look to Andrew to answer as well. So the first general question I heard was around the deficit, how much revenue's involved here. And so as I mentioned earlier, these are services that either individuals, entities, or groups receive services for. So maintaining cost recovery is an important element of the budget as identified in the budget principle. When our consultant looks at this every other year, it's done on a cost basis. It's how much time does it take for city staff to perform the service? In the last study, the cost was upwards of close to $30 million of general fund dollars are spent on the services that these individuals and or businesses or entities received. Not all those costs are set at cost recovery by policy previously adopted by the council to encourage certain activities. Many of those fees are below cost recovery. And so generally speaking, about, I believe, $15 to $20 million are received to recover those costs. And so when you're talking about a CPI change of 4.6% on about a $20 million, we're talking just shy of about $1 million in revenue. And again, these are ballpark numbers from a prior study because this was an incremental year. I do want to mention also that with regards to parks fees and cost recovery, the council did adopt a cost recovery policy last year that did go through extensive process led by ClearSource Financial. It involved our Parks Commission, it involved surveys out to the community, it involved open dialogue and discussion of where those policies, those cost recovery levels should be set, and that was brought forward before the council. So if there's any consideration or reconsideration that is up to the council by policy. Around the Mills Act, I do want to mention that we work specifically with departments on the cost of providing the service. I do know that the Mills Act goes through different commissions. It has different reviews by CDD staff, and I imagine that high cost is a result of bringing individual reviews to commissions, to boards, and the time taken. I will defer to Director Crabtree to see if there's anything specific on that. And then I hear you on the nonprofits. I do also want to add that there are community grants and scholarships available, especially for hardships. I'm sure Director Teixeira will expand on that as well. And so I will defer to the directors at this point. Maybe Jim can start, and then those that are ready online or in the room can come back me up with some of those answers in those specific areas. So I'll step aside.
So Jim Teixeira, Director of Parks and Recreation. First question, Councilmember Becker, related to $440 for current year maintenance. Yes, it is for the current year for persons who are purchasing burial rights and being interred at the Mission City Memorial Park. We gave two weeks ago, we had a study session on the cemetery. A lot of good information included in that report. And so we mentioned at that time we were including that in the mini fee schedule. Most cemeteries do charge that current year fee. It would generate it depends on the number of burials, obviously. So we estimate conservatively $40,000 to $60,000. That's the equivalent of a part-time grounds maintenance worker for the year. And so that would allow us to take care of the differential settlement, the headstone when they start moving, and all that in the current year, because that's usually when most of that occurs. The general maintenance, there's the perpetual care program where we take the interest off of the investment, and then that goes back into the cemetery. So that pays for ongoing transfer each year and ongoing maintenance. I think that answers the question. Second area had, I think, 2 or 3 comments and or concerns in those. As Finance Director mentioned, last year and the year before, we were tasked with doing the comprehensive study. One of the things that many cities have is a cost recovery policy for recreation programs based on community benefit versus personal benefit. So we based on that, at the lower levels, 1% to 20% of cost recovery is really on the youth and senior programs, where there is a lot of individual benefit and non-resident participation. That's where we would be charging the fees. Facility rentals, things like Washington Ball Field, which is a school facility that we still maintain. It's the last one that we still do. So the school district has been taking those back over, and so our fees are actually in alignment with the school district fees. So in essence, it becomes cheaper for a school district to use a city facility than it is for a school district to use the school district facility. I don't know why that is, but that's what it seems to be. So the topic has come up at different times at the city school liaison meeting. So it's probably one of those areas where there would be continued dialogue on that, on use of the facilities. CCS, I believe, is Central Coast section. And for the most part, the school district, interlocks with cities and kids from other cities when they're in the Central Coast section. So usually when you have a game, half the people are not from Santa Clara at a non-city facility, but it's a school district facility. So our cost recovery is to recover our costs associated with maintaining the school facility and field. For school district programming, To our knowledge, this last year, there was very little, if any, community use as it used to be, where there was boys baseball used to use it, pony baseball would use it, back when Chuck was around. So that's not occurring. So it's a city subsidy of a school district program at a school facility. As far as the grants, we have the Wade Brummel Youth Sports program, and we have been supporting nonprofit youth sports organizations by charging non-residents for their participation in the program and then using that to supplement. So if that's an opportunity, we can definitely expand that program to help support those nonprofit organizations that are not able to continue to support the fees. The other option for council is, as mentioned, we can study it further and bring that back. So I think that answers the questions.
Thank you. Patty, would you like to come forward, talk about the library?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Patty Wong, City Librarian, and thank you, Vice Mayor, for your concern and your questions. Let me just kind of reiterate maybe just to clarify. When a person returns an item and doesn't return them on time, that's when the fines accrue. But they returned them. So the items have been already returned. In 2017, the Board of Library Trustees recommended, and this City Council agreed to removing fines from children's materials. And that's because literally about half of our kids were actually prevented from checking out materials because they weren't able to return things on time, but they did get them back in. What we have known in terms of practice throughout the country is that this is an equity issue. People are returning their materials, and in fact, the amount of fines that we've been able to accumulate over time has decreased rapidly over the last few years. It is important that we provide as much access to our community as possible. What we are finding is that the fines actually are not a good indicator of returns. In fact, they prohibit people from coming and using the library again. Many of us remember maybe when we were younger that there might have been a stigma about when your books were overdue, and so people don't feel as comfortable coming back to the library. So the fines in themselves are difficult. They're not a strong indicator of returns. We don't see the analysis that way, and also it contributes to a stigma about coming to the library and maintaining their access. So that's part of what goes into this. As regards to the e-resources, the reason why the $15 fee is being removed is because actually we only took a total of $182 in fines, the entire program over the last 3 years, and the $15 actually exceeds the price of the item in most cases. So that's the rationale for both those things.
Thank you.
Okay,
Matt.
thank you.
Now our Fire Marshal, Jake Tomlin, would you like to answer whatever question was directed at you?
Good evening.
Which I can't
Mayor and
remember what it
Council.
was.
Jake Tomlin, Fire Marshal for your fire department. Thank you for the question, Vice Mayor Park. Battery systems and used oil fees were repealed, but in name alone. Battery systems became energy storage systems to address new technologies, and used oil has become hazardous material generation and a handling fee. So the fees still exist today. They've just been renamed.
Thank you. Our Director of Community Development, Director Crabtree.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So I think council members Hardy and Jane both raised sort of questions about the cost recovery approach or percentage for things related to single family, and specifically referenced variances, appeals, and the Mills Act contract. So the planning program as a whole is not set up to be 100% cost recovery. There's a number of activities that are provided, services, public information and so forth over the counter that have historically been carried by the general fund as sort of, a general service to the residents, community members of Santa Clara. And over time, we've been in front of the council with different fee increases and had discussions with the council about what is the appropriate level of subsidy versus cost recovery for the different single family activities as well as the others. Generally, the council has been comfortable with going to 100% cost recovery on commercial enterprises, large corporations that are coming in for development, whether it be commercial or residential multifamily type development. And we've moved in the direction of cost recovery on the single family activities, but still trying to balance the amount of the fee with the impact that could have on the homeowner or developer. I would say one thing about that too is that if you're comparing like multifamily residents to single family, the renter of an apartment's probably not paying any of these fees directly. You could perhaps say that it gets wrapped up into their rent, but it's kind of disassociated. There's a corporate apartment owner who's paying the fees as part of their cost of business, and so that's a little bit different than the homeowner who's coming in for their own home project where they're personally paying the full costs of it themselves. One thing on the appeal, there is an issue with due process and making sure that the fee on an appeal isn't a barrier to someone exercising that opportunity for an appeal. So that's a reason why that has historically been set low. And then, the question about the fees that we charge for Mills Act, is that in some way discouraging people to participate in the Mills Act program? I think there are, we've seen a fairly robust interest in the program over the years, one could say. And so, it's hard to say if the fee is discouraging some people. There certainly are people coming in and taking advantage of the Mills Act, and there is savings to the homeowner through the property tax reduction that they receive if they're enrolled in the Mills Act. So the fee is set where it is at a partial cost recovery. It's sort of a balancing of that. And as Ken mentioned, the cost of a public hearing is a significant portion of fees. When the number of hours involved in preparing for a public hearing, reports, conducting the hearing, drafting resolutions, all the activities that go into a public hearing do generate a significant amount of time and then cost recovery that you see in those fees. So I think that addresses the questions, but if there are any follow-ups, please let me know.
Thank you. There may be some after the public hearing. Ken, I was going to go to the public. Did you have any more? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for that. We are now going, this is a public hearing and it's open. Is there any member of the public here that would like to speak before I go online? Please come forward.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Boy, not like I'm trying to extend this meeting, but I had a question. I saw the director talk about utility increases, but I didn't see anything on Silicon Valley Power listed there. So I don't want to use up my time without knowing if that's in there, because if it's not, I'll hold my comments until that comes before the council. But I'd like to reserve, if I could reserve time to ask that. I just don't know what the answer.
Silicon Valley Power increases in there? Yeah, might as well.
So just generally
Save
speaking, the development-related fees associated with hooking up to Silicon Valley Power is in the municipal fee schedule. Our utility fees have a separate process, a separate approval process, Prop 218 notification for some of those fees. And so those are brought forward to the council separately, and those are not included in the document.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, here comes the director of Silicon Valley Power.
Just to provide it'll be the second meeting in May.
Okay, second meeting in May. Thank you very much. All right, yes, please come forward.
John Haggerty, this is the one I came for.
Oh, okay.
The other came. But it's very interesting that you talked about park fees and how they're kind of high, you know, not just for the special groups, but, you know, for everybody. And that's what drew me to the fee schedule initially. And I thought they were high, but then I saw the building ones, which went to even a higher issue. But I thought it was interesting, too, that we pay these development fees for the parks, but then the parks fees themselves are still high. So it's like, you know, when is it going to be paid and who's paying for it? But I wanted to reiterate, again, that high fees, and some of them are cost recovery, but some of them seem almost like a tax, are pushing up the price of home construction. And what's bringing me up again is that Councilmember Jane said, well, we've had a lot of new construction in spite of the prior development fees, which are high. And I would just have two responses to that. One is, we don't know that they wouldn't have been higher if the fees had been lower. I would say by the natural laws of economics, they would be. Lower taxes, you have more of the activity. But I would also say that the construction that we have had, and there's been a lot of it, it's been in the high density, you know, small size units, like what Tom Wolfe in his famous novel, The Bonfire of the Vanities, called ant colonies. You know, they're small houses, and it could be that the development fees are forcing the developers to, in order to make a profit, have smaller units because of the fees, so, because it's all part of the total package. Now, if the city were to lower its fees, it would have more high quality homes, and it might have more property tax, so it might pay off in the end, which then brings me back to the parks, which is, you can, you know, like you say cost recovery for parks, but you also have to figure out what the market's going to bear. So if you had like a class for tennis, and you had $100, and you got 8 people, that'd be $800. But if you had it for $80, and you had 12 people, you'd have $960. So you'd actually get more money, but not charging as much. So I'll leave it with that, and thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here who hasn't spoken? No? Okay. Let's go to Jonathan. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Hello, audio working?
Yes, you are. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. Sorry I couldn't stay at the meeting longer, but I just wanted to comment a little bit about library fees. So yeah, library fees, as City Librarian Wong mentioned, fines as typically seen when checking out books. Those are really on return things, and they actually discourage, or it's been found that they discourage folks from returning books or even participating in the library. And some libraries have even had a lot of success in having, you know, fee return kind of free days and actually getting a significant number of their books returned. I did want to point out that, you know, the Board of Library Trustees and such hasn't eliminated fees related to unreturned material. So if a book doesn't come back, you know, we still expect patrons to pay for the book, and, you know, they'll be charged appropriate fees to replace any materials that are missing. But when a book is returned, then there's no fine for having had it out for an extended period of time. So that encourages people to return books and not just kind of keep them forever and stop coming to a library. So that way, folks who are, you know, maybe not as able to pay fees or don't have that kind of funding are still able to take advantage of books and learning what we provide. So I just want to say, so definitely support removing the library fines, and hope the council votes that change through. Thanks.
Thank you, Jonathan. Wanda, go ahead, Wanda. You're muted. Unmute. There you go. Wanda? Oh, you're muted again. Still muted. There you go. Unmuted. Wanda? Wanda? Hello, Wanda. Is she? She should be able to. Can you hear us, Wanda? She waited up all this time. I want to try to give her a chance. What's that? Oh, I see. Okay. Let's give her a chance. Oh, there. She on as panelist? Her hands up. Wanda? Hello, Wanda. I don't know what else to do. on your audio, Wanda. All right, I'm sorry. Well, if she has a chance to come back while we're on our deliberations, we'll bring her back. We're trying, Wanda. Okay. All right, so that's the public hearing. We can make a motion to close the public hearing. Oh, there she is. Oh, it's coming. She's coming. It's connecting. The little bouncing dots are connecting at some point. Now she's on. Can you hear us, Wanda? She's on twice.
I think it's her connection, Mayor. She may be having trouble.
Oh, there she is. Wanda? Oh, my goodness. I don't see her. I don't know what to do. Okay. She's frozen in time. Okay. City Attorney, if I have the public hearing closed, can we, in case she comes back on, can we allow her to speak after that?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. May I have a motion to close the public hearing, please? Motion by Councilmember Becker.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Hardy. Close the public hearing.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal is not on, so I'm going to mark him absent. Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park.
No.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. So that passes 5-1 and 1 absent. Okay. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I didn't feel like I got a satisfactory answer to my question about total cost recovery. I think you said the expenses were 30 million, but then we collect between 15 and 20 million in fees. So my question is, now that we have this new fee schedule, did it go up by $1 million? Are we recovering $21 million in fees or $22 million in fees? Can we be tracking the percentage of total cost recovery?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councilmember Jane. I apologize for not being clear. That's something, there's 1,300 fees, so that's something we typically rely on our consultant to kind of number crunch for us. I'm speaking from recollection from the last study. We had about $30 million in costs, about $20 million in fees, and so with the 4.6% cost of living, that's roughly $900,000 in revenue, and that helps us with regards to keeping up with the cost of providing these services. I was texting with our budget division with some of the new fees that are included in the document here. It's roughly $500,000 in additional revenue, so that would help us towards the deficit. So in total, about $900,000 from the cost of living and about $500,000 from the new fees.
The 500,000 was the number I was looking for. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there any other discussion on this motion? Vice Mayor Park?
Thank you very much for the librarian for answering the question. Also to Jonathan Evans, I think Jonathan Evans actually answered the question I was going to ask after the fact, which is we still do charge missing fees, we just don't charge late fees. And I think that was what I was looking for. I also had the question about how is it possible that the fees that we charge for electronic, then I realized it was for electronic media, not necessarily the devices. And again, I think the same thing would occur for the electronic media. If they're missing, we would charge a replacement fee, but we would waive that fee if the device came back. So I'm very happy with that. I really like that idea. I do want to point out that I remember I grew up in Montebello, and I don't recall having fees. I remember that the books were always there, and there were a number of books that were always getting replaced, and those were the books like Dr. Seuss and Dr. Seuss books. We just had a continuous supply. I remember that I saw just the difference. I was fascinated with books. I love books. I saw that there were different printing years for different books, and I remember trying to put them all in order, in printing order. But we never had to pay fees because we always had replacements for popular books, and I kind of love the fact that all books are like that. Thank you.
All right. We have Wanda back on.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you.
All
I
right.
don't know.
Oh, we did it. Thank you, Wanda.
I don't know what happened, but I wanted to, can you hear me still?
Yes, we can. We can. Go
Okay.
ahead, please.
About the money, you guys, just as a citizen, one who really pays a lot of attention, it's hard to follow all of this. But all of us, with the inflation and COVID and the number of seniors we have and the youth, these fees, along with all the other, with groceries and whatever, it just means that people use less of the services. And if they don't have enough money, you can get a grant. I don't know what the paperwork is. I don't know how poor people have to present themselves. I'm okay, but I know a lot of people aren't. And the senior fees, I don't know if that really brings in enough to justify it. The youth fee that used to be $5 went up 6 times to $30. And it's just all ages are being affected. I thought that one of budgeting things when you didn't have enough money is you would reduce expenditures and put them off longer. And so for the citizen out here who listens to this, and even those who don't, it's hard to follow and understand why everything at the city is so much more. And I think eventually that will change as we pay off the 49ers the stadium. So I just wanted you to remember the people, okay? And I know you're there for the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Wanda. Councilmember Hardy?
I'm nearly ready to make a motion because I think we have closed the public hearing and if I'm understanding correctly. I want to ask council, if we accept the recommendation, alternative 1, do we still have the opportunity to go back and look at some of these specific fees for nonprofits and things like that? That's what I want to be clear on.
I was going to ask whoever made the motion if they would add that we would have a future session on nonprofit and youth fees.
Yeah, I want to make
if we
certain.
could pass it with a future session.
Yeah,
on
and
that.
I'm looking to Ken for a little guidance on this. Ken, I know we set fees periodically, at a certain time going forward, but that doesn't mean you can't make a mid-year adjustment to a fee based on further information.
Absolutely. I imagine as part of a future session with Director Teixeira and I, we would talk about some of the specific fees and the cost recovery policy that the council has previously adopted that govern that. And then if the council chose to take a different policy direction at that time, they could make that a motion and adjust the fees at that time.
Okay, thank you.
So Councilmember Hardy.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to accept the recommendation of alternative 1, adopting the municipal fee schedule, but with the caveat that we will look at possible nonprofit and youth group concerns for park uses.
All right, is there a second? All right, we have a motion and a second on that. Thank you. Okay, motion second. Thank you all to all the departments that stayed this late. It's almost midnight to help us navigate through the fee schedule. Thank you. So City Clerk, Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal is absent.
Oh, I know.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane?
Yes.
Councilmember Becker?
Yes.
And Mayor Gilmore?
Yes, and that passes 6 with 1 absent. Thank you very much, everyone, on that. All right, last but not least, we have item number 10, discussion and follow-up on a written petition, Council Policy 030, submitted by Kirk Vartan related to permit parking zones. So, all right, here we go. It's almost good morning, but hey.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Michael Liu, Assistant Director of Public Works. And I'm actually joined here today by Captain Luis Martin with our police department. And today we have a discussion and follow-up on a written petition submitted by Mr. Kirk Vartan to go through. In the packet, I'm sure you've seen it, is the staff report with information based on the council's last discussion about the petition. We do have a brief presentation to run through with you tonight. Great, got the slides to work here. So on the screen in front of you, what you see is an agenda, and that's really just to kind of lay the groundwork for what we're going to discuss tonight. You know, we have probably another 10 or so slides to run through, but wanted to give us some structure. So ultimately, we do want to give you a little bit of background on the petition that was submitted in October. And in doing so, we felt it was necessary to, and based on some of the council comment that came previously, we did want to provide information about parking zones that we have in the city, just for information. Also, information related to permit parking programs. We do want to talk about permit parking in COVID-19 and what that did for the program during that time period. The return of the permit parking enforcement program, some alternatives, and then a recommendation by staff. Let me jump to the next slide. So just quick background, you can see the dates on the screen there, but in October, Mr. Vartan did submit a petition to the city, and it was really related to new as written in the petition, to the new permit parking ordinance and rules. So we'll speak about that tonight, and I can walk you through that. It was on November 1st, the council discussed the petition, and then ultimately directed staff to return to council with a full report. Based on staffing, we are here tonight with the full report, but we did return on January 10th with just some early information that we had, information that we could provide the council, and it was really just centered around the type of zones that Mr. Vartan was referring to surrounding his business, which is on Stevens Creek Boulevard. I do want to point out that Mr. Vartan's petition does refer to new parking permit ordinance and rules. And in the upcoming slides, I'll walk you through how parking zones are created, as I mentioned, but there really isn't a new permit parking ordinance and rules for Santa Clara. I was really bringing back something that was on pause for a bit. But that being said, I think it's good to lay the groundwork and give you a broader picture of parking zones and parking permits in the cities. So, we have a partnership with the police department in terms of administering these programs as a whole. And, on this slide, I'm highlighting that we have 2 types of parking zones that we basically create in Santa Clara. Public Works takes the lead in that. So we receive requests from residents, we'll review development projects. And ultimately, there are 2 types of parking zones that we create. First is time limited and restricted parking zones. I have a slide to go through that. And then number 2 is really our residential permit parking program. So these are permit-only zones. So both zones are implemented based on resident request and property owner request. That's pretty much the most common way we implement those in the cities. They're done over time, so you may have a zone that was created, especially in the case of Stevens Creek, some were created in 2002, some more recently, and they're just developed over time. But they do have some differing outreach processes, which I'll walk you through. Okay, so time-limited and restricted parking zones. So it's pretty self-explanatory, but I'll walk you through it. Time-limited is really your typical 1 hour, 2 hour parking zones. It's really encouraging the turnover of parking. It's typically during specific times of the day and the week. So it's, you'll typically, you can see that slide, actually, I took that right outside of City Hall. That's 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., and it's on Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays. So it's really specific to trying to address a need. Restricted zones are white, yellow, green, blue, red curb zones. So these are areas where basically, you drive up, you park in a white zone. That's passenger loading from your DMV days, trying to get your license. Yellow is for commercial loading. Green is typically a few minutes. Blue is handicapped, and then the red zones are where you don't want to park. For these types of requests that we get, we do review them in the field, take pictures. Obviously, we talk with a person that's brought up the issue, and sometimes it's our own, someone may be complaining about sight distance, so we look at red curb zones. We try to outreach to the directly adjacent property owners. So if you're a resident or you own a home and then, there's someone's complaining about parking and then there's a desire to put more red curb somewhere for driveways or sight distance, then we will send notices to the resident that lives there so that they know what's kind of happening right in front of their property. But there is no neighborhood vote required. So it's really important to note that this is really kind of more specific to each kind of street. And, it's not often long blocks, but it can be depending upon the request. But we do try to get I think what's important is we do try to get concurrence. So, if residents or property owners, are not in favor of what we're proposing, we'll reach out to them, try to walk through why are we doing this? Like, why are we removing parking here? Or why are we, maybe for a bike lane project or for maybe, for sight distance issues, traffic safety. So those are the things that we, as staff we try to do in order to make sure people understand what's going on right in front of their homes. So that's time limited and restricted. And then the next slide is referring to our residential permit parking program. So, going back to 2003, the council approved an ordinance that basically created the residential permit parking program. So really what this does is it establishes zones in the city, typically obviously in residential neighborhoods, where street parking is allowed by permit only. So very different than the time limited zone. This is really, if you don't have a permit, you shouldn't be parking on these streets. The council was very deliberate and the staff at the time to create guidelines to establish these zones. And it's pretty common that it's a pretty rigorous process, right? There's a property owner request, initial city coordination. In this situation, move to item 3, you do have a ballot, basically a vote of the affected streets, permit parking needs analysis, final property owner ballot, and then city council final review and approval. It is important to note that if the initial property owner ballot doesn't meet this, the metric then it will not move on to item number 4. So it's really geared to try to make sure that we have community consensus as we're moving through these, through the process. So now that I've summarized the parking zones, I wanted to talk about the actual permits themselves. So corresponding to the 2 types of parking zones that I just mentioned, the police department has the responsibility to administer permit parking in Santa Clara. So they, first and foremost, they have preferential on-street parking permits. They also have residential parking permits. So when this, police does communication to residents, they don't go into the minutia of the details. It's a little confusing for residents. So for public information purposes and outreach, they really just call it residential permit parking. But ultimately, it is 2 separate programs that are run by police, and the next 2 slides will provide a little bit more detail. So preferential on-street parking permits. So this dates back to August of 1990, and the council adopted a resolution that basically allows the police to issue parking permits to residents who reside on preferential parking streets. So these streets are defined as, roadways in Santa Clara where it's, the residential, it's a residential zoning or a residential area, and where you have time-limited parking zones on those streets. So what it does is it allows a resident to obtain a permit to park outside of the specific time allotments on these streets. So if you live, next to a 2-hour zone and you apply for the permit, obviously you meet all the criteria, then you would be not subject to that time restriction. So residential permit parking, as I mentioned earlier, this is tying back to the 2003 program, very much different than time limited and the preferential parking, but it's really police is responsibility to issue permits for people that apply to be for permits in the residential permit parking zones themselves. Once again, this is very specific to a zone in Santa, would be a zone where if you do not have a permit, you really shouldn't be parking it on those streets. And, so wanted to touch a little bit about permit parking programs and COVID-19. So during the COVID-19 pandemic, the police department did, pause, or, the enforcement was dormant in terms of enforcing these permit parking programs. And it was really October of last year that, they began the outreach process as they, really wanting to bring back enforcement beginning of January. So October through December, there's outreach to residents through city publications, obviously the police department website, social media, and then in addition, A-frame signs were posted on affected streets. So if you're not tied into the publications or the websites or social media, then you would have seen a A-frame sign on a very specific street in terms of whether it's the preferential parking or the normal residential permit parking program. And just some other things to note, and this is also in our staff report, that it did return on early January. And in addition to bringing back the program, there was a desire to modernize the program. So instead of issuing hand tags and stickers that expire, and there's a difficult way to manage it for residents, police did hire a third-party parking permit vendor, and this vendor does provide virtual contactless application. It allows payment and permit management basically 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and reduces obviously the need for folks to come down to City Hall. And the way that works is the vehicle license plates are registered with the parking permit system, and then basically, as I mentioned, it replaces the parking hang tags and the stickers. Okay, so that basically rounds out the report. As I mentioned earlier, Mr. Vartan had questions in terms of new parking permit rules. So, hopefully I've been able to explain that there are not new rules. They're just, programs that were dormant because of COVID and were brought back. And when the outreach went out, I think there was just a community was maybe not tied into like what it actually meant. Obviously, staff has been available to talk to folks as they have questions. But we wanted to provide that information to council tonight, provide some clarity to kind of what's being discussed. There are two alternatives in our report, and that's either to note and file the staff report or provide other direction to staff. And our recommendation tonight is to note and file the staff report. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. I had a question. So if I remember the 030 policy, it was specifically about the timed parking next to the business. So that's what I thought we would be hearing about, like why was that time parking there? So that was my question. And I think there's a few other council members that have questions. Okay. So mine, was specifically to the request. Councilmember Jane?
Thank you. I had a question for residential permit parking. You said there has to be a vote. Is that 90%, 80%, 50%? And then there's no vote required for time restricted. So what is the threshold for making that happen? Because there's a cost associated with installing that. If just one person on the street wants it, you get it. And then are there any studies done with the number of parking spots? Presumably the reason why you want this is because all the parking gets chewed up on the street and people have to drive around. So how do you do parking studies? Thank you.
So if you could answer those questions and then we'll go to the public.
Yeah, so staff did research the existing zones that were created. They're all based on resident complaint, resident concern, and there's one instance, and we weren't able to get all the data. For instance, we don't have any of the data that was used to create those zones from the past. Once again, those are over 20 years ago. But one resolution does speak to a resident complaint about not being able to park within the close proximity of their properties, commercial parking intrusion. It's not uncommon for that to occur. And, it's actually fairly common for cities to implement these types of programs in order to really deter long-term parking in residential neighborhoods. But that is something that cities face, right? When you have residential right next to commercial, ideally everybody gets along nice and things are fine. There are situations where people don't like people taking up their parking, all day, all night. Especially with some of our older parts of our city, where maybe parking ratios are not up to par in terms of what they should be, or sometimes the businesses are very successful, right? So they're very successful, so people flock there, and as a result, there's impact. So, we do take those requests seriously when they come in. We do go out to the field and look at the situation. Depending upon what we see, certain times of the day, we may come back and propose those changes. So that's basically what these zones were about. The time-limited zones were created for the purpose of allowing residents to really park more closer to their properties. But it varies. So like for instance, there is 2-hour zones on Stevens Creek itself, right? There's no residents that park there that I would believe would park there. That's really for turnaround for the businesses. So that way the businesses don't have people that can't get to their business because that parking stall is occupied by somebody that just stores their car there, or somebody that works in one of the businesses. So that's really the crux of why those zones are in place today. In terms of the residential permit parking program, so to move through those steps, the voting process or the metric is basically a simple majority. So 51% of the vote in favor, and then it continues to move through the process. For time-limited zones, as I mentioned previously, there is no vote per se, right? There's no policy that says you need 100%, but we do strive for that. So like if, for instance, somebody's wants something and we want to do something of our own, and then we find that, hey, that there's an issue, then we will make sure we do the outreach. We did it on a recent project where there was a bike lane and we wanted to remove parking, and we went to the BPAC and talked about it. We talked with the residents, had community meetings. So depending upon the amount of removal, it would warrant further discussion. But if it's one space here or there, then we don't often get into like lengthy neighborhood discussions. And in terms of studies, so we do studies when necessary in terms of parking demand. We did, if the council recalls, we did do a full-blown study for the Civic Center area just around City Hall. People were had issue with parking and development and new residential, and as a result of that, we were directed to do the study. We did it, and really that's taking data during the day, during the midday. You'll take it at nighttime and really looking at occupancy, counting the number of spaces, and then counting the number of cars, and then really looking at sweet spots in terms of trying to make sure that you have enough parking but not too much, and you're trying to address really what the complaints are.
Well, I'm going to go back to my question again. For specifically, the 030 policy was asking about parking by the shop there on Stevens Creek Boulevard, because all of the businesses on Stevens Creek from Winchester, well, most of them, not the big centers, but from Winchester to Kylie almost, were built with no parking for the businesses. And so I think the 030 policy, if I remember, it was a long time ago, there was these timed parking things that popped up around the business. So did you look at specifically this business and why those parking signs were up? That was my question. Because I thought that was the 030 policy.
Okay, so yeah, sorry, Director Movick wanted me to mention that our January report did provide a more information in terms of what the zones were specifically. And actually, I do have a slide that shows the
For
zones.
this business I'm talking about.
So so this
That's
business.
all I was hoping to hear.
For this business in particular, I don't recall. Mr. Vartan did submit a petition to talk about the parking permit rules, and we did provide the report on the zones that are surrounding his business, but there are no zones that were created based on his business request, from what I understand. I just want to make sure I'm understanding your question.
Okay, I'm confused. Maybe I'll hear from.
I'll try and take
Sorry.
So he submitted the 030 stating there is new permit parkings that were set up around his business.
Right, that's what I remember.
That was not the case. They were
Okay.
existing.
Okay.
There were existing areas that were time restricted. What Mr. Vartan had requested is that his employees be able to get the preferential parking permits that residents are able to get.
I see.
So they could then park in the neighborhood. And we talked with PD about that, and PD said, no, that would not be in line with the program, because the program is about letting residents park in time-restricted areas in front of their homes, not allowing businesses, like on Stevens Creek, to park in those zones unrestricted.
Where are those employees supposed to park in those businesses? Do we have suggestions? I'm just, from a practical standpoint.
So there's parking along Stevens Creek. There's parking lots in front of those areas. The city doesn't govern where the employees park. I know during the business hours, like Valley Fair parking, will do shuttle services to try and get people to theirs, but we don't provide parking for the businesses. These are zones that have been in place for many, many years.
All right, that's what I wanted to hear. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Vartan, please come forward.
5 minutes, okay. Can I take part of that time in case there's follow-up? Is that okay to do split it? Yeah,
sure.
Thank you. So first, I'd like to comment. I have a slide, if you could put that up on the screen. So the 3 pictures you see on the right, those are what's been in place for the last 5 or so
We
years.
have those too.
Oh, you have those two, great.
yeah.
On the left, you'll notice there's a difference on the lower left-hand side of the sign. It says, except Saturday, Sunday, holidays, no time restriction with permits. That's what I was talking about specifically when I said new, because those just popped up in the last 6 to 8 months from when I made my comments. They may have been there, but it was never visible, and now they're very visible. And I'd also challenge, and I asked for the data on this, and I appreciate what Michael is getting. It's old data. This is 20-year-old data. The people that might have requested this, they might not even be there anymore. I know one of the corner houses already turned over 3 times. And what I was asking for, what is a study, what is our criteria, similar to what Councilmember Jane asked for, where's the data and what process do you use to evaluate that? Well, there is data. There's a process, in Section 4 of the guidelines for looking for residential parking permit areas. It's there's no feasible or reasonable alternative to mitigate parking. There's cause for regular, reoccurring, or inconvenience or noise, traffic, etc. There's minimum parking occupancy levels will be established, total number of parked vehicles for the total number of available spaces, all kinds of stuff. And in this area that was on Cecil and parts of Tyler, I'm not talking about Stevens Creek at all, there's literally 7 houses. I'm sorry, no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 houses. 5 of the 8 are corner lots. On the north side of Cecil, only 2 residences make up the entire street. And these are all large residences, garages, driveways. I would suggest that there is no parking issue in this community. And as a business here that's been here for now 17 years, the bar that caused a lot of problems at night, which, by the way, this parking regulation doesn't even address. So bar parking and stuff like that, it has nothing to do with that. So my request is to look at, do we even need these restrictions that are in place? I understand these are 20-year-old restrictions. And I would like to suggest a pilot of some kind in removing these restrictions so that our employees can actually use the parking in the community. I don't think it's disrupting the neighborhood. I don't think we're causing a nuisance. I've talked to some of the community members about this. They're supportive of looking at ways that we can exist together. This is not we're not butting heads kind of thing. I know some of them are watching live now. It's 11:40, whatever. I don't know if they're still watching. But I would like to at least understand how we can move forward so that these fairly arbitrary restrictions, I get it when you're near car dealers over on Henry. This is not that. We're just, you got Jack in the Box, which is right off of Tyler. They have a huge parking lot. You got Jiffy Lube on the corner, huge parking lot. You have the sewing machine store on the corner there. They have 15 spaces. We don't have any in there. We're two little businesses. The surplus store is not little. We're a little business in there, and we're just asking for how our employees can survive here, and we're trying just to do business. We have a little alley that's all broken up, not maintained, and it's caused problems. So I would just ask, given the minimal houses that are here and the substantial amount of street that's being basically arbitrarily removed, we pay taxes just like everybody does. We want to be a good neighbor. We're not trying to impact the community. And I'd also suggest if there is a requirement for that 2-hour parking, why would there suddenly be a way to create a method for people to park there and bypass those restrictions? And if there are, what's the criteria for doing that? What is the reason that it wouldn't be applicable? So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this? I don't see anyone else. Councilmember Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. So if, I think based on what I'm reading here, it says that we can note and file the staff report, but we can also have further direction, I think you said on there, on that last slide. Sorry, I think I lost that one. That's true. Okay, I will make a motion to note and file and ask that, I guess maybe I'm just going to say motion to note and file for now.
Second.
I would like to see if we can give further direction for our staff to look into those 20-year-old signs and really determine if there is a problem in that area or not. And if there isn't, then bring that back to the council so we can decide what we can do.
Mayor, is that a friendly amendment?
Yes.
All right, I'll accept that.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Would you?
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Was that a yes or a no?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right, so we have a motion to note and file and refer back to staff.
Yeah, I just want to, bring up the fact that obviously since those zones have been in for quite a while, obviously it's nothing we're going to go implement without going through a process of engaging the property owners and meeting with them.
Yes,
certainly that's going to take some time. We definitely want to look at developing some criteria. This isn't obviously unique to the areas off of Stevens Creek. There's many areas of parking that are restricted behind Stevens Creek. And so I think we just need to keep in mind for doing this here. If we want to take it as a pilot, I think that's fine, but I think we just need to be careful for what it might mean for other business requests. I know we do have a lot of issues in areas that CDD's been working on, Public Works has been working on, where property owners are very unhappy with the level of parking that goes on in the residential street. So it will take some time, and we will go through a process to do that, but it's nothing we're going to do unilaterally.
Thank you, and we understand. Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Councilmember, Vice Mayor Park.
Yeah, so I think that Director Mobeck stated it clearly, which is I was kind of curious what it meant to like to see if we can get further direction on those 20-year-old signs. I feel like following a process is good. I think the other thing to understand is that if you open it up, it doesn't open it up just for one business. It opens it up for all the businesses, and we need to keep that under consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. On the January 10th report, page 4, or it says attachment 1, there is a map. And it shows if you zoom in, there is a lot of parking actually going on Cypress, on Tyler, and there's just a small amount of Cecil, Cypress, and Cecil, Cypress mostly, where it is limited. And I can even see cars and count how many were parked there. So I'm really surprised that we're saying there's no place to park when we're looking at a map that shows that there are. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, City Clerk.
I'd like to read back the motion just because it's late. Note and filed report and direct staff to look into the 20-year-old signs and determine if there are parking issues and return at a later date to report.
And note and file, did you get the note and
Yes,
file?
note and file.
Okay, sorry, I didn't hear that. It's late. Yes, that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal, sorry. Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park?
Yes.
Councilmember Jane?
Yes.
Councilmember Becker?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes. And that passes 6 with 1 absent. Thank you very much. Thank you, staff, for all being here. Thank you very much. Okay, next we have reports of members and special committees. Councilmember Watanabe, your short report, followed by Councilmember or Vice Mayor Park's short report.
Okay, just basically, last week was a busy week. I attended the Valley Water Commission meeting, and some of the highlights were discussing water rate increases and projects. The commission made a recommendation for the water board to consider cutting the proposed rate increases, which were currently, they were set at 15%, and then they reduced them to 14.5%. So I actually made a motion, which was seconded and passed 12-1, asking the water board to take a look at possibly making more further reductions to the proposed rate increases. And then the city council will be receiving an updated report from Gary Welling at an upcoming meeting. Then I also attended the Joint Recycled Water Policy Advisory Committee, where there was a lot of discussion regarding an advanced purification water center, and that will be coming back for further discussion. This morning, I had the pleasure of attending a groundbreaking of a new development in the north side, specifically in Tasman East, and I was very pleased to see that there will be 151 affordable units of housing that are composed of studios and 3-bedroom and 2-bedroom apartments. The apartments will be available to households that earn 30 to 70% of the area's median income. That income comes out to about between $35,000 and $106,000 per year. It's a public-private partnership that includes the city, the California Housing Finance Agency, Ensemble, Bank of America related, Housing Trust, Silicon Valley, and Google. And I just, again, want to thank our staff for their hard work in getting this project moving along, and look forward to another 151 units of affordable housing that will go, they're actually on the same street as St. Anton's, which includes 196 units of affordable housing. So that's it in a nutshell. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Park.
So I also went to that groundbreaking, but I want to put all this, I want to put that development into context. The first thing is, this development actually has paseos that take residents, they have walking paths to existing resources. And we always talk about walkability, but very, it's very uncommon to see developments actually put the paseos in that lead people to the existing facilities, the existing resources that are around. The other thing to note is this is an 8-story building. And I think that an 8-story building in that area where we have new development is amazing because it will lead the development of other, I hope, larger buildings in that area. But, when we look at developments that are 5 stories, 7 stories, because they don't want to go above the 2 stories and 5-story wood frame structures, having an 8-story building in that area is amazing. The other thing to note, that by having the range of 30% to 70% AMI as affordable, the 30% gives us inclusion. It includes people that could not buy a house. But the range, having the 30% along with people who are making 70% gives us acceptance. And I think that having that large range, not just this narrow range or having a high range between 80 and 120% AMI is absolutely essential to getting lower affordable housing into an area, into a new developed area with higher buildings in areas where you've got walkways to existing resources. So I want to say congratulations to USA for having this project. I also attended the League of California Cities Conference in Sacramento, another conference that was marred by a bomb threat in the Capitol and a credible threat of an active shooter. So that's like every single place we go. I think that we need to understand that gun violence is going to follow us, and it will affect our schedules. Turns out I couldn't meet a couple of people that we were supposed to meet because legislative meetings were pushed out. People evacuated buildings, and we arrived at the exact time that people were leaving buildings. But we did have a lot of great conversations about not just Surplus Land Act, but also about homelessness and about housing and about, how much, the cities, the local governments know why, we know why Santa Clara differs from how it differs from Sunnyvale and Cupertino and Milpitas and San Jose, and we share borders with those cities. And I think that we need to tell the states, the state government, that you can't treat us all equally. And at some point, we understand the issues that make us different. We understand that our uniqueness better than the state's ability to just look back and try to treat us all the same. And again, we had a lot of issues that we discussed, but I think the most important thing about these meetings is the ability to talk with other cities, talk with other councils, talk to councils that are somewhat divided, but all attending the same conference, and attend meetings with them, eat lunch with them, and see how they work things out. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So City Manager's Office, Executive Director reports. Do you have anything? Nothing. Oh, okay. I'm going to ask now for an adjournment and ask that we adjourn in memory of Eliana Cristostomo and Donald Ralph von Racefield Sr.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adjourn in their memories.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Vice Mayor Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes 6-0, 1 absent. And so this meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.